Hello everyone, welcome day number 2, guys, day 2 of this madness. Hello everyone, I am of course joined by the great Zun again, Jun.
What's up, bud?
I know I mispronounced it every time. At this point, I have given up trying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you call me whatever you want, man, as long as it's kind of some abbreviation of my name. I really don't care.
So daddy's out, got it. Oh, we're starting off great today. That's a fact.
Nice. Oh, did you want to give a shout out, by the way?
Oh, God, yes. Shout out to Piano. I know you're going to watch the VOD. I know you're not watching live, so. Him and I were joking back and forth. I was like, I'm going to give you a shout out. He's like, no, don't do it. I'm like, well, I'm going to do it anyway because it's my stream.
Nice, nice. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
All
What's
right.
everyone doing today in the chat?
Morning, chat. We have a good day of StarCraft. It's all best of fives.
Nice. Be a lot more consistent casting, I think, today than yesterday. A little bit spotty yesterday, but with the best of fives, should be some pretty intense, consistent action throughout the day.
Absolutely. 1 second here as I find the right button to bring us over to the bracket. So, currently as it stands, DeWalt and Bonus in the upper bracket semifinals. They get to sit out a little bit. They get to sleep in, you know. Well, I mean, I guess both of them are EU, so neither of them have really slept in, or if they have, sheesh. We will be starting
like
today with... Yeah.
Go on.
We'll be starting today with Ultra versus Striker. Zero and Worst didn't get to play yesterday because Zero had to do BSL, so they're playing right now, actually. So the winner of that, we go on to play Zeddy, which we'll cast after. Cast the winner of those two. DeWalt Bonus, loser of that versus winner of all this. And then the grand final, which are best of 7, 1-0 start.
That's going to be intense.
Yeah, you ready for a long day of games?
Yeah, man, I'm all about it. I'm not a newcomer to casting a lot of StarCraft games in a row, so I'm definitely all about it.
All right, players are getting ready to veto now.
Yeah, it's like we got NCX in the chat as well as Shimmer. NCX saying he's been here the whole time. He never left on.
He literally kept the browser tab up.
You're just waiting for the next round, man. He couldn't even sleep probably. Just so excited.
So there's a streamer guy, StarCraft 2 caster. I know, great dude. And I keep his stream up, or I used to all the time. Just keep it up in a browser tab. And one night I'm sitting here, because he's EU, so normally he's just casting when I get home, right, finishing up something, and I click in, watch, whatever. But one night he decided to go live for an NA event, and so I'm just sitting here like playing games, just on, you know, maybe having smoked a little bit, and all of a sudden I hear, all right, we're live, and I'm like, what the fuck? Needless to say, I was first in chat. But I was like, what the heck?
Oh man, he blindsided.
Yeah.
Yeah, NCX saying he's sneaking in some Mother's Day Brood War streams. Oh yeah, it's the American NA Mother's Day, isn't it? Yeah, you guys have a totally different Mother's Day to us over here in Britbong.
That's fine, because we actually like our moms, unlike the people in the Britannia.
Yeah, we did that a couple of months ago, you know, it's already been and done.
You see, I like the springtime Mother's Day. I'll call my mom.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I should call my mom after this tournament. Anyways, I like springtime Mother's Day. No, it's because you get the nice flowers and everything. You go out, it's nice out, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's definitely a nice time for it. Yeah, the weather's been pretty hot over here in UK. I don't know about over there, but yeah, I'm starting to sweat balls a lot.
Oh, I'm sure it's been hotter here, but we have this thing called we're built different and can handle the heat.
Yeah, you're used to it over there. Like in England, like we build our houses to keep the heat in because it's obviously quite cold most of the year round. But it is very humid, so when there is summertime, it's like, oh, you feel like you're done.
Yeah, New York is the same way. The schools. So I grew up in New York, and the schools don't have air conditioning. because for 80-90% of the school year, it's winter.
Right.
The problem is that
Pretty
last
calculated.
10%, it's like 80 degrees Fahrenheit with 80% humidity. So what's that gonna be? That's like 30 C, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
And so the teachers all have to bring in like 5 fans that they own at home because, schools aren't given any materials anyways. And it's just like, we're all like, please, we just want to die.
It sounds a bit similar to how it is in the UK, to be honest with you.
Okay.
We got G5 in the chat. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up? All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and create the first game here, which sucks because that means I have to remember to hit start.
That's a big job.
Okay.
Oh yeah, NCX says, tell your mom to tune into the stream. I'm sure she'd appreciate that and understand exactly what's happening.
She usually does. The thing is, she actually does watch a lot of my streams.
That's nice, man. You got a loving, supporting mother.
Yeah, no, it's definitely nice. Like, she absolutely loves hopping into my stream and seeing everything. I'm gonna actually tell her that chat said to hop into the stream. 1 second here, guys.
Yeah, you should. Don't forget to call her afterwards and give her a nice little Mother's Day conversation.
There's my text with her. Ask you to tune into the stream.
Speaking of New York, by the way, you got some talented motherfucking musicians in New York. It's crazy. Have you seen that guy? What's his name? Ari something. He walks around with decks attached to him and speakers coming out of his ass, and he's like making beats on the fly. And there's just musicians coming out of the woodwork to jam with him. Lots of singers and rappers and shit, and it's really entertaining and impressive, man.
Oh yeah, no, there's sorry, fuck, I mistyped my own stream.
It's Mother's Day. Mothers take precedent. Give her some love. Make sure she knows exactly where to come if she wants to come and show some support.
I can't type on phones anymore. I don't know why. I just lost the skill.
Oh, I just hate typing on phones in general, dude. And I'm kind of used to it, but I still don't like it.
Go. All right, there we go. Mom texted. Gamer's ready. All right, we're gonna test and see if turn rate 20 is good. So we're gonna give it a minute here before we hop into it. They're just gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, it's pretty common to test for turn rate before the game. Make sure you get that dialed in, so both players playing with as little lag as possible.
Looking good. So I'm gonna bring us in, and if they complain, well, sucks to suck.
Yeah, and G5 just saying that he appreciates the delay. Yep. It's necessary to, for the integrity's sake. Then there can be no shenanigans and players throwing out accusations and stuff. It should be a stop.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and just run it back, even though we just made it turn rate 20. All right, make it turn rate 20. It was. All right. So I guess I just hit create again. There's my mom in chat now.
Nice.
And also, there we go. Sorry, get everyone for the delay. In my opinion, think like the monthly, right? I don't want delay in the monthly. It just kind of feels bad. But it's also a $75 tournament. This is a $1,000 tournament. That's kind of big, right?
Pretty big. It's a major league event, right?
Yeah. So. I think it's more relevant for an event like this. And going forward, minus lands, because that land, if someone stream teams can walk over and slap on the back of the head,
Yeah.
But I think for our major events, we're going to do a 90-second delay going forward, for sure.
I'm down with that.
But anyway, how about the game in front of us?
Yeah, we got Striker here, spawning in the top right as the Blue Zerg. And his opponent in the opposing corner, bottom left, it's Ultra as the Red Terran, and the map, Polypoid. Let's get it on.
You know, what I'm really understanding here is that, you know, they were doing the turn rate test, and then Striker's like, I don't like the spawns. GG. Remake.
That's a sneaky way of getting a better spawn, yeah.
He's like, no, I don't like top left spawn. Let's go.
We got a really fast SEV moving out for a middle of the map 8 racks here. Usually don't see 8 racks as this far out anymore, so it's very aggressive for him to go for that.
This is committed. This is we're gonna do some damage here.
Right, he might even throw a gas down behind this. Yeah.
So, at Montreal LAN, right, last year, we were casting. It was Gypsy versus Striker. I think that was the grand finals. Yeah, it was, because I was casting with Artosis. And Artie was talking about how he thinks Striker is by far and away the best foreign Zerg currently. And Gypsy, who is a master of the 8 racks, really had a hard time getting the damage he needed done with it. I think he did in the end, but it was one of those like, oh crap, that was a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you do have to do some really high-level control with it, and if the Zerg knows how to handle it, I mean, it's really difficult to get more than 2 drone kills, and then suddenly you're also just as behind as the Zerg is, and the Zerg can easily navigate. And that's with floating the barracks back to your wall afterwards. So this is extremely committed, and we are going to be seeing that gas from Ultra like I expected as a factory follow-up potential. After getting some damage done, if there's no Sunken to defend against this, that Vulture could come in a little bit belatedly and cause a bit of a nightmare for Strike.
All right, Drone sees this. Whoop, gets stuck in the bushes. But now the Striker is aware, so we've pulled the boys.
Yeah, you want to pull like 5 or 6 drones initially, and then you can pull a couple more if you really need to, because you don't know if this is BBS yet or not as well. So for the time being, he's going to pull like 6 or so drones and just try and get by with that. But he's going to be pulling another drone to add on to that, because he sees the double SCV. This could be a BBS for all he knows, but it won't be that. Just going to be this initial 8 racks and then a potential factory to follow this up.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the factory. We're just waiting on it. So
yeah, but so far
I've seen a lot of Oh, sorry, you go.
No, you.
Oh, because I was going to segment us into a different part. Like, I was going to bring us into another time. Because a lot of people I've heard, like I'm pretty sure it was Hawk was talking about the idea of instead of trying to get the bunker down, just chasing down the Marines because they're easier to kill. What are your thoughts on that? Like, if you could stop the Marines from getting into the bunker, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's better. It's better to chase down the Marines. It just requires good control. But so far, he's trying to get behind the minerals with these Marines, and he couldn't body block with the SCVs in time. So Striker's cleaning this up seriously nicely, and he has a Sunken behind this on. So he's going to be pretty fine against the factory follow-up as well. He kind of must go into like a starport from this and try and do a Vulture drop into the main maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about this is that he knows the Sunken's there, so he's not going to just rally the first Vulture to its death.
Right.
But it's definitely like, ah, crap. Like, I kind of forced the Sunken here by going 8 racks, and now my follow-up needs him to not have a Sunken.
Yeah. But as we were saying, like, you definitely probably should just, worry about chasing down those Marines, especially with good moving shots. It's so easy to kill them. It's just 8 hits to kill a Marine with those spine connections. And as long as you've got good drone control and you can body block them from getting in the bunker, you're sitting pretty. But sometimes Zerg players, slip up and can't quite body block those Marines, and it gets a bit annoying if you do go for that. So you have to be very confident in your control. Vulture does come out and clear out those Zerglings from the main base, and it is going to be that Starpot follow-up to either throw a Wraith out there, kill some of these Overlords, maybe the supply block Striker, and he could go for a control tower and dropship to get these Vultures into the main base and bypass that Sunk.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be dropship. I feel it.
I think Wraith and then drop.
Ooh, a Wraith then drop? Yeah, I guess I could see that. I guess
yeah.
He's going to go right. Well, he's going to see a Hydra Den here. He's not going to. It's going to be a Lurker bust? Yeah, this is about the time you. This should be.
He doesn't have to, but he might. I mean, he can do pretty much whatever he wants and still be pretty okay. He has second gas, which makes me think he might be leaning towards the Lurker. If he was going to throw down a Spire, he probably would have done that already. The fact that he's optimizing by throwing down this macro hatchery makes me think it is going to be some kind of like Hydra Lurk play as a follow-up here. Yeah. Knowing that the Terran's only on 1 base, there's no real requirement to go Mutalisk.
There's the Wraith into control tower, as you were saying.
Yeah.
So Oh, okay. So it's just so the there's a build, and one of my favorite lurker bus builds is where you drop your Hydra Den when your layer is about 60% done, and they finish at the exact same time, and you can instantly go into lurkers. And that's what I thought it was, and I'm like looking at this like, this hasn't finished yet. What's it gonna be?
Well, it could have been. I was kind of hoping you were right, but this is the more standard style that Striker's doing, where you just get like 2 to 4 Hydras out to defend against the Wraith pressure and a Vulture run by. He's trying to sneak out with this Vulture to the south. That's actually going to be caught by those 3 Vultures and killed off pretty easily. Hasn't yet been able to dish out any damage with the Wraith, though. Hasn't been able to find any of these Overlords that are sneaking around and trying to hide. He's looking for that Overlord with the Wraith in the top left, but has yet to find any damage with that. So far, so good for Striker.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's got a good spread here. We got mines out now, so getting out of the base is just going to be a pain. Spire's coming on up here, so we will be able to at least kill off the vultures, hopefully.
Right. With the 3 hatchery setup he's got, it doesn't matter that the mutas are that slow. He's going to get up to a count of 7 all at once with the extra lava available to him. So he will start to put on the pressure big time to Ultra, and he was kind of worried about a Vulture drop into the main base, which is why we saw this Hydra setup from Striker, just to make sure that there was no way he was going to take any significant damage.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you see, like, oh, he went a Vulture. The Vulture got nothing done. Well, what's the next way to get value with a Vulture? Put it in a dropship.
Right. It's the natural order of things, and we're seeing some high-level play here from Striker, navigating those decision trees. Even going to be splitting up all of his Mutalisks here to try and hunt down and start sniping out all of these Vultures so that there's more map control his way, and he will eventually be able to get a 3rd base online. One of the things that Terran can do is be super annoying and just keep trying to hunt down this drone that wants to expand. We'll be able to finally get that base set up into the 3 o'clock position. There's a Vulture making its way over there, but I don't think that mine is blocking the hatchery from... Oh, it is blocking, but will not be there in time to still kill this drone, I don't think.
Oh. We are going to lose an Overlord, though, because it looks like he's going to just commit with the mutas.
Yeah, but there's not much in Ultra's base to defend against. He's always got 2 pairs of Valkyrie, a pair of Valkyries to ward this away. That's pretty good timing, I have to say. I don't know how he's going to transition from this. He has to get the CC finished up, float it into the natural, and just hope that his Valkyrie micro is good enough that none of them get sniped. If you lose the first Valkyrie or 2 to like a pair of Scourge, you're pretty much done. But if you can keep these Valkyries alive, get up to a count of 4 or what have you, then suddenly you can put a lot of pressure onto the Zerg, and he will have to transition.
Yeah. So we're up to 3 Valks. Isn't there a mech build where you do 4 Valks into just like heavy mech?
Yeah, he could do that, but Bio is also a very viable option here, and just use the Valkyries as point defense. Either works, honestly. It's not like one is better than the other. Like, it depends on your style and what you prefer. Oh, does get a connection on that Valkyrie, and suddenly this other Valkyrie's gonna die. That's a bit painful. Another connection potential on these. Well, another Valkyrie goes down to the Scourge. Ultra's in trouble. Beautiful snipes from Striker. Now going to be trying to deny this natural expansion being set up and fortified. Now Ultra will have to potentially float this CC yet again back to safety. 6 meters can beat one Valkyrie. If he repairs with every single SUV, he can tank this damage, but he's not quite quick enough with the repair. He's just barely going to save this Valkyrie. It looks like the...
And these mutas are
so close.
Bullied. Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah, that was a so tight hold for Ultra. Yeah. He's lucky these Hydras weren't just barreling down at that same moment, because he could probably just get busted as a result. But Striker was focused on making that work with air units alone. So Ultra is going to be getting this natural expansion up. We got a game on our hands.
Yeah. I mean, Ultra just hanging on by a thread, but that's just enough. That's more than enough, it seems, at this point. He's fine.
I mean, it's very Zerg favored. This is still like an 8-2, 9-1 favorite here for Striker going forward, but it's still playable for Ultra. He's not out of the game. The main problem is Valkyries don't shoot down and they don't detect lurkers, so there will have to be a full-on transition into vessels eventually. Hopefully he's got enough production. Maybe he can make a couple of vultures and use some mines as well to stop the Hydras just coming in for free and barreling him over. With a couple of well-placed mines, that could save it.
Ooh, we got Burrow. Which, I mean, it makes sense when there was a Wraith opener, but it's always nice to see. I love burrowing Lings just kind of along the path. Because until Terran
Yeah.
has vessels, you just get free scouting. It's like, oh, your army's going here. Free. Thank you.
Yeah, Borrowedlings is just so good. And it's going to be such a long time until the vessels are actually out. He's only just now starting this science facility. And we'll only have one starport to pump from as well. So everything's kind of going well for Striker, and he's playing very wide and getting a very early 4th base here, staying on like Battlezerg kind of style. There'll be a lot of Hydra, a lot of Lurker that he can start to shove down the throat of Ultra, and it's going to be a very tough nut for him to swallow.
Oh, yeah, but... Alright, we're going up to Hive here. There's, this bust is coming. And, I mean, I would love... I know that gas is at a premium right now, but, like... Having, like, a tank here, I think, makes this, like, is the difference between dying here and dying here a little bit slower.
Honestly. Yeah, this is just too rough. He needed mines and bunkers. He just gets absolutely obliterated by the sheer macro of Striker. Taps out, and a quick 1-0 lead for Striker. Damn.
That was beautiful. And it was one of those, like, oh, yeah, if he has a tank, you know, and then I realized, it's like, then his army dies. It's like, well, he might have died a little bit slower, I guess, but. All right.
I mean, it just seems like Striker's slightly ahead of the curve in terms of navigating that early game. I like the idea, though, from Ultra to go for that fast 8 racks into some quick tech play. Unfortunately, though, Striker's seen that so many times on the ladder. He's dealt with all kinds of feisty Terrans that do those kinds of continuation plays, and has the correct responses. Will dot his I's, cross his T's, no matter what shenanigans come his way. So I think we'll have to see even more creativity out of Ultra to get one over Ozerg.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players where he looks at it and goes, there's no way I win in a macro game. So how do I win in a cheese? And I'm curious to see what he's got in his pocket, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Radiant as our second map. He could go for a 2-port Wraith here or something. We'll have to wait and see. Hope he's got something special prepared, because a straight-up macro game might not be going his way. All right, guys, we're about to jump into game number 2 here between Striker and Ultra. We got here in the bottom right on Radiant. It's the Blue Zerg Striker. And his opponent currently 1-0 down. Can he redeem himself? It's Ultra. It's the Green Terran on top left.
All right. Radion, nice big 4-player map, cross spawn. Obviously, mutas do really good on this map because of this giant dead zone.
Right. But it is cross map though, so it's going to be a little bit of time for those ultras to actually get there. Horizontal spawns are really favoriting the pressure from those mutas, so Ultra's got that going for him at least.
Yeah. Hopefully you can just... There's also a decent amount of space back here. You can't really repair, but you can get like 2 or 3 turrets back here if you really try.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to have a floating building when you do that to actually spot the high ground, so the turrets don't just die for free to the mutant harass. But it can be a good idea to, like, double down and get 4 or 5 turrets set up early. I think 4 is like the magic number where the mutas start taking too much damage to snipe SCVs for free. So like, yeah, 4 turrets in your naturals are generally speaking a good idea.
Yeah, and as long as they cover each other well enough, or you have your bio in place, then yeah, 4 turrets really makes it there go, wait a minute, should I do this?
Yeah.
As if they do anyway, you just lose all your mutas.
Yeah, you just take a little bit too much damage on your mutas when there's 4 turrets shooting you consecutively. You do not really want to deal with that for too long. Maybe snipe like 1 or 2 SCVs, then back out again. It's like a fast 12 hatch here coming out from Striker, and Ultra just going to do a nice little standard wall here and play a little bit more of a normal game.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see, like, obviously, he probably isn't as confident in the macro game, but I want to see what he does in a macro game, right? I want to see him just start to finish, just pump some units and see how he does.
He should definitely see where he lines up with Striker in a normal game, at least once in this series.
Yeah.
He's got a lot more games to play than usual, so it doesn't want to be too cheesy, or Striker will just expect it every single time. At the very least, he should throw out a macro game just to keep Striker guessing.
Yeah, if you 8 racks 3 games in a row, by game 3, he's just going to 9-pull speed you and end the game in 3 minutes,
Yeah, and StarCraft is much more like poker than it is chess, so it's all about range of play, and obfuscating your range of play is an extremely important thing in a longer series. Drone Scout going to come in there and check the timing of that CC. You can kind of glean what the Terran is doing by when that CC is actually coming up. So if it's like a 2-minute 30 CC, you know it's 1 Rax FE. If it's like 3-minute, then you know it's possible he's being a little bit more crazy and starting to get gas in a factory behind that. If it's like 3:30, then you know it's a starport even before that CC coming down. So it's really important to see exactly when that CC starts.
Yeah, and being able to get a good early idea of what your opponent's doing is perfect as you set up for that early to mid game transition, right? Where it's all right, you need one set of lings here just to hold anything crazy, which crazy there might be. These Marines are hunting for the Overlord. Not going to find it, but good try.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a nice idea, though, from Ultra to try and intercept that. Most Zergs these days are pretty adept at protecting these Overlords and sending them on careful scouting patterns, and they know the timings when they're at risk, but a 10 Rax or something, and maybe you can still snipe that Overlord, so you have to be very careful with it as Zerg these days. Terrans will catch you off guard if you're not paying attention.
Yeah. And it's, as someone who has lost the scouting Overlord before, it sucks from the Zerg perspective.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Especially
it's
early game where
over.
every penny counts.
Right. It's so bad that if you can't pump drones non-stop, you just fall behind the curve of the game too much. But it's going to be that really fast 2 hatchery build from Striker going straight into Spire. And we got a 2 Rax Academy coming out of Ultra here. So we'll have some kind of timing to push out onto the map with around 4 minutes 50, which is the usual move out timing.
Yeah, we should see an NG Bay go down here in the not too distant future. He could start getting his turrets as the mutas pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you're starting those turrets when the mutas are just about to be on their way, you'll be fine. So you can start those anywhere from like 5 minutes 30 to 5 minutes 40. You'll probably still be okay, depending on if it's a 2.5 hatch or a normal 2 hatch.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten the SCV in there, so he knows it's only just 2 hatch at this point. But there's a hatchery in the bottom left, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's in the main base as well, so we might be seeing a very traditional style here from Striker. No crazy Zerg or anything, but just wanting to, use the ramp to block with with lurkers and transition into a faster fighter play here. And Firebats to block the run by potential from Striker as well. As he tries to make it out onto the map with this little stim timing. 6 Marines, 2 medics. Definitely not enough to really kill Striker, but maybe can force a Sunken or 2.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to force 1. And Striker here just going to try and poke every little bit of energy you waste. Maybe if you can get lucky and somehow kill a Marine that's strayed too far from the group,
Right.
It all just adds up to only needing 1 Sunken, hopefully.
Yeah, just trying to buy as much time as possible so these mutas can actually hatch and defend this rather than having to throw down that second Sunken. And as a safety Sunken in case things go wrong and somehow Ultra pulls the trigger and goes all the way.
Yeah. So, we got our turrets coming on up here like we were talking about. Muta's going out looking for some stuff to find.
Now, if Striker's smart, he'll... Yeah. If Striker's smart, though, he'll go straight for the production in main, because he'll probably assume that the natural will be prioritized in terms of turret timing. So it'd be really good here if Striker just runs all the way to the main and tries to punish the turret timings like he is now. He might get the snipe on this SEV, stop that turret from finishing up, and the Marines will be too slow to stop this.
The man's actually just built different.
Yeah.
And now he's sitting on the ramp picking this apart 1 Marine at a time.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play from Striker. Exactly what we expect from him. He's probably one of the highest foreigner Zergs we've got, as you said, Artosis was talking about. There's not many Zergs that are as good as him in the foreigner scene unless they're Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay, eventually, though, he will maybe be able to stabilize this. There's only 3 Mutalisks left, so it's hard to kill the Marine that's being repaired by the medics. We'll be able to eventually bully back these SCVs. He's trying to see if he can get a double dip on sniping 1 more SCV building a turret, but he won't be able to do so. Ultra will stabilize, but that's some pretty good damage for Striker to start things.
Yeah, I mean, he just got rid of your entire bio ball, so now Ultra can't be on the map for quite a while. We're going to probably take another base here. I wouldn't be surprised if we took the natural, or even just another base somewhere else.
Yeah, and even going to be easily shutting down this fire bat in the bottom left. It's a shame because sometimes you get lucky and there's nothing to block that, and you get in there and you scout and you maybe kill a drone or two, or at least stop them mining gas for a few seconds, but not even going to be achieving that. Did go for a very fast factory play, so maybe he can still catch up on the tech. But honestly, like, this is going to be a tough game for Ultra to win after losing that initial Bioforce.
All right. I'm going to poke back in here. There's not a lot of Marines, but there are a lot of turrets.
Right.
And as we were talking about, the fourth one coming on up here, which really just says, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I doubt that Striker want to do too much against that. He'll see if he can swing into the natural and punish some SCVs, but with the 4 turrets set up there, you can only do that for a little bit of a time. Maybe snipe like 2 or 3 SCVs max. As you can see, he doesn't even want to go in there for that. You just take too much damage versus 4 turrets. It's not worth it usually.
Alright, Hive coming on up here, along with the Hydra Den's done, so probably see Hydra Lurker Defiler for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
And he won't make probably any more mutas as well. He sees how many turrets were made, so you just take that as a win and, you know, kind of undermake mutas and just use them for map control and just buy time for your transition to come in online. So he's got these mutas just kind of playing map control only right now and probably won't do too much damage in the main base for the time being. He's probably thinking about pulling Ultra out of position for something, but if Ultra plays tight, he probably won't go.
Yeah, you know, you got to always poke in, see if you can maybe grab a Marine or two, or if, like, you know, an SCV was left idle somewhere. You got to check, right? But there's no way you're going to actually get... There's no way he's actually hunting for damage at this point. He's just sharking around and shaking the... All right, your bio's still in your main. It's not going out on the map anytime soon.
Right, right. And now that he's confirmed all those things, he's just going to sit back at home and macro up. He's got quite a decent amount of drones that have been made to saturate the third already. So his economy is already starting to boom. Like, usually you don't oversaturate. If you notice, he's got, like, look at the drones in the natural, for example. Like, he's got more than just 1 per patch.
Yeah, he's got beautiful saturation. I mean, I'm a big fan of going a little bit heavy on drone. Ooh. Gonna come in and get some turrets here. Valkyrie gonna push him away. I mean, I'm a big fan of heavy drone saturation just because I'm a greedy boy. But you definitely, like, this is like the right amount of greedy where it's, all right, I am mining so much money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, the first power spike for Zerg is 1 drone per patch. If you can get like 12 per base, though, like another 2 or 3 on top of that, that's your next power spike, and suddenly you've got such a powerful mid to late game economy to work with. The onus is kind of on the Terran to make something happen. Has got a faster push timing with the Valkyries, allows you to come out onto the map significantly earlier, about a minute or so. Has got some whole position lurkers potentially, though, set up out onto the map. If he catches Ultra off guard with this, it's going to be devastating. He's even intercepting the Valkyries and picking them off with some Mulus Micro.
Oh, come on.
He's trying to bait them over.
Oh,
he scans. He
scans over here and sees these groups.
Okay, he's going to snipe these lurkers on the right-hand side. That's something, but, I mean, Striker's in a pretty good position. He's going to snipe the last remaining Valkyrie as well. There's no more air dominance for Ultra to work with. Having a really hard time playing a standard game. Even making more Valkyries. I think this is a bit of a mistake. Oof. He needs vessels as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'd rather see an irradiate drop at this point on the clump of mutas and hope for the best than the Valkyries. They're just getting picked apart.
He's making additional factories, like he's even thinking about a mech switch, which is kind of crazy. He could just go pretty heavy into tanks and try and rely on a bit of a biomech style. It's definitely possible, but not necessarily the most optimal thing to go for.
We'll see. He could also be just going a lot of mines and praying that he just doesn't die, you know?
But maybe. I think a mech switch is more likely, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. I'm a little bit worried for him either way. If it's mines or mech switch, I don't think it's going to be super optimal against Striker.
Yeah, Striker's kind of good at the game.
Turn.
All right. Ling's going to come over here and find the army.
Yeah, I mean, this is okay if he gets something done with it, but there's lurkers already in position. The full transition's underway. He's got Nidus Canal set up. Defiler's going to be followed shortly behind this. He can't really bust up here. Like, the most he can hope for is hunting down Overlords, and that's not going to be enough compensation.
Yeah, 4 Valkyries feels like a lot, especially since the last muta was made like 8 minutes ago or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's just scared of Striker's Mutalisks. They've gotten inside his head a little bit, and he's panicking and just wants to make sure he doesn't straight up die. But that's going to cost him in the long run, because now he's not going to be as optimized for this, late game phase that's starting to come underway. Has got this third base set up, so it's a little bit of a boon to his own economy. I'm curious though. I think you might be right about the vultures and just laying lots of mines. He might also try and go for a mech switch here. This looks like it's going to be a mech switch. Yeah.
It's just going to be a long game.
Right, and he will be able to start making vessels now on top of this. If he can navigate this well, he can make this a playable game and do a pretty good job. If Striker just sits back and macros and Ultra somehow gets a 4th base up and has enough tanks and stuff to keep control of the map and not let it get too chaotic, then he'll have a chance at winning. But if Striker can keep the game in a state of chaos, it's very difficult to get the mech transition fully underway.
Yeah. So we see the bio ball on the right side. I don't think he's really seen the vulture, like, that this is a full mech transition. He's gonna see mines now, I guess. But
yeah. But like you were saying, it could just be mines. It doesn't necessarily mean mech transition.
Yeah.
He doesn't know for sure. So he does need to kind of verify that. But he can assume, like, it is likely that this is going to be a mech transition based on what we've seen in this game. So Striker might be putting those puzzle pieces together and sniffing it.
Yeah, I mean, Terran's taking it top right. He saw a factory being built there.
Yeah, he should be able to figure this out. Yeah, he should be able to figure this out from this position. Yeah.
All right, so when do we see Queens?
Taking this... Well, he doesn't necessarily need Queens. Ultraling is more than enough as long as you keep the game scrappy. It's all about keeping the Terrans spread apart and not able to consolidate all their tanks into one location, and then you can still get value out of those Ultralisks and, yeah, just kind of use a Chaos as a ladder to begin climbing.
Chaos is a ladder. God, what a quote. Remember when that show was good? A lot of lings going everywhere. Yeah, basically. But a lot of lings going around trying to find mines. They keep running into the bio ball. The bio ball is somehow everywhere.
Right.
Even though
he's done a pretty good job of playing keep away. Like, it's a shame he couldn't hunt down more overlords with the Valkyries. He might actually be in a much better position than he is now. But he still found himself a pretty playable game state. If he can get this top right online, use what bio he's got to keep the Zerg contained, I don't think he's going to be too successful just because Striker is going to be getting a 5th gas online. I feel like if he's unable to stop Striker from growing, Striker should still have this in the bag, but we do have a playable game for the Terran. This is definitely not going to be an easy win for Striker. There's so many mines out on the map. He has to mine sweep with Zerglings, but he has got a force coming into this natural third. There's not a lot of mines over here, so these lurkers are going to be getting on top of this expansion, so these SVs do have to evacuate.
Yeah, they're going to run their little hides away. More Ultraling over here. Going to try and catch... It's actually going to catch the bio ball. We do have Carapace.
This is pretty rough for the Terran, and as you can see, he's starting to be spread a little bit too thin. It's like the Roman Empire. Like, you can't cover all of your fronts when you're that expansive, so the Terran's gonna have a hard time keeping this third base alive and this top right pocket. So he's in a little bit of disarray right now, trying to send his rally point units over here with some siege tanks to try and clean up those lurkers that are shutting down mining. Meanwhile, Ultra's coming into the top right as well. Has got a bunker up there, but with full Ultralisks, he might still have enough meat to chew through some of this bio and get on top of the SUVs at least.
He just runs past, lol.
Who cares about bunkers, man? We got big old cow.
Rip free overlord.
Ultra doing a good job of shutting us down, though. Yeah, Ultra, strangely enough, good at killing Ultras, at least. Good namesake there. And maybe he can hold on to his top right, but he needs to get more forces up here. He's only got one factory to pump from, and that bio has been thinned out a little bit. And Striker knows it. He's got more and more units that are going to start streaming up to that top right base.
So I think at this point, if Striker breaks the top right, that's the game. Because
pretty much.
The third base is done. And it really comes down to just taking this.
Well, it's not just the gas, it's the positioning, right? Like, he needs control over this. Otherwise, he's just locked out from dividing the map in half, and the Zerg will consolidate their position more and more, keep taking bases, and eventually overrun you with a Sauron-esque style. And with that Dark Swarm, it does look like the final nails of the coffin are starting to be hammered in.
Yeah, Swarm good unit, guys, believe it or not.
I've heard that, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's much hope on keeping this base alive. If he does try and send more and more reinforcements up from his rally point, he's then exposing this natural third again to some counterattacks from Striker, using some Zerglings on move command to try and clean out some of these mines. Also, Ultras one-shot these mines, so with some lucky A moves, you can do a good job of breaking through regardless. A lot of tanks have been made at this rally point, though, so as long as he target fires here, maybe he can stay alive.
I mean, we're not rallying in a lot here from Striker, so it is going to get cleaned up. But every little rally, when you're on, you know, half of the map and he's on, you know, half a base, right?
Yeah, it's 6 bases to like 1.5 of Ultra right now. It's suboptimal to say the least. The Zerg only needs to trade with like a 35 to 40% efficiency and will still be quite capable in closing out the game. If he can somehow get up to like 2 control groups of tanks and start obliterating everything on the Dark Swarm, he might have a win condition. He's actually trying to pull the trigger a little bit prematurely and attacking on this vertical vector down to the bottom left and see if he can get something done there. But that means he will be overrun by Striker. This is a bit of a premature move out from him.
Yeah, Striker catching the, like, wait, what? You're moving out? As you can see, like, his army was kind of just rallying around, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, you want the fight? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa,
and he's got drop tech as well, so he can start bombing Ultralisk on top of the siege tanks. There are a few Goliaths to screen against that. There might be a hope for Ultra to make this attack work, but he needs to constantly be reinforcing this army and sniping down Overlords with the Goliaths to protect any Ultra bombs from landing on these tanks.
He's clearing them all out. Oh,
yeah, Striker's trying to set up for a pincer maneuver right now. Units coming from the bottom left natural and the east right now. Ultra Ling with a couple of Mutalisk thrown in there. As long as the game doesn't get too crazy for Ultra, he can still make this work. There's not a lot of significant critical mass that's landing on top of him. With the Flying Defiler style, though, throwing down some Dark Swarms and Ultra Bombs, now you can see the pain that Terran has to deal with. They have to constantly reposition out from those orange clouds of death, and it's just too much for him to handle. It was a little bit of a premature move out from Ultra, a little bit gun-ho there from him, but he felt desperate in doing something, and unfortunately that's going to help Striker close out this.
Yeah, that was... The bombing was beautiful. The Dark Swarms were beautiful, and then Ultra just he was too clumped together, right? Which is kind of the nature of when you move a control group of anything. Yep. And so everything's clumped up, and he's trying to get his tanks out, and they just kind of get stuck on each other.
Yeah. I mean, 2 tanks usually do beat 1 Ultralisk in terms of raw efficiency with the 100 gas per tank to 200 for the Ultra, but in small numbers, the Ultras will still reign supreme, especially with Flying Defiler drop style, so you kind of can't do anything with Terran until you have a massive critical mass to work with, and you can just still obliterate units under Dark Swarm and not care, but wasn't quite able to meet that threshold. But it did look like he was able to play a much more solid game. So maybe he should be a bit more confident in his standard style against Striker and not get too phased by the Mutalisks early.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Edge might run during the fight. Oh, this is awkward. I've been snoozing them, and I ran out of snoozes, and due to the delay, it might just hit at the wrong time.
Oof.
We'll see. But, I mean, the nice thing is, yeah, okay, it hasn't run yet, and at this point, the Dark Swarms and Ultra droppings have happened. I'm sorry, chat. I love you all. Yeah, okay.
You're running things like a porn channel, man. You're like, paywall the money shot.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
It's good business, I guess. I'm watching that stream now to see if it happened.
It's gonna happen. The ads are about to just auto run, but oh, they run.
Wow.
They started as he said GG. That was beautiful.
That's really good.
Couldn't make that up if I tried. I genuinely was gonna hit the button on my stream deck to run the ads. So I'm like, I know he's about to GG, and then they ran as he GG'd. I was like, oh, sick.
Nice. Stars align for.
Yeah. So after this series, we'll have to run a real ad break, but We should be fine.
Yeah, we can do it.
All right. That's 2-0. Best of 5. Striker only has to win one more map.
Yeah. I mean, he's on match point already, and he is a very formidable Zerg, so I'm a little bit worried for Ultra, but honestly, he had a very playable game state in that last match, so maybe he can still take it the distance and get at least 1 or 2 wins under his belt along the journey.
The overlay is correct, Shimmer. It has been. I don't know what you're on about, but anyway. CSLPRO Spring. Yeah. Yeah, everything's right. Anyways, waiting on them to pick a map 3, and we'll be good to go.
Okay.
Let's do it. 5. All right.
Just waiting for Ultra to deliberate what map he wants to fight on.
All right. So now we'll give it a minute here.
Hey, is it Striker's pick? I thought. Oh, it's not loser pick. It's ABAB. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we do standard ABAB just because realistically, I don't really care what players do. But if no one's picking, I'm going to default to we're doing ABAB because that's the technical default.
Yeah, no worries. That works. Yeah. It does seem like Striker's like, okay, well, deja vu it is.
Perfect. All right, we'll go ahead and get this set up here.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough map for Terran, third base, kind of far away. Easy to keep the Terran isolated on those 2 bases and kind of forced to play a more Tosis-centric stuff.
Yeah. Man, players, I swear sometimes.
Like herding cat.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Man, it do be like that sometimes, but, you know, it is what it is.
Such is life, man. How we doing in the chat? You boys enjoying the game so far? How's the sound? How's the quality of the stream? Tell us if the overlay is fucked up in some way, we need to know. But it seems like everything's okay.
There we go. Alright, Ultra, I think went AFK for a second. I pinged him on Discord, so he might have just gone to the bathroom. Because I did say that we needed 2 minutes for the ads, so I get it. Like, if there was ever a time to, like, BRB, I get it.
He wants to deliberate with ChatGPT on what strategy he should use.
You know, that seems like the Terran mindset these days, so...
Well, don't trust ChatGPT, guys. It thinks that a Wraith can never kill a lava, but in 28 minutes it...
It can happen. Realistically, it's not going to, but it can. Theoretically. If a Marine can kill an egg, a Wraith can kill anything.
Yeah.
Although, imagine how long it would take a Wraith to kill an egg.
I think the egg is going to hatch in time, right? Like, there's no way it's going to...
But yeah, like the neutral eggs, though. Like, if you just hammer on one of those.
Oh, the neutral eggs. Okay, yeah. That's a long time.
Because it attacks, like, what, every 1.5 seconds or something? Like, 1.6 seconds?
I mean, that's... Yeah, I don't even know how long that would be.
It's 200 hits, 100 hits. I don't remember the exact health of an egg. I think it's 200.
It's 200. 210 up.
Yeah. So it's 200 hits. I mean... So that's 5 minutes. Oh, man.
I'm going to say probably 5 hours.
Yeah, you know what? That checks out. All right, what happens first? a carrier build from start to finish, or a Wraith kills an egg?
Carrier definitely builds. I mean, the Wraith kills that egg in 5 hours, so yeah.
Yeah, but carriers take about that long to build.
It seems so, but ask Terran players, they will disagree. Yeah, NCX, didn't you know that I'm actually one of those like guys that dress up in all gold? I'm like a human statue in my spare time. I'm doing a good job, right? Like a ventriloquist as well. I'm a multi-talented guy. Can't even see my lips.
Yeah, he's a he's a ventriloquist. He's talking, and I move my mouth.
Yeah. I'm just not putting my hand up your butt, though. Okay.
Thanks. Guys, it's in the AB. It's in the rules. Yes. B.
Yeah. Ultra having a little bit of confusion about how come my opponent that just smashed me is getting to pick the map as well. This doesn't seem fair. It's like, it's AB. Chill.
Yeah. All right, guys. Here we go. Game 3.
On Deja Vu. Let's get it. All right, spawning in the top left, currently 2-0 up in this series. Striker, that's the blue zone. And his opponent, cross map in the bottom right. 2-0 down, can he redeem himself? Ultra, that's the white Terran.
All right.
What do you think, Han? Is he going to make it happen this game?
Is he going to mech it happen?
Make it happen.
I think he actually has a decent shot. I didn't hate last game. I think, realistically, if he had waited instead of moving out, I mean, granted, the game was kind of falling apart in a lot of other ways. I don't think he had to just instantly lose like there, though. I think he has a lot more fight in him than what he's showing.
Yeah, I think if he didn't overmake Valkyries as well and had a more crisper transition by not investing so much resource. Valkyries are really expensive units on, so even if they have a really fast build timer. They build even quicker than Wraiths, but there's such a big mineral sink to go into those units. It's just so hard to get all your timings down for the transition to get fully underway if you're going to invest that heavily into them. And if you're not hunting down overlords to make the most of them, you're going to fall behind the curve.
Yeah, and mineral sinks aren't the worst thing, but when you're trying to produce Valks, Marines, and Vultures all at the same time.
And build factories. It's rough.
It's a lot of minerals.
Yeah.
I think he's just got that mindset of, like, get up to 4. Like, all right, if I have 4 Valks, I can do anything. Right. But he didn't look at the game factor of Striker still has 0 mutas,
I think it was more like he was just panicking that Striker was doing too much with his mutas and felt like he needed them just to get anything done at all out on the map. But I mean, he didn't really utilize those Valkyries to pressure any bases or kill any overlords, so they didn't really amount to anything in that current game state we had last game. So I honestly think that maybe he would have been much better off not even making that many to begin with.
Yeah, no, I think realistically 1 or 2 for the way that game played out would have been perfect.
Right.
But sometimes it's just, you come in with a plan and you just kind of, I want to do the plan. And, when in a matchup like this where you're the underdog, I don't entirely hate the idea of just, I have a plan, I'm going to do it and hope for the best. Because instead of getting thrown off because, oh, Striker did something weird and I'm going to throw everything I know out the window trying to react to it and losing, quite hard.
There's something to be said for the fact that sometimes those micro adjustments are really hard to evaluate and execute unless you're like a pro gamer. And I think for some of these foreigner players, it is better to play a bit more cookie cutter and not try and mess with your own build order and timings too much, because it might be too much for your brain to handle and operate.
Yeah. And I mean that's the stress of high level StarCraft, right?
Yeah.
It's just sometimes, like, can you actually, one, can you handle these transitions and such? 2, what are you going to do when they get thrown at you?
Yeah, it's true, man. It's a really, it's a beautiful game, but it's a brutal game, and it's infinitely complex and infinite directions. So, being able to navigate all of those range of possibilities while scouting and sizing up what your opponent's going for and how you can best navigate into that mid to late game stage, you're not always going to make the most optimal decisions. So sometimes a more cookie cutter approach is necessary just to not stress yourself out too much.
Yeah. And I mean, the neat thing is that varies from player to player, right? It's what works for you won't work for me.
That's true. Even what comes down to how you set up your hotkeys, what peripherals you use, all that kind of stuff. It's a matter of player preference at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we were talking about it. No, we weren't talking about this. I was gonna mention. I was talking about it with somebody else. Of like keyboard, like you can see people's like hotkeys and stuff in replays apparently, which is like some sort of sorcery that I don't fully understand, but I know is possible. And
it's been that way for a long time.
Yeah, it's still sorcery to me. It doesn't matter. You can't convince me electricity isn't sorcery either, even though I know how that works. I have electrical engineering in my family.
In Brood War chart was even better because you could actually like see the timestamps and when things were being hotkeyed and what hotkeys were being pressed. So you could look through the history of how those hotkeys were even being utilized by the players in the charts as well. That was really cool. We don't really use that kind of feature anymore. Yeah, but it looks like it'll be 2 racks again from Ultra. It does seem like he favors this. Just a naked marine move out though. Medic's kind of lagging behind.
But I was gonna say all that to say that like you can pull up a replay, not knowing who it is, drop it in, look at the hotkey, and go, oh, that's so and so because of how they do these things. And I just think that's kind of neat.
Yeah,
it's like your little fingerprint on the game.
I mean, Idra used to be able to figure out what Protoss he was playing against based on like where they were placing their gateways and how their sim city was constructed, and they could kind of isolate. Okay, this must be this player because only this player sets up their base like that.
And while that's true, Idra's just built different. I'm sure anyone could do that, but like Idra's built different.
Well, he did come close to being a pro gamer. I mean, he did live in a pro gamer house and survived a lot longer than some of these other guys did. I think Nani only did like 2 months or so, but Idra was in the pro gamer house for quite a while until he had enough of being tormented.
I mean, those houses, a little infamous these days, as much as fans might look back upon them fondly.
Oh, they're very brutal environments, and I mean, like, you're basically treated like a second-rate human if you're a B-teamer that's not quite, up to par in terms of how good you are as a player. So you're doing all the laundry for the other players, and yeah, unfortunately, it's not the most fun of times, as well as grueling practice hours.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, I like work from home, but I honestly am glad I don't anymore. Because when you spend all day in your house working, living, doing everything, you don't really go out at all. It just kills you inside. And that's kind of what they did at those team houses, right? You wake up, you practice, you do the work around the house, you get back to practice. And then you're also just getting bullied the whole time.
And certain houses were a lot more strict than others, where you couldn't even have anything on your screen besides the StarCraft lobby window. You couldn't just like go and browse the internet in between games or something. It had to be StarCraft all day, every day until the practice hours ended.
Yeah. Glad I didn't live in those.
It would have definitely made the game more of a job than a game, and that's the point, right? Some people can't handle that. It's just too stressful.
And I mean, obviously, it did give us some pretty strong gamers. Like when you do it like that, you end up with a certain amount of talent. But at the same time, now we have people who actually play it because they are enjoying playing the game, and I think it shows a lot more in the everything else that goes into a tournament, right?
Yeah. Well, talking about this game in particular, we see a 3 racks coming out from Ultra, so he hasn't really got a massive bio ball to push out onto the map with. Striker's going to do a pretty good job of just tracking this bio. As you can see, every time Ultra's going to move, he's going to dive in with his mutas and try and get behind those and force stims and turnarounds. Ultra's going to try and keep the gas pedal all the way down so we can come up into this top right before the transition's underway. It's not quite 8 minutes, so there might be a window to still punish Striker. Depends on the tech timings. He's relying purely on Mutalisks to defend this because he knows there's no way Lurkers will be finishing time. He's done a pretty good job of tracking this bio ball, so by the time it does get up to this ramp, he should have enough reduced count of these bio forces to overwhelm them with his Mutalisk.
Actually, I flew a little bit over the bio ball here, but it's so small at this point that it didn't even get a free muta.
You were like became a Mutalisk yourself and started gliding around and having a hard time controlling your inertia. Need to use hold position.
Yeah. Nice cleanup here. Oh, so many free medics.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Medics are deceptively expensive. Right?
Oh yeah, I mean it's like any kind of sink into gas right now is not ideal for Terra, and he's having a hard time holding the line as well. No medics with this naked Marine ball. Ultra kind of falling apart a little bit, and Striker might be looking for a quick 3-0 here before the mid to late game phase can even become underway.
Yeah, I think Striker's trying to end it a little too early though. Like this is very much what happened in game 1, where he just kind of threw all his mutas away trying to get a little bit more done. Like that fight against the Marine ball there, he lost all of his mutas against Marines that had no medics. It's like a little bit of micro, you probably don't lose as much.
Yeah, it's a shame that Ultra's being a little bit flamboyant with his move outs with these Marines and not really caring about being more composed. He's just being a bit too bigger than life. And yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea. I think if he was a little bit more composed and maintaining just holding the line until the next transition, I think he would have had a much stronger count of bio to push out onto the map. And it looks like the tech timings of Striker weren't that advanced, so he would have had maybe a chance at breaking up into this top right. But as it stands, I mean, there's not going to be enough bio now to get up here and do something.
No. And now the question is, like, what's he going to do now? Is he just going to stand here, outside his base and hope for the best? Which just works sometimes because you're Terran and you can do anything. But, like, all right, he scans here. He knows that there's at least 2 lurkers with 2 eggs coming.
Yeah.
He can't do anything until it radiates out.
Pretty much. And there's a decent amount of Mutalisks that have been made during this as well. So he might be forced to throw down some irradiates onto the Muta clumps on top of that and not have much remaining to break through these lurker formation.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not that there's a lot of lurkers in each spot. It's just they're very well placed.
Right.
I mean, there's 4 here, which is a lot.
You can only kill one at a time, right? Which is the problem. So you're like irradiating only one lurker, waiting for it to die, and then irradiating the next lurker, and it just buys so much time for the Zerg to get set up and defend that spot later.
Yeah. And the thing is, Terran has no idea how many lurkers are here, especially with an Overlord over it. Oh, this is just dirty. I love doing that, though.
Yeah, it's even more irradiation you need to clear that.
He's going to come, he's like, all right, I know you've got something here. He has to radiate the Overlord or push it away somehow. And then he can shot.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 2 lurkers, I think, in the natural. Am I right about that? Can you check the lurker count in the natural?
Yep, 2 more just are burrowing now.
Oh, okay. That's really well timed from Striker. Yeah, you can't really bust this anymore. If there was like 2 or 3 lurkers, you can sometimes get around a fire bats out and push into that and help burst those down really quickly.
He's gonna try
and do that now, but I mean, 4 lurkers might be okay. He's actually going to spread his lurkers a little bit. That might not necessarily go too well here for Striker if he was target firing better, but he's actually not getting good splash damage on those lurkers like he could. So Striker will hold, especially with a potential transition from that Nidus Canal. Unfortunately, Ultra had a nice idea there. But
we have 4 more fire bats. If those had gone in, like if we had sent in all the fire bats, that's such a... Because, I mean, you look at the lurkers, right? Like, they're hurt. 30, 40 health here. At these guys. This guy got 60. Like, 4 more stimmed fire bats. This is gone. And then you just wait, send in your Marines once the orange cloud evaporates.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra's going to have to fight just to stop the 4th gas from going up. We got some Lotto drop ships. Maybe they can sneak into this top right pocket. There's a lot of Scourge waiting, but if he's not paying attention, all the Scourge do react in time. Don't quite kill the other one, but I don't know, man. There's only 1 dropship worth. Maybe he can make something happen. He's gonna need to do some boxer tier micro though to keep avoiding the lurkers as they reposition. He can still make this work and maybe ferry up more and more units with that single dropship, but it's gonna be really tough to keep shuffling these Marines back over and over again away from these lurkers, but he can make it happen.
Yeah, he does get one of them. Oh, we're gonna drop the scan. Nope. Gotta run. Darkstorm, good unit.
He should try and rotate and see if he can pick off the Nidus Canal, but he's not quick enough in doing that, so looks like more and more units will be able to make their way. Plague comes down as well, so the Lings can funnel out and clear this up. Well, that's a lot of Defilers and no Ling support. If he targets down this Lurker and then Lings, he'd be okay, but there's not enough meat in this. He's going to try and do a possibly stack Lurkers and then Natural instead. Does manage to break through. There is a timing window for it to make this work. Darkstorm on the ramp will be able to hold this if he has some units, but no actual units under there yet. Besides drones, finally gets a Lurker up in this. We'll be able to kill this hatchery and stop this 4th gas going online. So there's still a tiny bit of hope for old.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet. As much as it sometimes feels it.
Right. He's going to try and sneak down here with some plagues. It's a nice plague on some of that bio and those 2 vessels. A bit of chili sauce to make these Terrans an even tastier snack.
There's one battle drone holding the line, making sure nothing can get up. Beautiful.
That was a hero drone, by the way. There was no way he could get up that ramp with that drone there under the dark. So it was a nice play from Striker.
Yeah.
Oh, a 3rd starport. We might be having battle cruisers coming out of Ultra to try and put some pressure onto these gas expansions. That could work out for him. Needs to be able to micro his units back out of this dark swarm, though. Ultra's getting a bit too much value and chomping through all of these Marines and medics.
That was a great fight for that Ultra. That Ultra is going to be a hero someday. You're going to tell stories about him.
Oh, definitely. Or they just won't care because they're hive mind conscious.
True. They all know, you know. Don't worry. We already know what he did.
They're all heroes at the end of the day.
Fair. All right. Even with all this coming in, he's so confident he can hold. He just drops the hatchery in front of the bio ball. And, well, was he wrong?
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful plague on those vessels. Does manage to snipe down those with some Mutalisks. Only 2 left remaining. And without any medic support here or additional forces, it's going to be rough for him. Chaining plagues. And those subterranean spines just rip through those plague marines. Beautifully done from Striker. Ultra needs to expand. He's taking this natural 3rd. If he gets some battle cruisers out or something, could be a way of coming back in this game. He needs to apply as much pressure as possible to Striker. There's actually a borrow upgrade for Striker here. He's got like 2 Lings borrowed or something next to these Ultras. I think he borrowed those by mistake.
I do that all the time. I absolutely all the time will accidentally, because I do grid, right? So like, I'll just be moving around and just accidentally hit burrow. Like, no, stop, unburrow. I need you.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes, man. Okay, well, I mean, it's a pretty good effort from Ultra to try and make something work here. It's not like he's out of the game. He needs this 3rd gas up online, needs to start building some battle cruisers or something to apply pressure to these gas expansions. Chain irradiates on the Defilers and Ultras. Maybe he can somehow get a 4th gas online, but that's a big ask on Deja Vu to get a 4th gas as Terran. So he probably feels a lot of pressure to make something happen, attacking vertically into this top right pocket. He's got 2 drop ships to do just that. Zerglings, though, intercepting. We'll be able to scout that and see the exact timing. He might be able to respond if he's got
yes, Plague-oo. I actually kind of like playing the drop ships.
Yeah, he's got 2 Bezel Scourge here, but didn't react to them in time. So a couple of Marines pop out, but honestly, that's a really good cleanup from Striker. Just no critical damage has been able to be done to him in this game. There's been some nice ideas from Ultra, but really great execution from our Zerg in denying that from becoming a reality.
Consume the irradiated one. Yeah, I love consuming the irradiated all the Defilers.
Yeah, that's what you do. I mean, if you're in an emergency, you can also just like make an egg, like start making a Zergling and then consume the egg as well. That's also a possibility.
Yeah, that makes sense. Never thought about that.
I mean, there might be a way of Ultra breaking through up here. I mean, if he makes a mistake and doesn't make a Defiler or something, and it's just pure Ultra Ling up here in the top right, maybe he can break through eventually. He has got some battle cruisers on the way, I assume, to start putting some pressure as well. He has got 3 starports, so he should be making at least 1 of them. Yeah, eventually he can start attacking this position with battle cruisers and trying to challenge the gas income of Striker. Only 3 gases, though, is going to be a little bit rough for him. I don't think he's mining 3 on gas as a natural 3rd either. Some pretty good connections. Oh, that Spore! Getting so much connections on the plagued vessels as well. That Spore's an absolute hero right now. But he's not mining 3 on gas at his natural 3rd. Yeah, there's only one SCV on this natural third gas, which is going to be a problem for Ultra.
Well, it won't be a problem when he loses. What
That
a
play was so
play!
huge.
I
That's
feel bad.
such a huge
Ultra's a
play.
great dude, but like
Oh
as
man.
we were talking about, Striker is just kind of one of the best, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
this is like watching Sulky versus Rush or something. It's just a different caliber of player to deal with. It's still a winnable game for Terran, but it's going to be so challenging for them to overcome someone that's executing this well and getting on top of their production line so easily and challenging your natural third expansion. If you haven't got a fourth gas as Terran, you can't really keep up with the production of the Zerg. They've even got a fifth base to contend with now, going up the natural third in the top left on top of all this. So that's going to be 1,500 gas a minute temporarily until those are depleted. Cattle bruisers are out to try and deal with these cows raging out onto the map, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's taken him such a long time to put any kind of denial on the gas income of Striker. I think that Striker's still going to run away with this.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue here is like, well, now we have no third, and Terran on 2 bases that are mined out is just, he's just gonna tap out. GG.
GG. Striker
I have a feeling that he
with
just
a very
allied chatted
convincing
that.
3-0 victory.
Yeah, and you know, it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, that does mean Ultra is out. All right.
Yeah. There looked like there was a few moments during that game where he was going to be able to find a victory condition, but Striker's just too good, man.
Yeah, Striker is kind of good at the game. All right, so
yeah, I like Striker a lot.
Oh yeah, I talked with him at the LAN. He was he's just super chill dude, super cool.
Yeah, he seems chill. Yeah, he seems very chill, and a very talented guy as well.
All right. Oh man, I wish I was that good at the game. You know, I like to complain about, you know, ZVT, right? Because it sucks. And then you watch Striker play, and it's like, well, what? How am I so bad at what am I doing here?
Well, I mean, I can't completely empathize with you. I suck at Zerg versus Protoss, but my Zerg versus Terran is actually pretty good, so I can't empathize too much with that.
I 4-pulled too many Terrans just because I hate the matchup. Just like, I don't want to
do some one-hatch lurker instead.
4-pull works way too much. That's all I'm gonna say.
You'd be surprised though if Terrans pull all of their SCVs, they can even hold a wall in versus 4-pull.
Oh yeah,
if they execute.
Oh yeah, they can. Great. But at 1600, they just don't.
Right,
I have an account that's like 300 MMR too high because my last 2 placements was a 1700 lever and a 1680 Terran. I 4-pulled in one. I was like, thank you for my 16 something. I'm gonna never touch this account again.
You're one of those guys.
Well, I mean, my normal account's only 14, so I'm gonna enshrine my best account. You know how it is, you know?
Yeah. So who we got next then?
All right, next up is going to be Zeddy versus, I do believe, Zero.
Nice. Okay.
And apparently the Zero versus Worst was a 2-1 banger, so... Well, yes, I do want to see that later.
I mean, I did say that Zero versus Worst matchup might be pretty exciting yesterday.
Oh, yes. I am sad that we didn't get to watch it in person, but we'll definitely going to circle back to that sometime this week for sure.
So I would really love to see Zero do well in this tournament, and I'd be super stoked to cast more ZVZs, so I'm kind of rooting for him. I'm just going to be honest with you. I have a little bit of bias for Zero over Zeddy. I'm just going to say.
I think that's fair. I agree. I would love to see another ZVZ between Striker and Zero. Best of 5 going all the way.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
I mean, it looked pretty close, right? It looked like Zero could maybe take.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
getting our players ready. Zeddy, go. All right, so we'll pull up the bracket here since we got a moment. Zeddy versus Zero is our next match.
No.
And after that, we'll do Striker versus the winner. DeWalt versus Bonus. Loser of that versus winner of this. And then the finals.
Yeah, I mean, DeWalt and Bonif have like just been a staple top 2 for a lot of tournaments. They're just so good and understand the game on a different level. But they're kind of interesting counterparts though, because DeWalt's like the hard worker with not much talent, but Bonnie is like the typical Chad Protoss that is too busy with his girlfriend driving his Bugatti to even show up to practice, but still somehow wins all.
He's living the Protoss dream, is what I'm hearing. Must be nice.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's kind of crazy.
Well, I know PvP,
like
these guys are neck and neck, but I'm curious who's got a better PvZ, because whoever loses here most likely has to fight a Zerg here.
I think Bonif's PvZ is slightly better than DeWalt. Like, I think Zero could take DeWalt in a series, but I don't think Zero would take Bonif in a series.
Well, I mean, there's a serious possibility that Bonif knocks DeWalt down, and then we get a Striker or Zero versus DeWalt, and then we have a PvZ finals. That would be nuts.
Yeah. I'd be happy with that, man, honestly. I love PvZ.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not playing it.
I agree. I think it's going to be an absolute banger no matter what. It's just, I'm kind of curious because DeWalt obviously is generally considered just the best of the best, right, in the foreign scene.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing that would be great.
No, I'd be stoked for that. I'm definitely think these guys are going to be top 2 contenders, but with Striker and Zero in there's chance for upsets and all kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah, this bracket is far from solidified still, even though we're at this point in the top 1, 2, 3, top 5 players.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm excited. Getting our players together to do vetoes now, so. Got another minute here before we go.
All right. Well, how you doing on? What you been up to lately in the grand scheme of things?
Dude, these dogs have been all of my life recently. My roommate went on vacation with his family, and normally we split dog duties. He does like the early morning stuff because I hate it, and I do the evening stuff. Like he'll wake up with them at like 5, 6 o'clock when they get up because he likes the mornings. Yeah. And then take them out, feed them breakfast. And then I get home early from work, so I take them out after work, feed them dinner and such. And this week I've had to do it all. And I'm just like, So this morning, you know.
With the dogs now, they love you, right?
Oh, well, no, they like him more still. That's for sure.
Oh, still? Damn, man. You need to step it up a little bit.
Dude, the first, 2 days that he was gone, Jinx, the black one behind me, just wouldn't do anything.
Aw. Separation
because
anxiety?
She was like, my dad. Because Jinx is more his dog and Tali's more mine. So Tali was like, this is sad, but, I can keep on. Jinx is like, where is he?
I mean, you must be a pretty chill dude because those dogs seem pretty chill. Just lounging around on the bed behind you.
Oh, they... This is their 20 hours of napping that they need to keep up with the 4 hours of running around like crackheads in the backyard.
I mean, if you walk them twice a day as well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I try and get them out as much as I can. Especially, we have a decent-sized backyard. So, I'll just, I'll go out there with them for half an hour and just let them run for 30 straight minutes. And they're just happy as can be. And then I can tell when they're ready to go inside because the way our house is laid out, right? You have the yard. Our garage is in the backyard, so there's a bit of driveway that leads from the side of the house back. And they'll just walk over and just lay down on that and sunbathe. And I'm like, oh, you cuties are ready to go inside and get back in the AC, aren't you?
Yeah. During the summertime, it's good to walk them early as well to keep them away from the heat a little bit.
Yeah, because the pads on their feet, they can burn easily. Well, not easily, but they can burn.
Oh, especially
it's also
in
the only
America,
spot dogs can sweat.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Arizona once, and I couldn't even believe how hot it was. I was like, you could fry an egg on the pavement. You can't even walk barefoot on that, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it gets a little warm here. It was funny. So, for EWC was happening, and sorry, I'm also just hosting real quick. EWC was happening, and one of the casters had posted hey, yep, on Riyadh, like, it's like 42 degrees Celsius or something, right? And I'm like, that's cool. And I look outside, it's 46 degrees Celsius. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Literally warmer than the Middle East.
I really don't like the heat, man. I don't do well with it at all.
I've learned that a dry heat where it's low humidity is not as bad.
That's okay.
Up to an
That's
extent.
okay, yeah.
So, like, my dad is very much one of those, like, my dad's like, oh, it's fine as long as it's dry. And I'm like, no. Once it hits like 115 Fahrenheit, that's still too hot. I don't really care how dry it is. Like, we were in Vegas because he wanted to do a Father's Day there, and they paid for my flight, so I wasn't going to say no. And so I show up, and I'm like, God, it's like 120 degrees. I don't care that there's zero humidity right now. I'm still baking. This is awful.
Yeah, man, I would not be too happy about it. Once it gets to a certain threshold, dry or not, it's still going to be painful.
Yeah. But for you guys, that painful is like average room temperature in the U.S., so, you know, there's that.
Yeah, like 25, 30 with some, like, 50% plus humidity, and we're dead over here.
All right. Oh, wait. Zeddy plays Zerg? For some reason, I had in my head Zeddy was a Protoss.
Turns out not. No, Zeddy was the Zerg. He went crazy Zerg, right?
That's right. I don't know why. When I was setting this up, I'd set it up as a ZVP. But no, we get ZVZ into ZVZ no matter what. Which just makes me happy.
You faked me out even. Yeah.
It's players, man. They're messing with my head.
We got here, spawning in the top right. It's the red Zerg. 0.
You know him, you love him.
And his opponent in the bottom left from the team Disturbed Mind. It's Zeddy. It's the blue Zerg. And the map.
Strikingly
Eclipse.
not playing Protoss.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, you need to get these players' races all squared away so you know who's coming up.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I know pretty much everybody in this tournament, right? On like some level of I've talked to them for a while. Because, you know, that's just the nature of running events. And for some reason, it's just every once in a while, I'll just get races backwards. And I'm like, maybe I'm just stupid.
Or you're having some brain farts or something, the neurons aren't firing quite as they should.
I need to get the Wikipedia article on my side screen. Actually, the real answer is I need a 4th screen. And then I'll be set. Just one more screen. Just one more screen.
Okay, so we got a 9 pull from Zeddy. Now, will Zero do something middle of the road of a 12 pull or over pull, or will he take a gamble and go for that 12 out? Yeah.
I would like to see a 12 pull here from Zero. I think that's a very solid build just in ZVZ in general. And yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Kind of guy. Yeah, he's definitely a 12 pull kind of guy.
I've begun to like it a lot because it's like the right amount of greedy that can hold most things that get thrown at it.
Yes, it is. Like, I completely agree with you. It's one of the most perfect middle of the road ways of playing Zerg versus Zerg. It's just a little bit more technical. It's kind of like going gateway first in Protoss versus Zerg. You need a little bit more knowledge and understanding to make it work.
Yes. Or you could be an ape like me and make it work because you just ape all over the place.
Just the square peg fit through the circle hole no matter what.
This piece goes in the square hole. You seen that meme?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what
like
comes to mind.
Exactly. Freaks out when it. She's like, oh my god.
No, please don't. Junk. No.
Don't do it. No.
So, if you ever talk to Flash FTW about my replays, that's basically how he would sum it up. Also, by the way, we're avoiding the Overlord here, which is beautiful.
Yeah, with a 9 pull speed as well. He went speed first and left 2 to mine on gas to catch up with a belated lair. And now might be able to surprise Zero if he undermade Lings. I think he's only got 4 on the ramp thus far. Can put some pressure onto this hatchery in the natural. He made a drone. He got tricked.
Another drone!
Oh no. He has to
Zero,
pull drones to deal
please.
with this, or just cancel. He might just have to
I think
cancel, you know. I don't think he can hold
I
it.
think he's gonna cancel it and just let it take some hits. And honestly, I like
Yeah,
that.
I
Just
know.
let it buy some time because, I mean, if it
Right.
buys enough time for another set of links to pop, it's worth canceling.
But he has no lair. He has no lair. He only just started his lair right this second. So Zeddy's ahead in every metric on drone count, on ling count, and on tech. Now, oh, gets a run by. Oh, I think Zero's in trouble.
Now he's
got
ahead
a
in
sunken
links,
mate in the
too.
main base. He's ahead in every metric, man. This is crazy. And the Spire is going to be later for Zero than it is for Zeddy on top of that. Kind of crazy when you think of.
Yeah, I mean, this is, man, it's a weird game for Zero, right? When you open 12 pool, you don't expect to be this far behind as you are. Well,
he was relying on his Overlord scouting just way too much, right?
Yeah. Although, if we look at drones here, there's only now 6 drones on minerals. It feels a lot lower than what Zero's got.
Oh, it is, yeah. I misspoke earlier.
Yeah.
I should have said that. There's more drone. It's not every metric. I was exaggerating a little bit. There's like 2 drones advantage here for.
Because you said that, I'm like, oh yeah, no, like Zeddy's absolutely killing it. I'm like, wait, no, I think do I not know how to count? Like, I confused myself more than anything.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, as you can see, the Spire timing a little bit slower here for Zero, and that's enough that these Mutalisks will be able to maybe kill some of these Overlords, or at the very least force the Scourge response out of Zero to try and stabilize the game state. And with good micro, that does mean that Zeddy has a very early win condition to work with.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to go Scourge first in this point, but you have to pray that he kills your Overlord, because if he just sends it across, he's gonna kill like 3 drones before your Scourge pop. You know?
I mean, it is force cross on the clip, so maybe he can still go Mutalisks. It's going to be really tight though. Like the Mutas will be popping as the Mutas are in his base. Oh, I don't know, man. Zeddy getting the better end of this. Oh, actually Zero. That was actually really good engagement by Zero. You know,
that was
he probably shouldn't have won that fight, but he did.
Yeah. And the thing is, right now, right, is that it ends up with, oh, we're gonna drop the Evo here. We're gonna be safe. I don't know. We don't have enough drones for Evo for Spores.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, he's gonna try and make it work. We got a safety sunken here from Zeddy, not wanting to remake any Zerglings. We'll buy him. Oh, he gets a drone. Just one more drone kill. Just one more drone kill.
He gets the second one.
He gets it.
He gets it.
That's a big deal.
Oh,
that's a big deal. Zero can now win.
We're so back.
That's a big deal, on. He just needs to get this Spore Colony online, keep threatening Zergling counterattacks, and suddenly Zero is right back in the driver's.
Zero is winning ZVZ, and the only way I know how to win ZVZ, which is I don't have mutas and you do. YOLO 6 lings in, just right-click drones until you have 0 drones left.
Yeah, this is kind of nuts, man. I mean, he's going to keep these Mutalisks pinned back. He will probably lose the majority of these Zerglings, but he's buying valuable time to stabilize his own economy and get a few drones out, make the Spore a bit later than he wants to. Yeah, he knows that the Mutas are slow, so he's trying to optimize and squeeze out a few Scourge and drones first, and then we'll make the Spore as late as possible. He should start that just about now.
Yeah. Especially since now that he's lost control, it's time to Spore it up. He's got 2 Scourge here, which, I mean, if you get proper hits, right? 1 Scourge hit and a couple of Spore hits, like, these mutas are going to get decimated.
I mean,
just right-click a drone.
Right-click a drone. Ooh.
Oh.
I mean, he's any mining. It's a little bit of mining time damage, though, but look how much gas Zero's got banked up. He just needs to stabilize, get an Overlord finished up, and he can suddenly start pumping out so much Scourge and mutas.
Well, I mean, look at the economic advantage now. Zero's up 3 drones, even dropping these Spores.
He's got 2 hatcheries. 2 hatcheries are on. So can you even imagine how much more mutas he's going to be able to make?
Oh, we're about to find out. He's going to lose an Overlord here, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal as well. Zeddy going to be staying in this game by sniping that Overlord, keeping Zero supply blocked and reliant on pure Scourge and Spore right now for defense. And also trying to hiccup the mining pattern by keeping the lower patches not really mining so optimal by swooping in every now and then and trying to take a shot at one of those.
He's up to 11. Oh, no. Okay. He's up to 10 drones. He had to pull 1 back because he only had 2 on gas. But that's still so many to have, you know, in a ZVZ.
Right. He's going to try and sweep in here and take one of these. Oh, he gets cornered by these Scourge.
Oh.
Not quite finding the connections on those with the Scourge, though. A little bit shaky from Zero trying to make this work, but it's going to lose one of these. Oh, I mean, those weren't the worst connections, but they weren't the best either. I still like Zero's position, but if he loses one or two more drones to these Muta fly-ins, then he's going to be not feeling so great about this position anymore. He's got so much gas, but he's struggling to spend.
He has no mineral income right now. Honestly, I would like to see him pull one off of gas back onto minerals for a minute. Because
I disagree.
He has too much gas banked up that he can't spend. Look at it. 56 minerals.
He needs to maintain gas lead. He doesn't know how much gas Zeddy's got, how many mutas he's got. He can't afford to make those kinds of like adjustments and calculations on the fly. He needs to just bank up as much gas as possible and eventually spend.
Yeah, I guess. I figure my argument said he could spend it quicker if he has more minerals, but I see what you mean. I definitely agree with what you're saying. I mean, the real thing is that the times he's gotten Lings in, he should know that even if there's no second hatchery, and if there is, it's so late, right? So he's known he's had the larva advantage for so long.
Oh, he's going to try and come in and get a tactical snipe on this Spore and open up the mineral line. There's a few mutas here for Zero, but a lot more for Zeddy. If he does kill the Spore, that's huge. He doesn't quite finish that off, though. Zero doing a good job of keeping the mutas at bay and screening them. That Spore is still getting value despite being one shot from Dark.
And there it goes. It's finally down.
It's opened up the position. He can snipe one or two of these drones. That's a pretty big win there for Zeddy.
Yeah. I mean, Zeddy's still driving this as much as he can, but we're...
You see the gas on? He's still managing to spend it despite all of this. You see that? He needs to keep mining non-stop.
Oh. Unfortunately, Zeddy has some other opinions about mining non-stop.
Oh, he's getting on top of the mutas with the Scourge popping out.
Oh, that's beautiful.
He can still beat this out. Suddenly a bit of a tempo swing going Zero's way. If he can somehow chase down one of these mutas, that'd be huge. 3 more mutas coming in clutch, though, to reinforce this up to a 5. So does manage to even things out back in the air. But with that banked up gas, slowly but surely, even after losing all of those drones, Zero will be able to start to come out ahead in the curve as long as he keeps spending this gas over and over again.
Yeah, and he's gonna squeeze out a couple drones here too, trying to replenish his mineral line.
Well, he loses one. That's huge. Oh no. Okay, he needs to be careful here. He's still even on drone count, but I mean, Zeddy does have positional advantage with the Spore being dead. Has a couple of pairs of Scourge coming to try and even the trades. Does manage to strike one of Zeddy's mutas, so is winning on the mutalist count. But I don't know, man. I think Zero's position is still tight, but there's a small timing window for Zeddy to come in with these reinforcing 2 mutas to snipe 1 or 2 more drones, and then it can't make non-stop mutas anymore for Zero. You need 5 drones mining minerals to make a mutalisk non-stop of 1 hatchery and to keep spending that gas, and Zeddy will be looking for another drone snipe if he can.
Yeah, it's definitely Zero's holding on by a limb right now, because he can only be defensive, right? There's no opportunity for him to go across, and it shows in the fact Zeddy had Scourge at home and he's just brought him to the front line, because at no point can Zero leave his base without just risking losing it all.
Oh no, he's going to lose 2 drones here. And he has the Mutalisk advantage as well. He's been more confident, and he just kind of was moving his Mutalisk too far away to defend his line. He should be punishing Zeddy by attacking his mutas as he's trying to take pot shots at his drones to compensate. Wasn't able to do so. Is trying to even out the trades now. Has some more Scourge popping. Does get a good connection on those. 6 mutas left remaining. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I think that Zero's just barely not got enough to do this.
Zeddy's got
Zeddy
enough.
Is going to be closing out this game slowly but sure.
Oh, man. This is ZVZ for you. Knife's edge the whole match. At any point, Zero could take this, but at this point, it's starting to slip away.
Yeah, I mean, he spent all that gas that he's had banked this entire time. He's no longer got an advantage. And with that Spore placed the way it is, I don't think he's mining gas as optimally as Zeddy is. I think Zeddy's on a tiny bit more of a gas advantage. That's why Zero's now mining with 4 on gas to try and slip out a little bit more. But you can see the drone slightly bumping away from that Spore on the return, slowing down that gas income ever so slightly. And when all's said and done, it looks like just barely Zeddy getting the better of the stick. There are 2 low HP mutas, so actually there's a 3-on-2 advantage for Zero. If he target
we're gonna get a cleanup here.
He can. Yeah, I think with good target firing, Zero manages to make it work. Zeddy just wasn't target firing Zero's low HP mutas, whereas Zero was. If you spam left click and find those low HP mutas, you can win a weird trade.
Yeah, that's pure target firing right there, and just understanding like, oh, I can target these down, even though I have less, I should be able to catch up real quick.
Right. Yeah, Zeddy had 2 really low mutas there, and Zero was able to find them and get those eliminated. Has a pair of Scourge to support these, and now with only 3 mutas to this pair of Scourge and 3 mutas, there was a chance that Zero could come in there, but he knows these are low HP mutas, so maybe not the most wisest of decisions. Instead, just start to regen some HP on those. But with only 3 drones mining for Zero, he's going to be extremely reliant on Scourge to get the job done. I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, he's definitely building a couple of drones here, trying to get back to that mythical number 5, right? That we were talking about.
Yeah, 5 is necessary for non-stop muta production of 1 hatchery.
Yeah, so he's gonna try and get back and lick his wounds, but unfortunately here, Zeddy didn't have to do that. He just keeps making mutas.
And Zeddy went up to 7 drones, so Zeddy will eventually be able to afford an expansion and get a win condition that way and not have to keep attacking.
He's gonna try and take it a little early. I was like, yeah, you don't have the money for that yet, brother.
Yeah, both players thinking the same thing and then thinking better of it. Hang on a minute, I can't quite go just yet.
Yeah, this is one of those tense moments where neither player can win by attacking, so they both just kind of sit back and it's like, I don't know what to do, because DBZ is such a tempo focused matchup that when you hit really this point of like I can't win, neither of us can win with attacking. It's like, do I macro?
Yeah.
Do I make more mutas?
Well, Zeddy should expand right now. I think he will eventually come out ahead if he micro as well. That's the problem though. It's all about micro at the end of the day. Like say your Scourge gets sniped down and yours don't get cloned and only target 1 muta, and suddenly the other guy's winning out on the trade despite being down a muta or 2.
Yeah. And I mean, another thing to consider is glaive bounces, right? Like if you take a fight in someone else's base, your glaives are bouncing on their buildings, on their workers, on their overlord, whatever. And I feel like that's one of the most underrated DBZ things.
Yeah, it's worth it to even have some of your Zerglings just hiding underneath your mutas to tank some bounces if it does come down to it and you can't get in there with the Lings to do some damage in his main base because of a sunken. Can be really useful to tank some of those bounces with a ground unit or something.
Yeah, it snowballs so quickly, you know? Oh, Zero's got +1 armor. And
that's a big deal that he was able to squeeze that out. Yeah, that's honestly, a really big deal that Zero's. Yeah, I mean, it +1 attack doesn't give you like +3 extra damage because of the bounces, but +1 armor negates about 2.2 or so damage, including the bounce, incorporating the bounces. So, yeah, the armor is definitely more valuable than the weapons. Yeah, it's a big deal. So this will help him out on the muta versus muta for sure. It's 10 versus 10 muta.
There is a Scourge in here, though. All right, Zero should see it now. All right, Scourge coming in to support.
Another muta arriving with some Scourge. A slightly more Scourge for Zeddy, but with good patrol micro, Zero can still make this work. That +1 armor is going to help him out a lot. Some pretty good connections, and Zeddy not yet utilizing his Scourge. They're struggling to be leveraged here, and Zero 10-7 advantage in the air. Some pretty good connections from Zeddy utilizing the Scourge to screen the mutas at bay. But so far, Zero getting the better of him. The only problem is that this hatchery is going to be coming online for Zeddy slowly but surely, and we'll be able to win out on the gas advantage the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, Zero has to try and get as much damage done against these mutas right now, so he can try and deny the space from ever mining. But he's got to do it quick.
Yeah. There's a chance that he botches the control of these Scourge and Zeddy suddenly loses the muta versus muta fight. There is 1 or 2 low HP mutas for Zero, so with defender's advantage, Zeddy should be okay as long as he micro as well. It's going to start taking some pot shots at some of these overlords, waiting for these 3 mutas to make their way across the map before he fully engages. But Zeddy closes the distance and forces Zero to turn and fight. This might be the turning point of the game, but Zero does manage to disengage. He now has 9 mutas to Zeddy's 5. This is the time for Zero to strike. This is the most cost-efficient way of engaging. He has to pull the trigger and commit to this and start shooting down some of these Scourge right now. Does do a good hold position micro and a good patrol micro on the exit. So far, so good for Zero. and killing these drones that start to set up to mine the gas expansion. Zero might be turning this game around right now.
He might have it here. I think he's too scared, honestly. I think he needs to. I think he could just send it here. But he's waiting. He's got links. He's got Scourge coming. Yeah.
Oh, this is kind of crazy. Does do some good snipes on those meters. Zeddy not with the micro to be able to deal with that. And suddenly Zero coming out ahead in every metric in the air right now, trying to get some good moving shots on the flock of Zeddy. He's done it, I think. Zeddy's in trouble. Zero is going to turn this game around and get the final blow necessary to get a 1-0 lead. Well played by Zero, man. That was crazy.
That was beautiful. That was chef's kiss, beautiful ZVZ, and it really shows that the matchup's not over until it's over.
Yeah, you can see just how crazy this matchup is. One of the reasons why Jadon was so dominant versus Zerg was once he did have a tiny lead, he would never lose the game from that point onwards. And these guys just struggle to actually make their leads work. It just is what it is. Sometimes it comes down to micro. You miss target, or they get a volley off on your Scourge, and suddenly you don't have quite enough to screen the mutas anymore, and they get on top of you and chase micro you down all the way to your base or something. Anything can happen at a more amateur level in ZVZ.
Oh yeah, and it's ZVZ is God. ZVZ is a matchup where plus or minus 500 MMR just doesn't matter. It's that volatile.
It's pretty crazy, honestly. There's nothing that really comes close to it. We have Zerg versus Terran, which is a pretty tempo-orientated glass cannon way of playing the game, but nothing even scratches the surface of ZVZ in terms of volatility.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those, because any other matchup, there's always points to tech up, right? It's like, all right, I've survived this long. It's time to tech up, go into my hive or whatever. ZVZ is just, you're gonna sit on mutas for the game, and you're gonna like it. Because the moment you try and switch out of it, unless you've already won the game, there's no real way out of it. Or you hit that really weird stalemate we were talking about.
Yeah, it's just such a brutal matchup, man. But that's why it's so fun. It's a shame that the audience, in terms of viewers, don't like it more, because it is really exciting when you start to understand what's actually happening and how much of a nail biter it is and how much every drone is just like gold dust.
Yeah, because I don't think anyone appreciates how knife edge it is, because no one plays Zerg. So you don't, in a PvP, right? It's pretty easy to see oh, that's a lot of goons versus a few goons, or a Reaver, what the Reaver does. Not a lot of people understand that one drone mining difference is the difference between having a muta and not every minute, right?
Yeah. Plus, I guess it is hard from a viewer's perspective of seeing how many mutas there are in the stack. So oh, it's 10 mutas versus 7 mutas or whatever. It's hard to keep track of that. It
needs good casting from Zerg commentators, because I can count how many goons are on my screen because they take up the entire screen. It's hard to see oh, there's 4 Scourge in this pile of mutas, and he's only got 3 in his pile, and then they kiss, and then
Yeah,
it is what it is.
It is pretty crazy. But I hope you guys are ready, because game number 2 is just starting now. We got Radion spawning in the bottom right. The Blues currently 1-0 up in the series. It's Zero from the Bombastic Starling. And his opponent looking to redeem himself. In the bottom left, it's Zeddy from Disturbed.
So, I think this is going to be a great series, because at no point was that a one-sided game, in my opinion.
No, not at all.
That's what made it. And if the entire series plays out like that, we're going all 5 games. 5 games, all 15, 20-minute ZVZs. Oh, man, I'm here for it.
Man, I've been so excited. This might not be ASL quality games, but I have not had a chance to cast Zerg versus Zerg in such a long time. So this is a real treat for me, and I appreciate it.
I'm glad to have you, I mean, sure, we're not ASL, but I think this is a lot more fun anyways.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I really do love ASL. I'm casting up tomorrow, by the way. You guys better get in there on a Super Live /SCTVEN. That's going to be an absolute banger between Light and Best coming.
Yeah, so I don't watch it live, admittedly, but that's because me and my girlfriend watch it together. and so we catch it on YouTube. And
That's
you and
good.
Satan absolutely kill it, by the way. As much as I love listening to Taste Toasts because they're stupid, but like if I actually want to understand the games, I love watching you guys. You know,
I appreciate that. No, I do appreciate that. We get a lot of love from you guys, and we do our absolute best to bring you the absolute stellar casting we can possibly. I feel like I've gone to the gym after I finished casting a series. I'm pouring that much attention and focus into.
Oh yeah, some of those series really require it too when they're all over the place.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh my days, you would not even believe. Okay,
so by the way,
another little.
This is like Flip from last game. This is like an overpull into gas.
Yes, yes.
Or versus like a 12
from...
pull.
Right,
yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, a little bit.
Flip the script.
Role reversal.
Actually, what? Got a hat tree down too. This is like a 12, 11, 10.
Well, this is what Zero did, right? He took the expansion, but Zeddy killed it with Lings, or denied it with Lings. So we'll see if we have a repeat of that happen here in the role reversal. Zero's Lings making their way across the map now, not trying to disguise themselves, just trying to get there as quickly as possible and try and get a cancel on this hatchery. Let's see if Zeddy's just as greedy as Zero was. He has got a safety creep to kind of deal with this. He has still got time to cancel. Oh, he's going to just ignore the hatchery and go straight into me. This is a really good play from Zero. He knows how late this sunken morph is. He can get us 2 drone kills at least and maybe put a lot of damage done and force the drone drill onto the sunken and then target the Lings as well.
Oh my god, he kills the sunken. Drones are falling. Drones, this drill is incredible.
Yeah,
but there's like at least 3 dead splashes there.
Yeah, but he's ahead now. You think about it. Like the hatchery had to be cancelled. He killed a couple of drones. His Spire's already starting. I mean, overall, this is technically a 0 advantage game.
Yeah. I honestly don't know. Like, I get the immediate reaction to cancel it. I'm not saying it's wrong. But, like, from the bird's eye view, you kind of really didn't need to cancel it. Like, there wasn't, it wasn't like a Ling Flood follow-up or anything, which obviously, you know, he doesn't know, but.
Yeah. And there's more Lings coming from Zero, by the way. I don't even know if there's enough lava. He has to make a sunken to deal with this. Only just starting now. There's one Zergling that could come in and be a little bit annoying as well. While these other Lings are coming up. Yeah, I could take a little claw at these drones. There is actually a pair of Lings coming out to stop that. So at least we'll stabilize a little bit and maybe get the sunken out just before the rest of the Lings arrive and get in there deep.
But Zeddy's gonna need to drop an Evo chamber here soon. Like, his Spire is just way
really
too late
on the Spire. Yeah, he has to definitely defend with Evo, and that suits Zero just fine. He could maybe even get a snipe on one of these drones or 2 at the bottom if he wants to, or he could just wait for his mutas to come as well and try and get a checkmate move by killing some of these Zerglings and then running in with his. But yeah, he has to rely on spores in some way, shape, or form.
I think Zero, he's got enough Lings here. If I were in these shoes right now, I'd probably just wait, right? You wait for your mutas to pop out, you do a combined attack, you try and send the Lings in to kill the spores, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what he should do, yeah.
And I mean, it's not far off. They're coming. Oh, lordy, they coming.
Oh, lordy. He can have 4 as well.
Yeah, that's going to rip through. 4 mutas rip through Lings. So you rip through those, and then you just kind of send the Lings in to do their job. Mutas help out.
Instead, he's greedy and doesn't make 2 spores and only 1. He's in a little bit of trouble. He has to make a second spore on the southern flank as well, but only making 1 so far. So Zero could exploit. Yeah. And this is what I was talking about. He wants to come in here and get the kill on these Zerglings with his mutas if he can, and start to pick away at these drones. Well, he gets 1 for free before the spores even finish.
Nice.
Maybe a second.
Oh, 2.
Does manage to find.
Can he get the
That's
3rd?
Not a 3rd. Oh, he misfires. Targets the hatchery.
Oh, he will
get. He looks for it. Does manage to secure it.
Man wants it, man gets it.
Yeah, and without a second spore, he's in trouble. Like, not making that safety spore at the bottom. Now Zero can really start to exploit this position. He can get these gas drones, max ranging them out. He's trying to hide his overlords, hide his drones under the overlords to save them, but Zero's still getting those shots.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun tricks, you know, as we talked about glaive bouncing earlier, is you just bounce the glaives off the overlord. They'll hit anything.
I mean, I'm just going to say it, but Zeddy made a mistake here. He shouldn't have placed his sunken where he did. That should have been where the spore goes. The sunken should have been underneath the pool.
Yeah, so it's
He
basically
got them the
swap
wrong way
them.
round. Yeah, he got it the wrong way round, so now he can't protect his gas properly. He's in trouble.
I'm surprised we haven't sent the Lings in yet. I think Zero is just taking his time with this. I think if we'd sent them in before these mutas had popped, we absolutely could have probably closed it out.
Yeah, it's okay though. He's gotten some drone damage. He's regenerating some HP on these mutas to compensate for taking some pot shots from that spore. I do like this play from Zero.
This is just one of those like the went ahead, get ahead moments instead of the went ahead, win.
Yeah, we want to keep a high enough muta count that we can protect our Ling contain as well, so we get a hatchery expand for free and don't allow any possibility of like a Ling run by and like, you know, losing 1 or 2 drones. We can just keep all of our forces leveraged into this one ramp position.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised he's not trying to bounce maybe off the extractor or anything. Or maybe even off the Evo.
Yeah, the bounce on the Evo would be a guaranteed damage, and he could definitely do the gas as well. He's able to max range the drones without even the spore hitting them if he executes perfectly. With turn rate 16, it's not always the easiest, but like you see there, he's still killing the drones pretty effective.
Yeah. And I mean, I've seeing Zero play on Zero lag, like at a LAN. The man can do it. It's just the trick of doing it at TR16 online. It's always the rough one.
Yeah, he's kind of a guy to be admired. The amount of effort he puts in for the foreigner scene, keeps the lights on, like you're doing now on this tournament, trying to keep the foreign scene as alive as possible. Tries to run in with some Zerglings now, distracting the mutas for just a second, trying to get a free shot of his mutas. I think it's 6-7 or 6-8 right now. So currently small lead for Zero, but it's not enough. Those mutas were bruised up, so now Zeddy can win the air fight. I think that was a bit of a mistake there from Zero to pull the trigger too early with his Lings. It would have been better if he just stayed back and chilled. Unfortunately, though, now there's a chance for Zeddy to do something.
Zeddy's only got 3 drones mining minerals right now, though. The Lings went in, and they did their job.
But with good micro, though, Zeddy might better come in and kill these Scourge and actually kill some drones with these mutants.
Yeah,
It's 4 on 2. 3 on 2. Good target firing. Zero might be okay. The Scourge pop
out. Come on.
That's so close. He's just barely doing it. He's going to be okay. Some good target, good micro with the patrol from Zeddy. Not going to be enough, though. The Scourge do find their connections, and suddenly Zero's still in control. Another muta coming out with a pair of Scourge to see if they can do something follow-up damage, but really, I don't think it's going to be too successful. I think Zero's starting to do it now.
Come on, connect. There it is.
Is so hard. You need like manual move commands and stuff when you only got like 1 or 2 mutas. It's really finicky to actually kill these Scourge.
Yeah. Well, I just don't. I just pray that I can kill them, or they just connect all in one. There we go.
These Scourge are finding connections right now, dying on both sides. Only like 1 or 2 mutas on the map right now. Zeddy does keep this muta alive since there was only 1 Scourge to be utilized. But yeah, eventually Zero's going to stabilize and get this gas up in his natural slowly but surely. Zeddy only those 3 drones like we were talking about. Eventually Zero should close this game out. I don't think there's any counterplay available to Zeddy anymore.
This is definitely a Zero has the game, but one of those like, how do you win this? Like, this is going to be a minute.
He needs to hide these 4 Lings. Yeah, he needs to hide these 4 Zerglings like he's doing now. Yeah, hide these. Wait for the Lings to come in so the Sunken can defend them. I think the Scourge might just barely see these Zerglings. It's unfortunate. Yeah, he spots them. He needed to hide them better. If he does hide these Zerglings, he can get a run by and maybe equalize the game by getting some drone snipes onto Zero. Without that happening, though, Zero should be okay.
3 mutas, one of them already in 1 hit zone against 2 Scourge. We're playing a dangerous game, but we do it.
The Lings in the main base, though, of Zero right now. Can they find any drone damage? 1 goes down.
2.
Needs like 3 or 4. Yeah, he's just going to tap out. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, it's just not enough, man. Even with 4 drone kills, I don't think it's good enough. Probably needs to kill like 6 or 7 to even have any hope of closing out that game.
And I mean, GG's.
Yeah,
Zero
honestly,
really strong in game 2 there.
And he's getting ZVZ practice because he might be facing off against Striker soon. And, you know, need to get a lot of ZVZ warm-up.
Yeah, you definitely need a lot of practice for that. Striker don't mess around.
No, but he did look okay against Striker in that best of 3, so I still give a little bit of hope for Zero if that does transpire.
Yeah.
Alright. Looks like Dominator's gonna be the next map of choice from these two players as we go into game number 3.
Alright. So I'm just letting Striker know that we're on match point. You go. Race and go. Zeddy currently playing
a
random
player all of a sudden. He's a random guy now.
I respect it.
I'm guessing it's in the rules. I'm guessing it's in the rules that you can't change your race once you're locked in there.
I'd actually have to double check. I don't think it is. I think it's open race.
You didn't put that in the rules? Oh, damn.
A lot of people race pick or play random, so.
That's true. That's true. He does lock in that Zerg, though, at long last, and we are ready, guys. I hope you are in the...
All right. Although if a match is replayed, you do have to play the same race. You can't, like, oh, we lagged out, let me switch race. I didn't like how that matchup was going.
Yeah.
So that's locked in for sure.
Well, I definitely didn't think you could switch race once one game's been played. Like, I thought you'd have to, like, race pick for that whole series or whatever. You can't just, like, go Zerg one game, Terran another.
I'll double check, because I know that I put the wording in the rules where it's not, like, super strict, so I'm going to double check what I actually put before I make any any commentary on the rules.
Well, here we go, jumping into game number 3. Currently on match point, it's 0 in the top left as the blue Zerg. And his opponent in the middle of the right, 3 o'clock position. Disturbed Mind Zeddy as the reds.
All right.
Are we going to go the distance, or is this going to be a 3-0 clean sweep?
If this is a 3-0, it's going to be the closest 3-0 I've ever seen. You know?
You're not wrong, actually, to be fair. Like, it's been pretty crazy. Yeah, sometimes it is one-sided in Zerg versus Zerg. One guy just executes better, micros better, or has the better build order every single time. Just closes it out cleanly, but nah, it's been real, like, fighting over the knife right now. And, that's kind of what you expect in ZVZ, like 2 monkeys just screaming at each other, trying to get control of that blade to execute one.
I'm curious what they're going to do, right? Because, well, I guess we're going to get our answer right away. 9 pool.
Okay.
Love me a good 9 pool.
And a
roll reversal 9 pool layer maybe this time?
That would be interesting. I would like to see a 9 pool layer because we haven't had that occur yet in this series. It's been 9 pool speed every time they've got 9 pool. I think maybe 0 going for a 12 pool yet again, like he didn't get number 1.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like.
Oh, no. Wait. Okay. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, 12 pool, like we were talking about, it's just a solid build.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, you're a little bit behind versus 12 hatch, but it's not unplayable. It's still okay. And pretty safe against 9 pool if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. And you get your Ling. It's not the greediest build you can do. It's not the most aggressive build you can do. It really straddles the line really well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Here comes the hatchery to follow up.
I wonder now, will Zeddy just ignore this hatchery and try and dive into the main? He does scout correctly with this Overlord, so like Zero did in that last game, can identify whether or not he should ignore the hatchery and maybe get a pounce on that sunken that's being made in the main base. You know, it's actually kind of hard to build a sunken in a good position here. This top left base is not super easy to defend against 9 pool speed.
No, the minerals on this map are just super weird.
I mean, Zeddy might be able to exploit that. Yeah, Zeddy might be able to close out a game here. Oh, he made 6 slings. Zero smart. He sees quick enough that he held his lava back to make sure. Now he got a drone coming out with these 6 slings to try and secure his natural expansion. There are 2 more lings on the way for Zeddy, but with defender's advantage, eventually Zero might be able to save this hat.
Oh, beautiful breakout here. What? You just leave a gap open like that?
Yeah, he's got some damage on those lings already. With that drone coming out to help body block and, you know, get a bit of hawk tour on those zerglings, we'll eventually be able to slide out and do something. Another 2 pair of lings showing up for Zeddy to keep the pressure on. Has to wait a few seconds for his own pair of lings to make his way up the ramp here. A few pretty good surround on Zero's lings. Zeddy doing a pretty good job of exploiting this speed. So far, so good for Zeddy. He should be able to kill this hatchery now.
Yeah, that hatchery is definitely going to go down, which is unfortunate to lose it instead of canceling it. That's so much money lost. Yeah. Oh, I have 50 health. Come on.
No idea why. This is crazy. He's not going to get the hatchery now. I don't know why Zeddy did that. Now he's going to try and get some drone damage in the main base. He needs to kill like at least 2 drones to make up for this, and he's not doing that. The hatchery lives. Oh my god.
Hatchery lives. The drones live.
No way. There's no way he let that live. He could have just sacrificed like 2 or 3 lings to finish it up.
All right, yeah, I do think that suddenly the 3-0 seems a lot more believable.
Oh man, that's rough for Zeddy. I don't know if he can win if he doesn't snipe this hatchery. Maybe he can get a run by and still finish it off, but I don't know. There's some lings in position to deal with this. As long as Zero is not sleeping at the wheel, he should be okay.
Yeah, and the biggest issue, right, is if Zero tries to move out, this hatchery will just instantly die. So he does have to stay home with at least a fair number of Zerglings.
That's true. Yeah.
Zeddy did throw out a safety sunk too, so.
He has 2 base advantage though, so he can just make spores and not even worry about throwing down his spire just yet. But Zero might feel like he can still get away with the spire. Hope he doesn't. He needs to make a spores, honestly. Like, he can't just make spire.
He's gonna go spores. I think that's smart.
Okay.
I'd actually love to see a sunken here along with it. Oh, that's a lot of lings.
Oh. I mean, he's going to technically win the Ling battle. As long as he pulls drones, he will be okay, though. He loses, like, a few of these drones. It's a pretty big win for Zeddy. The Sunken is being made as a bit of a supplementation, but it's kind of annoying for Zero. He doesn't want to have to make Zerglings right now. He's pulling drones from his main base to deal with this. Sunken does finish, but I don't think he killed enough. Or maybe he did kill enough drones. How many drones? Okay. He killed quite a few, but not enough, I would say.
Yeah, we're up to 10 on minerals versus 5. So, I mean,
he needs more spores, though. He was forced to make a Sunken, right? So
yeah, so that's nice. Making a Sunken here is huge.
I mean, yeah, so now there's a chance to exploit this position and force a lot more investment from Zero to stabilize. Making 3 more creep colonies is going to be quite costly for him, so maybe he did kill enough drone.
I mean, the advantage of having a low drone count right now is that you can just make 1 spore in the middle and just hope for the best.
He is going to be getting that spore up, but does lose 2 drones. Yeah, I still think that Zero might have this, but it's hard to call. I would say that Zeddy almost killed enough drones to make this work.
Oh, yeah, almost.
Oh, he's going to kill the Sunkens and go for a tactical win. If he makes Zerglings with all of these eggs, maybe he can get a win with this. If Zero is just pumping out drones to make spores and there's not enough Zerglings on the ground, you can still get run-bys here. At the very least, 4 Zerglings out of Zero, so we can't optimize his economy.
Yeah. It looks like he must have... A couple of lings must have got him. There's only 5 drones off.
We must have missed something on. Yeah. This is not looking good for Zeddy if he lost that many drones back at home. I think the Ling run by of Zero snagged like 2 or 3 drone kills. Yeah,
it looks like he's set back up. But they were just consistently tagging each other at the same time, which is really a good thing to do in ZVZ. If your opponent's attacking you, you might as well go attack them. All right, this is run by a lot less. Oh, this is a beautiful spore. This thing just covers everything.
It doesn't cover the gas on.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Or the pool.
Gas for building spores.
It doesn't cover the gas or the pool. You can actually just kill this pool and
that's
eventually win with Link. Yeah.
It looks like he's going to drop a Sunken up here before the pool drop.
He needs to make a Sunken because otherwise Zeddy has a win condition. Yeah.
Now these 3 lings here trying to find that win con.
Yeah, it's going to eventually kill this pool, so he has to defend with just these lings now, whatever he's got queued up in these eggs, and this 1 Sunken is natural. So he's got like 6 lings total at the bare minimum. Might be able to stop the run bys at his main base. Losing this gas is a little bit annoying.
He
Zero
hasn't
might be
dropped
able to still
another
win this
pool yet.
game, but it's not going to be super easy to navigate. And yeah, him getting this top left spawn is what's making it so complicated for Zero. It's just so much harder to deal with early pools when you're in this top left position.
Oh, wings get pulled out. Oh, honestly, like if he dropped his pool somewhere up here in the natural to try and help with the walling, I wouldn't hate that.
He can't even afford to make a pool right.
Oh yeah. Currently, he's broke as a joke.
He needs to make nothing but.
We dropped the spire too.
Yeah, he needs to make another spore, another spire, and then he can maybe think about putting a pull down. But honestly, might not even be in time. Maybe Zeddy's gonna try and pull the trigger on trying to get in here with some mutas and lings all at once. Try and dive bomb onto this sunken and maybe get a technical win since there's only one sunken and lings to defend against. This pool is not finished, but there's just barely enough lings for Zero to stop that becoming a reality. For the time
we're not mining
being,
gas
maybe
Zeddy.
he can hold. Yeah.
So the win count here is just to get
openings.
like a couple mutas for Zero.
Yeah, yeah. He has to make this work with these lings. He's going to try and do a dive in now. It's 6 versus 4, but with some drones being pulled, Zero might be okay still and has this spire finishing up in just a second to start pumping out those mutas.
Yeah, this is scrappy. Like playing this without a pool at all is such a crazy choice here from Zero.
He should though, honestly. It seems really weird, but he should.
Yeah. Like obviously it's working. It's the right call. But like, oh Zeddy, yo,
that's Pimpus plays right there.
Dude.
He keeps these lings alive and buys some valuable time. It's like 3 drones per sunken. With these mutas finishing though, I think there's enough DPS. GG is cool. It's a nice idea, but it's not going to be good enough. Zero with the clean sweep, 3-0ing Zeddy, and he is going to be going through to phase strike.
If he had done that with the last run-in, I think that actually works. I actually think there's a potential there. But he just didn't have anything to support it, and when the mutas popped, it was like, well, that's GG.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if he made the pool first, he wouldn't have had those mutas out in time to defend against that. So it's good that he did play the way he played. Had so many spores, just needed like 2 mutas out to be super safe. Barely holds the line and will be going through to the next round against Strike.
Yeah, I mean, and against Striker, that's going to be, I think it's a little bit of a step up in the ZBZs. I mean, Zeddy looked so good in that series. It was a lot of fun. But Striker's just a different level, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's so like, yeah, sure, you can tangle with Soma or a hero, and then all of a sudden you're against Sulky, and you're like, well, maybe not ZBZ because realistically, out of the 3, Sulky's probably not the best ZBZer there.
To be fair, like Zolki's not that good in ZVZ compared to his other matchups. In fact, it'd be more of a coin flip comparatively speaking.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. It's one of those like we're moving up in calibers.
Yeah. It's like you could say like it's like Saxry versus Hero or something.
Yes, that's fair. That's a lot better of a comparison.
Right. Okay, so we're going to be going to a commercial break between series now.
Yes, we'll go ahead and take a break. Looks like Striker just logged in, so we'll go ahead and get the ads running here so that way they can run. And then, yeah, we'll be good for another CVZ.
Nice. Okay, guys, go and get some snacks. Go and do your thing. We'll be back in a few minutes after some ads to jump into Striker versus Zero.
Enact just resubscribed for 3 months.
All right, guys. We are back. We got more ZVZ action. All right. Looks like our first match is going to be on Apocalypse today between these two.
Ooh. I love this map, Han. I haven't seen it too much recently. I'm glad we got it in the pool today.
Yeah. One of the things I did, right? So last season, like when we first started, I was like, okay, I want to have maps that I like, right? Which is why Sylphid made it in, and a few others, like Butter. No one likes Butter. I like Butter. And then it was like, all right, this season, what are the maps that everyone has just liked from the last few seasons, right? And Apocalypse was absolutely top of that list. As much as, you know,
to be honest with you,
me and Apocalypse don't
I
get
actually
along.
like Butter. I actually like Butter, just so you know. I'm going to say
Good. Another Butter lover.
I can't believe it's not.
There was a map at one point that was Butter, but just like reversed and on a space tile set. And I'm like, oh, it's Margarine. That's the only appropriate name for this map. All right.
So what's your predictions for this series then?
Oh. I think we go to Game 5 this series. I favor Striker, but I think it's going to be a 5-game series.
I hope so, yeah. It could be as well. They were very neck and neck in their best of 3.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. I would be incredibly shocked if we got a 3-0 out of this one. Like, genuinely shocked.
I would be too. Yeah, I mean, Zero would have to really choke for that to happen, I think. I don't think... Now that he's warmed up, it's even less likely to occur, I would say. But game number 1, guys. Apocalypse. Zero versus Striker. Let's get it. Spawning in the 12 o'clock position. It's our Red Zerg Zero from Bombastic Starly. And his opponent over in the bottom right. It's Striker. It's the Blue Zerg.
We need that Roadhog overline or line from Overwatch. It's like Apocalypse now. Yep.
Apocalypse
yeah, it is.
Now. I played Roadhog a little bit.
I was a Roadhog main for years, and I still am. But they keep reworking him every time I log in. So I log in like once a year. It's like, oh, they've completely reworked him again. Sick.
I haven't played Overwatch in ages now, but I was a Zenyatta main. But I would flex onto things like Roadhog for fun.
Oh, my first main was Lucio. I tried Zenny, couldn't get into him as much. And then I was like, oh, no one wants to play tank. I should learn tank. And I picked up Roadhog, and I was like, oh, I'm getting gold healing every game as Roadhog because I'm just better than everyone. Okay.
You can really carry a Roadhog if you know what you're doing. It's like it's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be the 9 pull from Striker. This game.
Yeah, so we got 9 pool versus probably a 12 hatch or 12 pool. Oh, a 9 hatch.
9 hatch. He says, hang on a minute, you're not going to read me this game. I'm doing something a little bit funky. I'm going to get that lava optimization.
Yeah, I just assumed Zero would have had an Overlord popping. I was like, oh, yeah, we're right about 200 minerals, so the Overlord should pop, and then it didn't. And I was like, what the hell?
Right. So this is most likely going to be an all-in lane play from Zero and trying to, use sheer numbers of having crazy amounts of Zerglings with an extra lava advantage to overwhelm Strike.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot of Lingolics that hit just as mute as pop, and they are absolutely devastating if they're not scouted right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But the main thing, though, is that Striker's not scouting the correct direction to even identify this. That's the big deal.
Yes, for sure. We were talking about this yesterday. 999.
Yeah.
I think it's a
good way to climb
build.
the ladder. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a great way to climb the ladder, I would say. If you're like just wanting to get to the highest rank possible before bringing out your serious builds, this is a good way of playing. Because if you're the better Zerg player and you got better levels of micro and execution, this is a really great way to jump all the way up to like B, A rank, get up there, and then start playing more serious builds.
Yeah. It's definitely it'll carry you quite far in this matchup.
Yeah. As long as you have the skills necessary. These eight lings will pop out just as Striker's lings get there, so we'll have Defender's advantage and ling advantage to work with. Striker's going to see the bad news that the only thing going for him is potentially a slightly faster speed timing, and with the ling count being what it is, it's going to be hard to leverage that.
Yeah, and while speed is a good upgrade, it's not that good. It's not good enough to make up for having half the larva,
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, he's going to try and splinter off 2 Zerglings to set up for a run by. Zero should be able to respond to that if he's paying attention, and he does. So I don't think these 2 lings are going to accomplish much. They might be able to be annoying, but honestly, it's not going to transpire, I don't think. He's going to have to instead just turtle in his main base.
Yeah, the big advantage that that run by got is killing 2 lings and stopping 4 more from coming out, which does stop Zero from YOLOing into the main.
Yeah, honestly, this is a mistake from Zero to go so far forward with his lings. If like Striker wanted to, he could have pounced on this pack of lings, and they couldn't get away without ling speed finishing up just yet. They've only just now got ling speed. So if Striker was more aggressive, he could have maybe got on top of this pack of lings that's chilling in his natural and time.
I mean, at this point, you got nothing Zero can do but just rally lings across, wait for the meter to pop, and go, oh, time to go, and send it in.
Yeah. Something like that. One single speedling checking what's what, sees that it's a full committal here from Zero, which is to be expected when you're going for a 9 hatchery style. There's not much other way of playing with this build besides just committing with a lot of link.
Yeah, there's no real way to transition out of this.
Not really. Unless you do like kind of a medium amount of damage. But yeah, I mean, there's another Sunken coming out. Pretty good surface area to work with. Strike
that Sunken
trying to get
not
some
coming
rounds,
out.
But that Sunken's definitely dying on. He's going to need to get on top of these drones.
Why did we pull back there? We had the drones.
I don't know. He should have maybe killed at least 1 drone. Just 1 drone kill, but he's waiting for another round of lings to come in for round 2.
That's fine. We got more.
He can force drills now. Yeah, I think this is still good. He's getting a lot of drones.
Lord, he's doing it.
Striker's in trouble. I think he might just barely have it,
ZVZ has no favorites. There is no advantage in ZVZ. There is only ling.
GG. Zero
the big G.
with the confident 1-0 advantage going forward. I mean, that definitely cements his possibilities in this series, taking it to that game 5, no less. I mean, I'm pretty excited for this. If Zero beats Striker in a ZVZ, I'm going to be doing mental
That's a nuts result.
Yeah. I'm so stoked. I want Zero to do well.
Dude.
He's pretty good versus Protoss, you know. So I actually kind of favor Zero beating DeWalt than I do Striker beating DeWalt. I think Zero's got a better chance.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an incredible, like, that. I mean, it's a valid prediction. It's a bit of a wild card, not one that a lot of people, like, especially in the audience, might predict, but I could see it.
Well, I mean, just so you guys don't think I'm too crazy, it wasn't that long ago that Zero did perform very good against DeWalt in a series not too long ago. So yeah, it's definitely possible.
Oh yeah, I hope, like, genuinely, no matter what happens, the next 3 series that we have ahead of us are going to be incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm super stoked for this. But yeah, just so you guys know what I'm talking about, in the CSLPRO monthly a while ago, he got a 3-2 victory over DeWalt in a best of 5. So
yeah,
I mean, he could do it again here
that
today.
was a nuts result. That was genuinely just so impressive from Zero, and I'd love to see him do it. Speaking of,
my
top
man
right,
up. I want to see him do well.
top right is our boy. Come on, can he do it? It's Zero.
Woohoo! I did. Bombastic style.
And in the bottom left, this man's down a point. Can he bring it back? I'm sure he can. Let's see what he does. It's Striker. 1, 2, 3. Striker fighting.
That's more whiting with a bit of a H.
It's true. Oh.
No 9 hatch.
Nope, no 9 hatch. Actually, it looks like 12 pulls. 11 pool, actually, from Striker. Of course, we got to optimize to cut a drone, right? It's the new meta for everything.
Oh, Zero's getting a build order advantage. He's going for 12 hatch versus 12 pool. That's pretty good.
You know, I think Zero might just do it.
I'm so stoked. If Zero can pull out this series, I'll be so happy for him, man.
Yeah, I mean, if Zero pulls this out, I want to see him in the finals. I will accept no other result.
Yeah, I want to see him go all the way as well. I want to see if he's got it in him to just, like, you know, take the world by surprise and get a major title under his belt.
Dude, if Zero wins this, I mean, that's a huge win on his career record, right? Especially with the caliber of people he's been up against so far this weekend.
Oh yeah.
But 2, I mean, I just want to see it, man.
Yeah,
too much to ask?
Yeah, man. No, it's not too much to ask. I think we might be seeing it here today. At least I hope so. I definitely hope.
You know what's interesting is if we think back, right? Last series against Zero versus Zeddy, you know, he went 12 pool, 11 hatch, and Zeddy ran Ling's rungs. He went 9 pool speed, and, you know, got the cancel on the hatchery. And what does Zero do this game? 12 pool was great. What about just 12 hatch?
Yeah, I mean, see, now this is the thing. Striker was probably looking at those games and is trying to optimize his builds based on what he's seen Zero do before. And now Zero can do the same, but in reverse, and kind of get a bit of an eco lead by Striker trying to hedge his bets against Zero's usual range of play.
Yeah, the Overlord's going to come in, see the creep, see the hatchery, and go, wait a minute.
He's the bad news that it's 12 hatch. It's not like the game's over or anything, but it's a pretty big deal, getting a slight build order advantage to begin with.
Yeah, because Striker still has a decently timed hatch, all things considered, right? Like,
yeah,
that's not bad.
reasonable.
It's not too far behind. But it's absolutely one of those, like, oh, crap. He got it ahead of me. He probably went 12 hatch, which means everything else he's got is going to be a little bit quicker. Except the Spire.
Also, yeah. Let's see about the timings of that, because as long as he starts his Spire reasonably soon, he won't have to make spores. But if it was a fast enough lair, then he will. It does seem, though, that the Spire's just barely going to be quick enough here for Zero with the forced cross spawns. This was a different map. Maybe that'd be changing, but as long as the Spire's about 200 HP behind, you're pretty good.
You're probably going to go one set of Scourge first, just to be safe, but realistically, I think that's going to be close enough. Yeah,
Nah, with the 200 HP, it's a safe enough margin. Only because it's cross map, though, right? That's the thing.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it is close enough. I don't know. I'm the kind of person that if I tried to go Muta, I would immediately just lose. So I'm always like, I always favor a little bit of safety play.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I win my games, though. I just go pure Muta and rely purely on micro. And as soon as they make a pair of Scourge, I'm like, yes! Now I just need to get a patrol micro, and I'm in such an advantage position.
Yeah, but see, that's what we call being good at the game. And unfortunately, I am what we call not.
This one Zergling won't be able to get in there and scout thanks to this sunken colony being here. So Striker doesn't know how well prepared Zero's going to be for these Mutalisks coming across the map. Should be aligned nicely, though. Can start 5 to 6 Mutas almost instantly.
There was no Overlord that got in here or anything. He pulled his Overlords back nice and early, it seems.
I don't think Striker realizes just how far behind he is. I think he thinks he's okay.
Yeah, that could be unfortunate. He might fly over thinking, oh, my Spire's going to be quicker because you went for the economic opening. You know?
Right.
Grab some
and
on the
Zero made an extra Overlord, so it doesn't even matter that this Overlord is dying. He made one to replace that in advance, so he's going to have 6 Mutas hatching out pretty quick. Oh, did he get an upgrade? He only says 5 Mutas hatching out. I wonder if he got +1 attack weapons or something.
I wonder if we want +1 armor again. That was so huge against Zeddy.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy if he felt that he had enough time to do that. Going 12 hatch into fast armor is so risky.
Oh, absolutely. It's what we would call crazy, but, you know, they are built different over there in Poland.
Maybe. If it is an upgrade, I think it's weapons and not armor, just to be a little bit safer. It's just a bit too much to give 2 Scourge worth of gas into an upgrade that early on. I don't know if that's going to be what he went for here. Already got quite a high count of Mutalisks. Maybe no upgrade at all. That's also possible. Got some pairs of Scourge to come and support these Mutalisks of Striker. How many Mutas has Striker got here? About 7 or 8?
9.
8, 9. Okay. 9 to what?
11.
11. Oh, okay. 12 now. Okay, so with good micro, Zero is smashing this army of Striker. He's going to try and come with his Zerglings to reinforce this and try and do a bit of a multi-pronged attack. Ooh, with good micro, Zero should have this, but the Scourge do find a couple of connections. Oh, does manage to catch one of those. 2 Mutas do go down. Zero, though, still with a slight air advantage. Striker's in trouble. Needs to rely on his Sling run by and pair of Scourge connecting. Does manage to find some Scourge connections. His Mutas are now weak, though. He needs to get damage with these Slings. Oh, he's getting drone kills. Striker might just barely find some damage. He does kill 2 or 3 drones. Yeah, that's pretty good. The Mutas for him are a little bit bruised up. That's why he couldn't follow in with the Mutas to support that. But does have a slight air lead now. All things
that
considered,
Mutify went a lot longer than I expected.
Yeah, all things, this is pretty even right now. I don't think either player can really afford to attack.
No, we've hit that stalemate point where it's, all right, we got to just build up the arms. It's an arms race, except there's shrimp.
Arms race, for sure.
Not nukes.
Now the question is, who blinks and gets an upgrade? Because Zero seemed confident enough in the other games that he does like to get an upgrade if he can. He might just think maybe he needs to do that here yet again. It's got a nice spread of Overlords to make sure there's no Mutas able to sneak into his main base and get some damage for free. Everything's set up to maybe go for an upgrade.
He's already got it.
There's that +1 armor Cabas.
I was literally waiting for you to finish because I was going to say, I think he got it. I genuinely think he got it.
Steel.
And then,
balls of steel on. This guy is crazy. He can now pull the trigger on being aggressive with that +1 air Carapace advantage. Striker has to rely on good Scourge connections to make this work.
Yeah, and I mean, because armor doesn't do anything for... armor doesn't really help against Scourge, sadly.
There's only a 2 Muta advantage for Zero, but with the Scourge not quite finding great connections. Well, actually do find pretty good connections. Zero a little bit behind in the curve right now. Some reinforcing Scourge as well. That defender's advantage is going to make it work for Striker. And even though he hasn't got an upgrade to speak of, he will be winning that air fight. Big miscontrol here from Zero. This is a problematic. He will be eliminated by Striker in this game.
Yeah. Zero's got to go home and hope his muta's pop in time, but I don't know if he's going to have enough
It's
even
not
with
happening.
what pops.
It's not happening. Oh, that's wishful thinking, man. He is going to get absolutely eliminated here. He needs like major lag or something.
Oh,
or Striker's keyboard to
my
become disconnected. It's not
Lord.
going to occur. Oh, this is painful. This is really painful. With good micro, there's just no way of Zero stabilizing.
Man, this is looking great for Striker.
Yeah, it is.
There's
It's really
nothing
painful.
left.
It's unfortunate as well because Zero had pretty much the same counter mutas with the upgrade advantage. He just had to execute and micro well. Couldn't quite find that though. That's why ZVZ's so crazy. Taps out with the GG, and Striker going to be evening things up in this series a little bit.
That was all right. So no 3-0. That's 100% confirmed. All right.
Yeah.
Go Polky. Got it.
Hey, we expected this to go the distance in this series. We definitely didn't think this was going to be a 3.
All right. Let's get this all set up. There
Polky
we go.
for the pulse.
I wanted to make a joke about the I can't think of the name of the instrument. Like the it's got the buttons on the side. Accordion. Oh my god, how did I blank on accordion for so long? I know how to play the accordion. I was actually taught at one point how to play the accordion.
No. It's a fun instrument.
Yeah. I grew up around a lot of Irish music and a lot of people who know how to play like the accordion, the boron, the whistle, guitar, keys. I've learned
That's cool, man.
quite a few instruments because, well, people keep handing them to me and expecting me to know how to play them.
I mean, a lot of musicians are like that, though. They can just play a little bit of everything.
That's true. All right, 1 second here. I'm just getting a link for chat here. All right. Oh, well, the players aren't even in here anyways. So, haha. I had time to get the link for chat, so.
Yeah, it
We got our
seems Zero is
Wikipedia page.
asking ChatGPT some questions on what builds he should be using.
How do I win ZVZ?
ChatGPT's like, ah.
All right. Good luck. Here we go. Game number 3. ZVZ action. ZVZ fighting.
Let's get it. We got spawning in the top right. It's all tied up. Zero. It's the blue zone. His opponent in the bottom left. Better micro that last game. It's Striker. It's the red zone.
I'm not sure who I have my money on this one still. Like, you know, I know I went going into it that I think Striker's favored, but at the same time, no one's really, like I said before, no one's favored in ZVZ.
Yeah, it's hard, man. I mean, the days of JVZ are way over. The matchup is much more figured out, and the mineral optimizations that he was relying on, everyone else kind of knows now. So it's much more evened out. That's one of the reasons why Flash was so dominant in the very early days, was because no one even understood about, like, you know, return cargo boosting or anything, and they were just hearing Flash just going like this, smashing his keyboard at the start of the game, and people were like, what's that sound? Why is he whacking his keyboard like that? And no one even knew.
Well, because that was even back in days before you really APM spammed at the beginning, right? Like, people just didn't do that.
I mean, you would do it a little bit, but the fact that he was doing it rhythmically, like every, like, you know, few seconds, whacking that key over and over again, like, what is he doing, you know? Like, no one could quite figure it out.
All right. So, it looks like Zero is going to go ahead again for another greedy build. What do you think? 12 hatch again?
A fast pull. It seems that. It could be a 12 hatch in the main. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That's a little safer.
It's a lot safer. I mean, he would be in a lot of trouble going against his 9 pool speed if it wasn't a natural. Now, not so much. Now he can actually make things go a little bit more his way.
Yeah, this is... You still get that larva advantage. You still have the advantage of getting everything later, but without the risk of getting run over because you put it in your natural and you couldn't hold it.
Right. It does limit your range of play. Like, you can't go for Hydra anymore, for example, because you can't utilize, you know, the natural expansion and what have you. So it does kind of force you to play a certain type of way depending on what your opponent's doing. He's actually drone scouting. He can kind of do that with the 12 hatch, but it's very rare to drone scout in Zerg versus Zerg. Feels like he has to do it. Sees the Zergling, so he knows he's in the pool first.
I kind of like the drone scout when you do a 12 hatch style build because you have the extra drones and you really have nothing. Like, you have no idea what's coming. And so many things
I'm
kind of roll you over.
What am I going to say? What do you think? What do you think I would say in counter to that?
Drones are really valuable to have and not use for scouting.
Yeah, so why go for 12 hatch if you get a drone scout? You're just negating your advantage. Lings, though, coming into the main base forces the lack of mining by pulling the drones. A little bit of a win there for Striker already, even though he's not killing anything. Just forcing those drones to reposition is a little bit annoying. He is technically safer with that drone scout and will allow him to optimize getting this sunken on time and knowing exactly how many lings he needs to make when. But it does mean it's taking a... Oh, if he loses... Okay, he gets the drone back. That's a big deal, getting the drone back to safety.
Getting it back in, just getting it back in.
3 HP.
It's not even close.
Not even close, baby.
All right, a lot of lings building here. Oh, never mind. I'll shut up. I'm just going to pop some drones. That's cool. But meanwhile, our Spire's halfway done on the other side. So we're going to need an Evo chamber here any minute now.
Yeah, you definitely will. Yeah. I mean, it's 400 HP in advance, so even with cross map, the mutas would get in here and punish.
All right, Striker grabbing his natural as well. Open, like, all right, well, I'm going to have an advantage here. I have you contained. I'm going to have mutas pretty quickly. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah. This is a pretty fast Spire for Striker. I hope Zero knows what he's doing, because there is a small window for those mutas to punish. If he does rely on pure muta to defend, he might have to make skirt.
He's going to try and break out here.
Yeah, I think he definitely can do that.
But like he sent like what, 16, 20 lings, and he's going to break out with 4. God, well, that was beautiful.
I think the game plan from Zero here is just to go full on aggression, so that he doesn't have to worry about the Spire being slightly slow. So then the mutas are you know, defending and cleaning up Zerglings, and they can't even get across the map quickly enough.
Yeah, he did that against. Yeah, it was in the series against Zeddy, right, where he did that.
Right.
Where he just kept sending lings across, and
because I mean, what Striker could do is send one single muta across the map to be annoying and keep the rest back at home to defend, and maybe kill like 2 or 3 drones for free of that first muta as possible.
Yeah. And, well, our Spire's done. We got mutas, presumably, on the way. Oh.
Yeah, I think Zero's handled this pretty well. He's put on just enough pressure that Striker doesn't want to risk sending a muta straight across the map to potentially kill a drone for free.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes that the mutas are about to pop like this. He's like, all right, you got a lot of lings, you know. I know you have the larva advantage and stuff, but he doesn't really know anything about the Spire timing because, once again, he's not putting his overlords out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zero will have to try and figure out some way of utilizing these Zerglings in conjunction with these Mutalisks to deny the infinite value of having this earlier second gas for Striker. He can't just sit back and let this ride.
No, he definitely needs to be out in the map. And at this point, though, it's kind of scary, though, right? You know that Striker has mutas. You know that he has them quicker than you. How many does he have compared to you? You know, currently that's 2.
Like, yeah.
Well, 1 more.
One more now with a pair of Scourge to even things up. But with good target firing and defender's advantage, Striker's going to be just fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is rough for Zero. I think Striker's threaded the needle on his build order and is going to be getting a pretty sizable advantage to work with.
Yeah, I think Striker's just played this incredibly well. He's going to come up here, yeah, start sniping Lings. Scourge coming forward.
Ooh. Good patrol micro so far, kills one of those Scourge. Pretty good connections from Zero. Trying to screen those Mutalisks for free shots. Not enough though, and has to be careful on the exit that he doesn't get caught. Like one good move command from Zero and from Striker, and it's all over. I think he's done it already. There's only 7 mutas here for Zero to like the 8 or 9 of Striker with defender's advantage. He's going to absolutely muller these Mutalisks easily with some good chase micro, annihilate pretty much all of them, and that's going to be a tap out soon from Zero here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for our boy Zero. That's going to put Striker on match point here.
Yeah, I imagine Zero's a little bit frustrated with this game, but it is what it is. He can get him in the next one. GG finally called, and Striker taking a 2-1 lead in this series.
Yes, very well done from our boy. I still think that gives Zero a decent... I think Zero still has a decent chance, and I still think we're going to Game 5.
Quite possibly, but I mean, Striker definitely has the superior Mutalisk micro, so it's going to be tough. I think that we need a better way of utilizing a build order advantage here from Zero. I don't think 12 hatching in the main is going to cut.
Yeah, I think... I'm wondering if we're going to see Zero do something aggressive, right? Every build we've seen out of him so far has been rather, like, economical, defensive, right? I'm curious if we're going to see something different.
Right, he could... Now that he's picking Deja Vu, one thing that'd be really insane is he could proxy hatch and hide a hatchery somewhere and do an all-in Ling build. That could work here. Because I think on this map, Striker's likely to either 12 pool or 12 hatch on this map, and I think a proxy hatched all-in Ling could work.
All right, I see what you're thinking. All right. Just waiting on our players here. All right, guys, here we go.
CPL build.
Game number 4. Let's get into it. We'll see who's got it here.
All right, spawning in the top right. Currently 2-1 in the lead. Match point for him now. It's Striker. It's the red Zerg. And in the bottom right, needs to make up the deficit. It's Zero. That's the blue Zerg from Bombastic Star League. I'm still rooting for him. I don't care that he's...
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Still want him to win.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hope for the best. Maybe get that Game 5 at the bare minimum.
I definitely want
scouting in the
Game 5.
correct... Yeah, for sure. And he is scouting in the correct direction here, whereas Striker isn't doing a reverse scout. So, small advantage for Zero. That's some...
Yo. Herman with the raid. Right as we get into Game 4 of a ZVZ. Welcome, Raiders. You are just... Well, I mean, they're not going to hear this in time anyways, but welcome.
Welcome, everybody. Striker's currently 2-1 up against Zero in a best-of-5 series, so match point for Striker. Just needs one more win. Zero, though, has played pretty good in this series thus far. He's definitely not out of it.
Yeah, calling this series over is still too early.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's going to be an overpull from Striker. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen an overpull yet in any of our ZVZs.
I love to play overpull in ZVZ because you just need to send out one Zergling to scout for a 9-pull, and then if there's no 9-pull, you can make a drone and a second hatchery in your main and optimize for like a 5-6 muta timing on one base, and it's pretty powerful if you got good muta mic.
I'm not the biggest fan of it in ZVZ. It's not bad. Like, there's nothing wrong with the build. I just don't use it as much in ZVZ. I'll use it a lot in ZVP when I'm worried about getting cannon rushed. I'm like,
I would say it's the way you want to. It's the way you play if you know you're just a better player than your opponent and you want to out micro him. Like, you're not going to be ahead, but let's say they're 12 hatch and they go spores, you can just flood lings and like overrun their spores with pure ling. Like, there's lots of ways you can still adapt to what your opponent's doing regardless of how far ahead they are in the build order situation.
That checks out. Okay. Well, that's probably why I don't do it, because I'm not better than anyone. One of these days.
One of these days.
My
so just a 12 pull here from Zero.
Yeah, so 12 pull into hatchery. Lings are coming across now, and like we've talked about 9 pull being a very good counter against like taking your natural, but a over pull not quite as much, because Zero will be able to just have Lings out in time to really defend this well.
Yeah, if he only makes 4 Zerglings, there's still a chance for Striker to get in here and do something. We'll have to wait and see how greedy Zero's being. There's another pair of Lings hatching. He just has to wait a tiny bit of time. And he can come here and defend this hatchery easily enough. As long as he makes non-stop Lings, he will be lined up okay against Strike.
Yeah. I still, I don't know. Let's see. Lair coming on up here. Or Spire coming on up versus Lair coming on up.
With the Overlord Scout in the main base, you just match the Lings pair for pair, and you should be able to have, more than enough to work with your defender's advantage. So everything's going Zero's way thus far. A lot of pressure on Striker to make something happen with this Ling speed advantage. He's trying to bait Zero out of position, then trying to get a surround on those. Zero might still have the better end of the stick in this situation, and just be fine here with an extra pair of Lings hatching out in the net.
Yeah, as long as Zero doesn't dive too deep, because Striker is not putting enough damage on the hatchery to kill it yet with any of his like hits on it. So as long as you don't dive too deep, you're still pretty fine. But Striker's gonna go home and Zero's gonna follow him.
Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of advantage here for Zero. He has that natural lava advantage, can get the gas there and just go into a normal game. Can also put on a lot of pressure and force Striker to keep pumping some Zerglings right before he needs to make mutas. He should have enough Lings that's not a problem, though. He shouldn't have to make any more additional Zerglings. So instead, I think we're going to be seeing a Spore follow-up after the Spire goes down. There's no way that Zero can get away with just going straight into Spire here. He does have to make Spores.
Yeah. That's a little much, you know?
Right.
Okay, there
is that Evo chain. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit strapped for cash, though, because he wants to squeeze out drones, right, as he needs to make, like, 4 spores and an Evo. So that's, like, 5 drones just to make the buildings you need. And he won't really be able to utilize his Spire timing too well. So there's some play here for Striker to put on some pressure.
All right, meters are going to come out. Zero's going to pull back, try and save what he can.
Ooh. It's a big mistake from Zero to stay here this long with his Zerglings, because he's going to get a lot of moving shots with these mutas and have a chance at breaking through the spores with pure Ling. He needs to make a sunken on top of these now, and that's not ideal, to have to sunken and...
Yeah, this is going to be a sunken up front, spore in the back. But we still don't have a spore in the main. If the mutas wanted
he's
to,
hoping he doesn't notice.
Yeah,
he's just so strapped for cash, he's hoping that he doesn't notice.
No, but this is it.
I think he's done it. Yeah, Striker's done it, man. This is really unfortunate. Yeah, It is what it is. Zero getting a little bit greedy with that Spire, to be honest with you. He should have delayed that Spire and gone for the Spores and Evo Chamber beforehand.
Yeah. He comes in with the Ling to look for the spores. Sees it, and he's like, wait, what? Sends in the mutas.
GG.
GG.
Man, Striker with the convincing 3-1 lead. Going to be going through to the next round. Definitely the better player won here today. Yeah. I was rooting for my boy Zero, but just wasn't able to. He was just too greedy, man, in that game, to be fair.
Yeah, I snuck some sneaky points on him in the Gamba. I have it open on my phone. I definitely put some points on Zero. So, unfortunate. I believed in our boy. That's fine.
Yeah.
Now, we get to go to the upper bracket.
Nice. That's going to be a nice Protoss versus Protoss between our top 2 players.
Yeah. 1 second here. I'll pull up the bracket. But, so, you guys are finishing up watching this right now. Striker versus Zero. A beautiful, beautiful series. Honestly, I think Zero, if Zero didn't play as greedy as he did, I think he had a lot more potential there. Like, I wanted Zero. to. I wanted Game 5 at minimum, right? It is what it is, though.
Yeah.
But now we've got DeWalt versus Bonus. Battle of the Titans. Loser has to survive Striker to have a chance at the rematch. I mean, that's going to be a tough call, getting past Striker sometimes. But yeah, guys, if you want, you can also check out the Wikipedia page, which is a bit of a flashbang because it's a purely white page. Pshing. So you can check this out. I'll put the link in chat. This has all of the information that you could want on it because it's Wikipedia and they're great. So yeah,
nice.
Check it out.
Check it out. Check it out,
Check
guys.
out the merch. Check out the merch.
Check it out. What's your predictions then? Who's going to get the better end out of these two players, Bonnie and DeWalt?
The last time when they met in CSL Pro Winter, it came down to the last map. And I think that's going to happen again. And the only reason DeWalt won, arguably, is a very lucky scout on Neo Dark Origin. So I would like to think that he can do it. And I think either way it's going to be close. And obviously everyone kind of favors DeWalt because DeWalt's just kind of considered the best foreigner. But I do think Bonnet stands a lot more chance than people will give him credit for.
Yeah, I think so, maybe. I'm really curious to see where these two guys line up. It does seem like they're the two Titans that always end up clashing, right? They're the two best players in the foreigner scene, arguably, and they're always connecting blows. It's kind of hard to avoid. I really do want to see a good showdown between one of them and Striker. It's kind of be kind of crazy, though, because we get to see Striker potentially in 2 PVZs of his life, right? Against one of them, whoever loses, and then the other one in the final. So I hope no matter what happens, that Striker's able to take one of them down who loses.
Yes, I want to see Striker. Like I just want to see a Zerg in the finals, man. You know, no bias casting. Not at all.
As a caster, I think we should at least specify our bias if there is any. Because everyone's biased. There's no such thing as non-bias. You can try to avoid being biased, but it's impossible. We're human beings.
Yeah, I'm only biased for my puppies. Oh man. All right, they're doing their vetoes now. We got the ads running, so we don't have to worry about that, guys. We have a lot of great StarCraft coming on up here. We're actually kind of cruising with 2 ZBZs, you know? We're cruising through games. And a PvP, you know, not exactly known for being the longest matchup, but PvZ has some really good potential going super late game.
I always want to see those Hive games where both players are getting like Plague, Devours, and all kinds of crazy.
All right. The players have made a game, which is great because that means I don't have to. I can just sit back and point and go, ha. All right. I should probably get the scoreboard set up, though.
Yeah, that'd help. Definitely.
It's been known to be useful. Right. Perfect.
I'm sure these guys have played with each other long enough that we don't need to do a turn rate check, right?
No. They're defaulting to 16. It's something these guys have done this enough times, I'm sure.
Yeah. I think with DeWalt's location, they kind of have to play on 16. It just is what it is.
Yeah, because DeWalt's Eastern Russia, right?
Yeah.
I never know exactly where a lot of players are, but I just know that he's a bit more east, and that affects his It doesn't affect his time to wake because the man doesn't sleep, as far as I can tell.
That gives him. That gives him better ping against the Koreans, though, which helps with his practice.
Yeah, I bet he gets a lot of Korean practice partners, especially the almost make it into ASL kind of crowd. I can see him being maybe not better than anyone, but probably competitive in that area.
Yeah, I would like to see him be a bit more dynamic in his versus Terran. I think he's being metagamed too much in PvT just because his style is very well understood and they know what he's going to do before he does it. So he hasn't got much chance at breaking through with his current range of play. So I would like to see him become a little more dynamic of a player over the next year or two. Maybe he could break through the qualifier stage. It's possible.
Yeah, I definitely think he has the possibility for it. He just needs a bit more variety. So, go. Sorry, players are asking me if we're ready, and we are. But I definitely think he needs a bit more variety. And there are some players in like the StarCraft 2 scene that he reminds me of where they're just super machine macro focused and just, I'm going to do my build and I'm going to be the best at doing my build, and good luck keeping up. Well, unfortunately, in Brood War, that's not quite as strong as it is in StarCraft 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, game number 1. We got Bonif spawning in the top left as the red Protoss, and his opponent down below in the bottom left is DeWalt as the blue Protoss, and the map, Deja Vu.
Okay, 1 second here.
This should be a banger of a series between these two guys. It's a little bit rock, paper, scissory in Protoss versus Protoss, but there are some middle of the range plays you can go for, like, you know, fast observer off of 2 gateways and play a little bit safe, get a very delayed expansion timing, and just kind of hope for the best. But that does leave some windows open for your opponent to be a bit greedy as well. So there's no real, like, you know, catch-all way of playing this match.
I like seeing people go into 1 gate robo observer, because I feel like a lot of people have been doing DT that I've casted at least recently. So I've been seeing a lot of people going like 1 gate robo into 2nd gate observer, and it seems to be pretty solid these days.
I imagine both players will be opening up 1 gate tech. You usually don't see 2 gate at the higher level. It's only at the more lower MMR where players feel like they need to go for 2 gate to kind of compensate for their lower skill. I expect both of these guys to go for 1 gate core builds pretty much every game.
It is a little sad because I do think I think there's potential with the 2 gate. It's just way too figured out right now. Give it like 3 years. It'll circle back in like 3 years when someone figures out how to micro zealots a little bit better or something.
I mean, it's possible we see a 9-9 gate. Right, we might see a 9-9 gate at one point in this series. That's the only other thing I would like to see in an early game from these two. You do want to keep as wide a range as possible just to kind of obfuscate and hide what you're doing from your opponent and not make it too easy to make.
Yeah, Bonnet has absolutely 9-9'd DeWalt before, so I can see it happening, and I would love to see it happen again.
Yeah, I imagine that most of the shenanigans will be on Bonif's side of things if we are going to see some craziness. DeWalt is a much more like a grinder kind of player and just wants to play his absolute best.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about before, where he does his thing, and he does it really well. But if you know what his thing is, you can kind of play around it.
And these guys know each other pretty much inside and out. They've played so much. So I imagine there'll be some interesting mind games coming out from one another as well, trying to throw each other off what their actual idea is to go.
Yeah, I can't think of any 2 other players from the foreign scene that meet as much as these 2 do.
Yeah.
In events. It's like ladder or customs, whatever, that's different. But like in terms of like tournament results, especially in like looking at finals and such. Well,
looks like our first deviation is going to be that 2nd gate from Bonnie. Yeah, it's a very safe way of playing. Oh, DeWalt just wants to match him here, toe to toe. Gets his own 2nd gateway online.
You know, the beauty of casting is we sit here talking about, oh yeah, no one goes 2 gate before tech anymore, and then both players immediately go 2 gate before tech.
No, I meant.
Oh yeah, I know what you meant, like 10, 12. But like.
Yeah. This is common actually in PvP to go. That's what I was talking about before. Like 2 gate robo is like the safest way of playing PvP. It's the most middle road play you can go for, and is kind of safe against everything, but not great against greed sometimes. So I think this is the most common thing you can expect from both players to be safe.
Yeah, getting goon range here. I don't foresee DeWalt doing anything too wild here, although don't see any follow-up here yet from him, though. Bonnet obviously has his robo cooking, and I don't see one here from DeWalt.
No, I'm curious about that. You could try and go for something greedy here and not even try and get an observer out, and instead like go for either a third or fourth gateway. He could also be super greedy and take a Nexus. I doubt he'll do that. You very rarely see people go for fast Nexus plays in PvP. It's just so risky.
Yeah,
it's
too
kind of like
dangerous.
a game of chicken. Whoever blinks first loses.
Yeah. ZBZ is one base because there's too much happening. PvP is one base because it's just way too risky.
Yeah, but looks like DeWalt was thinking about it. I mean, the probe came down there for just a second, but maybe going back up to throw the robo down now.
Yeah, you thought better of it. It's like,
Yeah, it's just too risky to go for. I mean, there is a strong chance that Bonnie's just going to sit back and do nothing and you get away with it, but it's so much safer to make that robo and then take the Nexus. You don't know exactly what's going to be coming out from Bonif. It's almost game ending if you take a Nexus too early.
yeah, you take a Nexus and all of a sudden he's 3-gate gooning you and you just die. Seen that more than once.
Yeah, it happens. It happens, man. Looks like Bonif also going to be taking his expansion here. So pretty much mirror builds, just slightly different ways of getting there. Slight advantage, though, for DeWalt coming into natural expansion. Gets one kill onto Bonif's Dragoons, and the Zealot tanks quite a few shots. Gets the probe kill, and now with this 6-on-5 advantage, Bonnie has to retreat to the high ground, and DeWalt has a chance of canceling this expansion going down. That's a big advantage for DeWalt going forward.
Great.
Because Bonif was playing super safe going for this observatory, there was a window for DeWalt to come in here and just punish him ever so slightly with a 1-unit advantage.
Yeah, and it's the smallest of advantages too, right? Like, it's not like he went 3-gate goon or something. He didn't like pour in everything. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna get an extra goon and then drop my robo, then consider a Nexus, and I'll just go cancel yours real quick.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of rough, honestly. Like, DeWalt's just straight up ahead right now. Bonif will eventually get this Nexus yet again, but look how late it is compared to DeWalt. Bonnie needs to maybe rely on some Reaver. Yeah, Bonnie needs to rely on some Reaver connections in the main base of DeWalt to make up for this. Something like that, or maybe kill the probe transfer. He'll be mining in his natural anytime now, so once the Reaver's out, can maybe kill all these probes in the natural. Bonnie will be, DeWalt will be prepared for that, though. I imagine his Dragoons will definitely be in the natural, so it might be wiser for Bonif to instead circumnavigate that and try and sneak into the main base from the bottom right-hand side. It's so risky to go for that play without shuttle speed.
Yeah, without shuttle speed, any form of diving into the main sucks, because obviously mains are designed to be big and massive, so that way you can build your structures. Well, that's a double-edged sword when you actually need to get out of them, and they just keep going. The goons can just get in front of you.
Yeah, so I would say straight up DeWalt is just ahead. There's a tiny way that maybe Bonif can, equalize that by sneaking into the main base with a speed shuttle. As long as DeWalt doesn't get deceived into that play, though, he's going to be comfortable in this position. Shuttle now making its way out onto the map for Bonif. Definitely won't better come into the natural to get something done, but maybe he can sneak all the way around into the main. Oh, is he just going to drop into the natural? That's okay, no.
No, he just sees the goons there, and he's like, whoop. Not quite what we're looking for.
It'd be better if he waits for speed and tries to sneak around into the main or something, but that's probably the most risky play he could go for, so it could just lose him the game if that goes.
Yeah, the other thing is with this position, right, if you go in for the main, right, you have to come out here, and if you're getting attacked, your shuttle then has to come all the way back. It's just so inconvenient.
And there's a big tempo for DeWalt to push the gas pedal all the way down and just go into attack mode, and Bonif won't have much of a reaction to that. So it's kind of hoping for a lot to make that play work. It's much more safer to not even try that and instead try and play with this high ground advantage. Maybe get a delayed third base in 2 or 3 minutes and try and make that work. I think it's much more safer for Bonif to try to play with this high ground advantage.
Oh,
that's a pretty big scarab connection on 6 goons. 6 goons got hit by that first scarab. That's a pretty big deal for Bonif going forward. He's got better Reaver control, then that will pay dividends for him as he starts to make his way, edging closer to. Yeah, he needs to snipe this observer of DeWalt. That's a big lead. Yeah, this is good. Now we can execute things a little bit better, seeing exactly how DeWalt is moving out. It looks like DeWalt set up defensively right now with some Dragoons on the high ground. He knows that Bonif wants to find something. Has a slugged out Reaver here. 3 Reavers to 2. We have good micro though. Bonif still can maybe do something. Both players going to exchange Scarabs while scooping up Reavers for kind of a few moments here. Hoping that one player is too busy macroing back at home to know.
This was like the Reaver micro segment of PvP was one thing that like I've tried playing PvP before, and it's just like how do you get them to do this? I can't get them to do this. I don't get this.
Well, it's not the Reavers, it's the shuttles, because the shuttles have inertia, so you have to have really good control in making the shuttle stop and turn when you want it to make sure it can quickly scoop up the Reaver again. Because if you just leave it to its own devices, it'll kind of float away to.
Whoop.
I think he got it. No, he didn't. Okay.
No, he did not get DeWalt.
Yeah. DeWalt is losing a couple of Dragoons, but did do a lot of damage to that shuttle and got a shot off onto the Reaver as well. So feeling pretty safe right now. Bonif has a second shuttle showing up to get a fresh HP one to utilize that instead so it doesn't get sniped so easily.
I think there's a Reaver in here. Unless he left.
Most likely.
Okay.
He hasn't got it.
Oh, we're going to go for the draw. Oh, DeWalt not paying attention for the greatest Scarab in history.
Okay, he gets it. He's fine. There's a big fight going on now on the high ground. There's a big advantage for Bonif to work with, but there's more Reavers for DeWalt. Good micro and picking up that Reaver as well. Needs to find some beautiful Scarab connections on Bonif's Dragoons, and he is definitely doing that. One snipe on the Reaver does come down for Bonif, but he's in hot retreat now. A little bit of problematic situation for Bonif. I think DeWalt definitely coming out ahead after that trade. And now there's a window for Bonif to put a lot of pressure onto Bonnie, and DeWalt can even expand behind that. There's not going to be much to worry about if he does go for an expand.
No, that was great because DeWalt sends the Reaver in, and granted, it didn't get nearly as much as it could have, but in that same moment, he jumped on the ramp here and killed one of Bonnie's Reavers before Bonnie could react, and that allowed him to just push right up the ramp.
Yeah, we got a probe here waiting at the third base for DeWalt. Probably going to throw down a Nexus soon, like we were just talking about. It's definitely a wise choice for him. Now that he's got this high ground advantage, he can defend by attacking and put the pressure on Bonnie. Deny a third base from coming out from him while taking his own. Forces Bonnie to come to him and try and fight up this high ground. Does snipe DeWalt's Observer at least. Now can maybe try and utilize these Reavers from the low to high ground transitions. Forces DeWalt back just ever so slightly. If DeWalt gets a snipe on this shuttle and Reaver, it's going to be huge. Does manage to take down that shuttle. But so far, Bonif coming out ahead on the trades. A lot more Dragoons left over. The slugged out Reavers can't really put a lot of pressure onto DeWalt by going all the way to his rally points. But Bonnie definitely coming out ahead on those trades.
Yeah. And we do have another, granted, weakened shuttle, but... So once we get that in the fight, we can just pick up and continue on. There's 2 slugs here waiting though, and they get a few free snipes.
Ooh,
but
DeWalt's a little bit out of
Bond
position.
says YOLO.
Oh
my lord!
Don't lose the shuttle though. Shuttle probably going to go down, but Bonif doing a great job of breaking through here. Has some cells that aren't so great on the ground compared to Dragoons, but it's more than enough to break through here. DeWalt does manage to kill that other Reaver, but there's a lot of pressure coming out from Bonif right now. He might be able to get a cancel on this Nexus at the third, or just dive into the natural.
So the Zealots I like because they're tanky, but he just doesn't have enough goons behind it, right? Like if it was
I don't like making too many Zealots. It takes so long for speed to come online as well. They're not that great of units, to be honest. Like 1 or 2 to tank is okay, but when you got like 5 or 6 without speed, they don't really do too much. But here they actually are being utilized with the high ground to kind of force the Dragoons to come to them. Does seem like DeWalt will eventually get the better end of the stick in those trades. Reinforcements coming down from Bonif. There is a small window here. Maybe he can go all the way and punish DeWalt, who's now coming up onto the high ground just as the reinforcements show up. And the Zealots now can body block the Dragoons from getting back to safety. And suddenly Bonif with a big tempo switch. And this Nexus did finish up at the third, so we can't just cancel that anymore. Bonif can swing down here and kill that if he wants to.
I don't think he knows it exists yet. I mean, you can assume you definitely should have like some all right, you just don't have a whole lot of army, and it wasn't like we had like the biggest trades ever for what you should have. So he should have some idea.
Well, he might even have a big enough advantage that he can just come into the natural expansion. Has a speed shuttle with some Reaver inside. Maybe he can get some good connection.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful connection on that Reaver. Oh, I think
Bonk.
he's done it. I think Bonif is going to take this game
Bonk.
#1 against DeWalt. There's
We're
not that
opening
much
strong.
left to defend for DeWalt. Even with the high ground advantage, it's not going to be enough. GG is called. And Bonif is going to be snagging that 1-0 lead in the...
Absolutely incredible start to this series here from Bonif. Beautiful PvP, back and forth. In the end, Bonif says, my game won.
Yeah, it gave him the TF2 scout bonk on the head with the baseball bat. Sends him into the other dimension.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Oh. Get into game number 2. There we are. Oh man, this is going to be a long series, I think, of back and forth action.
Potentially, yeah, especially if they both want to open up with safe builds like 2-gate robo and what have you.
Absolutely.
Don't go anywhere, guys, because we're already ready. Jumping into game number 2 on the map, Eclipse. We got spawning in the top right. Currently trading behind in this series 1-0. It's DeWalt.
Battle for who can set it to high latency first.
Yeah, it looks like Bonif a little bit quicker with it. It's Bonif in the bottom left. It's the red.
Quicker on setting it to high latency. Just GG now. Come on. GG, go next.
I want to see one player constantly setting it to low and the other one constantly setting it to high.
I did that in a ladder game once. It was like a turn rate 24 game against Korea because I have really good internet. And he just immediately started setting it to extra high, and I'm like, no, the game actually feels fine on low right now. It's not perfect, but it feels like it's maybe high, but definitely not extra high. And
do you have the hotkeys locked in? Are you like F10 ON and stuff, or?
I did by the end of that match. And at one point he paused it. We're like 3 minutes in, right? Like we're not anywhere into it. He's like, he just pauses, starts spamming in Korean, and then just like setting it, and I just keep sending it back, and finally he just left. I'm like, all right, sick,
nice.
Free MMR.
Woo. Yeah, a lot of Koreans don't even want to play on laggy games.
Yeah. Which sucks because that's the only hours I get to ladder, which means that my MMR just fluctuates wildly.
It happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so no 9-9 gates from either side. Imagine both players going to be taking a guess and doing nothing too crazy. We'll have to wait to see what actual deviations we are going to see. Was that 2-gate robo play, but Bonnie went for a very safe, fast observatory, whereas DeWalt didn't. He wanted to get a bit of a unit advantage and try and put some pressure on. We'll have to see what they've got in store for us this time.
Yeah, I'm curious if DeWalt's maybe going to be a bit more aggressive with his play. You know, because that worked out. He got the cancel on the Nexus, and he got that nice advantage. So I wonder if he's going to push it again.
Yeah.
Or if maybe Bonus tries to be a bit more aggressive, says, oh, you can't cancel my Nexus if I'm on your side of the map.
Right. We rarely see mana pylons anymore, but Bonif might try and go for a mana pylon here. It's possible. He looks like he was sharking for it, or at least making it seem like he was thinking about it.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking. He's thinking
there
about it.
There it is.
I love a good mana pylon.
And he blocked in the probe as well, so it's the best kind of mana pylon.
It's not really mana if you don't lock in their probe. All right, so now you build a gateway here and a gateway here, and we really start having some fun.
He lets it finish even though there's a Zealot hitting it, so he definitely wants to get maximum juice out of this pylon and feels like his build. Oh, he's going to glitch out the Zealot.
What?
Look at
no.
Bonif.
That was downright rude.
Handsome nerd, man. I'm getting some nerd chills over here.
Oh, that was great. And now we have 2 mining on the back minerals.
Some nice play.
Yeah. And I mean, on this side, we skipped Zealot, go straight to Goon, and now we just sit back.
Right. I mean, that's a nice little mind game, early game shenanigans there from Bonif, which is what you expect from two players that know each other inside and out. You want to do something to throw off the other guy, at least a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
And DeWalt is such like a pro gamer tier player where he's just grinded out so many games that hiccuping his timings by throwing off the mining of a mana pylon is just the kind of thing you need to throw him out of his comfort zone ever so slightly, take him off of that race car track, and instead pull him into the jungle in a 4x4.
Yeah. I mean, the advantage of a weird game is that if you know what you're doing and your opponent's not quite sure, you're well up on them, you know? Even if you're not up on, like, supply or something, if you can make a game weird enough where your opponent doesn't know what's happening, you always have a good shot.
Sounds like something like in the Sun Tzu Art of War, where it's like, even if I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent certainly.
I mean, that's the U.S. military training manual right there.
So it is going to be that one gate into Robo from Bonif, and the same here from DeWalt, both players following that up with a second gateway to be safe. You can stay on one gate and be super greedy and do a fast Reaver play, but it's not usually the preferred build order choice. It's so much safer to go 2-gate into Observatory and then get the support bay into Reaver to be ultra safe against the possible range of.
All right. 3 goons versus 3 goon, 1 zealot. Now we got 4 goons.
Yep. Yeah, Bonif wins
Beautiful.
these. It's the
Targeting down the goon, ignoring the zealot. You know, it's tanky. It'll do a little bit of damage, but nothing that you can't, you know, ignore for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is the advantage of being the defender in StarCraft, is even if you're 1 unit down, you can make up that deficit just in the nick of time. With a slightly better unit composition, is going to be feeling pretty good about himself.
So, this is something that Protosses do sometimes. And I have strong opinions on it in the fact that I just don't like it, but I'm curious what you think. They will get their observatory and their Robo Bay at the same time, but you can't produce both an observer and a Reaver at the same time, especially when you go shuttle first. Like, why do you get your observatory? Just throw it down when your Reaver's building, you know?
It depends on their production. Like, if he's not planning on expanding, he can cut probes and not worry. So, yeah, I agree with it. If he's not needing to produce probes because he plans on expanding, it's fine.
Okay.
You see how Bonif is overmaking probes right now, whereas DeWalt cut probes? That means Bonif wants to expand sooner. That's why you see the Nexus coming up, right? And he's now, the DeWalt's going back into probe production because he's got a delayed neck.
Okay, I'm tracking with what you're saying. That was just one of those things where I was like, well, if you can always spend the resources elsewhere. Like, if you're not going to go an Observer until after you go Reaver, just drop your Observatory while your Reaver's building. It's a cheap, quick building. You can spend that money somewhere else, but I guess if you don't really have anywhere else to spend it, because you're just getting out your army real quick.
I mean, ultimately, StarCraft's all about production time. So as long as the production that you need is online, then you're good. Just throw down whatever you...
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh,
the Padroon's out of position, though. Oh, DeWalt catching Bonnie with his pants down. Bonif was trying to be cute and intercept the shuttle coming in from an off angle, but that's going to be a punching. Beautiful Scarab connection on 4 of those Dragoons as well. Oh, I don't know. This is problematic for Bonif. Oh, loses 4 of those probes in the natural, and there's enough Dragoons here to stop Bonif from coming in to save this Nexus potentially as well.
Oh, beautiful Scarab. Oh, it's so close to dead. Oh, DeWalt
picks it up. Beautiful micro.
Oh.
One more shot. 1 HP. 1 HP with the shield.
Oh, it's literally 1 HP. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. That's so good from DeWalt. Barely hanging on to this attack so he can make it kills. Oh, he loses the Reaver. I still think this Nexus is just barely going down. Oh, he's not going to save the Nexus. Bonif is going to save the Nexus. He can juggle this Dragoon, but wasn't able to do so. That's crazy. He barely hung on to that Nexus.
Holy crap. That was nuts. Beautiful army trade out, and we saved the Nexus. We lost like 6 probes to that 1 Scarab, but that's about it.
It's okay. He overmade probes a little bit, so when all said and done, it's still pretty even. It's not like a big advantage for DeWalt or anything.
No.
Bonif made a lot more probes than DeWalt did until that time.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that like it's the game is neutral, but that's about as good as it can be for Bonif because he didn't lose the Nexus. He didn't lose too many workers, you know?
Now, there is some follow-up play. Like, eventually, like, that Nexus could get sniped easier later on. That might happen.
Oh, yeah.
That might definitely change things a lot. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. They are going to meet in this lane. Slight advantage of units for Bonif. Gets a beautiful Reaver connection as well. DeWalt falling back.
Reavers, though.
With this weak... With that weakened shuttle, needs to be careful. If he loses that while the Reaver is inside, it's going to be game-ending damage potentially. That's why he's running back to defend right now. He knows that if he does lose that shuttle on the offensive, those slugged-out Reavers might not be long for this.
Yeah. Or even worse, you lose them. This shuttle dies while the Reavers are inside, and you lose everything. And at that point, it's just a big sad moment.
Yeah. DeWalt going to be using his observer to see exactly what the plan of action is from Bonnie. Going to be seeing an attack vector coming out from him down this center lane. Wants to put on the pressure, knows he might have a tiny advantage to work with. DeWalt will try and use that defender's positional advantage. Has got a spotter pylon down here in case Bonif tries to swing round to his natural as well. Has got the high ground advantage to fall back to. Oh, he loses the shuttle. That's beautiful from DeWalt. Great target firing. Now this Reaver's in trouble. DeWalt's going to pounce on that, take that quite easily. Needs to get some kind of compensation, does Bonif. Does snipe the shuttle. Now kills one of the Reavers. Can now shuffle back to the high ground and get a Dragoon advantage. Yeah, he will get an advantage by shuffling back to the high ground. Yeah, he will. But overall, like, that's still DeWalt favored, though, to be fair.
Yeah, because he still has a Reaver at the end of the day, and he's got a second one here.
Yeah, he didn't lose both Reavers. Yeah, he was hesitant to even attack up the ramp with that slugged out Reaver. He knew if he lost that Reaver, he wouldn't be able to feel so good about the position anymore.
Yeah, DeWalt's still defensively in a great spot, but he can't really do anything. He's got 3 Reavers and no shuttles.
He's got something to spot for Bonif's third base timing as well, so he knows Bonif is still most likely on 2 bases, so we'll be just chilling. Bonif going to be sniping this observer. That's a small information warfare win for him. But with the splash damage advantage with these slugged out Reavers, DeWalt is still sitting pretty and can maybe even make a ninja base down here in this bottom right pocket if he wants to eventually.
He's actually going to push up with these. They're crawling their way across the map. He's like, nah, I'm going home. I don't care that much.
Yeah. This probe is just spotting for like shuttles and stuff in the bottom right for the time being, but he might utilize that later on to expand and take a ninja that Bonif isn't expecting.
Taking a base on the bottom corner of this map is always powerful. It feels like no one ever checks there until it's like mid to late game. Like, all right, well, this base has been mining for like 6 minutes. Congrats.
That probe is probably waiting to make a Nexus down there at the opportune moment. It's just a matter of when he can get away with doing that. If the fight's going to keep going hard like this, he can't necessarily afford to make that Nexus right away. He needs to keep his unit production on full scale operational. So he won't necessarily be able to make that Nexus right now, but we'll be taking that the moment he wins a good trade or feels like Bonif can't attack into him.
Yeah. If you make it just a moment too early and you cut a goon or 2 or, you know, cut a Reaver, God forbid, and then suddenly you just lose the game.
It is like that. And it looks like Bonif is going to swing around to this upper lane in the center. And there's 2 options with DeWalt. Go for a counterattack or pull back to defend. It looks like he's doing both. He's pulling back the shuttle and Reavers to defend while going for a counterattack. He wants to get a kill on this Nexus that he knows is low HP.
Yeah, the counterattack's going to do a lot here. And at this point, Bonif is now kind of stuck in a hard spot because does he attack in? Does he try and run home?
He should.
What do you do here?
He needs to do something. Losing this Nexus for free is not acceptable. He has to go for an attack right now and win the trade up on the north side of the map. Let's get a look on the fight over there on quick. Yeah, he's getting on top of the Reavers on DeWalt. Yeah,
even without his Reavers.
Some Reavers. There's still 2 Reavers waiting in reserve for DeWalt here, so he might still be okay. But with the shuttle to micro, Bonif can still make this work. DeWalt desperately tried to target down that shuttle, wasn't quite able to find the phase disruption connection on that to make it a reality, and suddenly can dive in can dive in here with his Reavers to maybe clean up these 2 slugged out ones. And I think this is definitely going to be favoring Bonif if he can keep the momentum going and get this other Reaver that's just popped out as well.
He actually held at home too. Yeah, and at this point,
I mean, he's...
I would just click down some probes real quick.
He needs to get 1 or 2 big Scarab connections. Oh, it's not good enough. He needs just like a big clump of probes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
Honestly, when it was just 2 Reavers here, I think he should have just sent it up into the main and tried to clear out the minerals, because that's where you're really going to get your comeback advantage here.
I disagree, because like a Dragoon could just easily pop out of these gateways and snipe it with its being on that low HP. So it was right that Bonif tried to play that way, just couldn't find a good Scarab connection on that probe line. And losing that Nexus in the natural now will start to become a deficit that's really hard to overcome. DeWalt doesn't even need this 3rd base anymore after sniping that Nexus. He can kind of just stay on 2 bases and power up, and there's a lot of pressure on Bonif to find something to work with now.
Yeah. At this point, DeWalt should just power up and then just wait for the next attack, because Bonif needs to get something done. He's down on 1 base, and that 1 base isn't going to last forever. So it's really the onus is on him to get something done. So I think DeWalt's doing the smart thing here. Stand here on top of the ramp, have a Reaver here, and you just kind of chill.
Yeah, and Bonif is just going to have to like make a very slow Nexus to try and catch up in this game. When all said and done, DeWalt is in a very commanding position, and Bonif probably feels a little bit of pressure to find something somehow, some way soon, but I don't know if that's going to be transpiring on. I think DeWalt should close out this game, especially with this Ninja 3rd finally coming on.
Yeah. At this point, it's just waiting for DeWalt to close it out. Oh, that was a little sloppy there from Bonif. Reaver got a little too far away from the shuttle.
There could be some micro mistakes here from DeWalt that somehow Bonif can push in here and make something work. I don't think it is going to happen, but it's still possible. DeWalt trying to target down the Reavers and shuttles forces a bit of an engagement from Bonif and has put a lot of damage down onto that shuttle already, so really difficult for Bonif to attack into here without risking losing the game straight.
This probe's checking over everything, making sure there's nothing hiding, because at this point DeWalt's like, why are you, like, are you trying to get one? Where's your, like, desperate attack, right? We were talking about.
Yeah.
All right, you really do have
going to sally out and bring it to him. Yeah, Bonif wasn't expecting this. Maybe DeWalt can just smash him right here, right now. There's no shuttle to micro back this Reaver of Bonif's either. There's a slightly superior goon count for Bonif, but it's not able to be leveraged with these 2 Reavers that are currently devastating him with these beautiful Scarab connections. And Bonif's in retreat, behind in supply, catching up in economy, while DeWalt's getting his 3rd base online. This should be a DeWalt victory.
Yeah.
Oh, the shuttle's out of position. Maybe Bonif can snipe it. Oh, not.
Or tried,
yeah, Bonif is just hoping for a mistake to capitalize on. He basically needs DeWalt to make a blunder here. Shuttle has really low HP, which will easily be taken down by DeWalt, and he's just doing cleanup on aisle 5 right now. Bonif probably about to tap out of the game and think about what he wants to do in the next one. And DeWalt takes a 2-1 advantage.
The biggest issue, right? No, that's 1-1, right? That was just game 2.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, that's game
maybe.
2. Brother, my brain's not that good. Please don't do that to me. My brain is way too smooth for this.
Subconsciously trying to trip you up.
No, it's any plan that you make that relies on your opponent messing up, not a great plan. But we'll see. You know, new game, new ideas. We'll see what he brings in for game 3.
Sometimes that's all you got, though, right? I mean, a lot of times in chess, you're playing like that. If if both players are kind of like going toe for toe and they're both playing positionally perfect, you are kind of waiting for a minor blunder from your opponent to capitalize on, some kind of oversight to then like execute an attack or something. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that chess and Brood War are the same thing.
No, I'm certainly not. They have similarities.
I'm sorry. That was just way too there. Oh,
yeah,
man.
I would say like chess and StarCraft is like a 10% overlap, whereas poker and StarCraft is like a 40 to 60% overlap. You know what I'm
Yeah. And that's why Poker Defense is the most popular UMS game, of course.
Oh, you know it, man. That's a fun.
Dude, I actually genuinely love me some good Poker Defense. All right. So DeWalt asked for. Oh, I was gonna say DeWalt asked for 3 minutes, so we got a couple minutes to kill here.
Okay, well, we're gonna talk some smack for a couple of minutes, guys. But if you want, run to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a beer, grab some popcorn, whatever you need to. I'm just gonna talk and chill for a few minutes before getting into our game number 3.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it'll be that long, especially since 3 minutes ago started like a minute and a half ago when we were talking about UMS. So.
Y2 kid thinks I'm still right. I'm just seeing the future of that score.
Well, you know, it's possible. You have a solid 50-50 shot.
Yeah. I'll flip that.
Either he wins or he don't.
Yeah.
If you ever want to annoy someone, like a stat, like people who do stats, I'm not gonna try and pronounce that word because it's not gonna happen today. I can already tell you. But if you really want to, if you really want to annoy them, you just tell them everything's a 50-50 because either it happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's
watch
one way of
them
looking
really
at
get
life,
mad
right?
at you.
Doesn't that mean that everything in life is a 50-50 and whether or not you die? Like when you walk down the street, it's a 50-50 if you get hit by a bus.
Yeah, basically. Well, like, well, no, it's like a 12-point. It's like, okay, well, either I get hit by a bus or I don't. Like, if I don't get hit by a bus, then it'd be like that, you know?
That seems like some flawed logic to me, but we can roll.
Yeah, but it's hilarious to make fun of people who really are heavy into stats. And it's just like, well, no, it's all 50-50.
I hear you. Actually, we're going right into game number 3 here. Less of a break than we expected. I hope you guys are back from the bathroom because we're jumping into it and spawning in the bottom right. It's Bonif as the red pro. His opponent in the bottom left. DeWalt as the blue Protoss. And the map, Radio.
If you're still in the bathroom, run! Start yelling. Try and come through their headset loud enough.
You'll be able to shake first. You can't just run because then you're getting droplets all over the floor and stuff, or down your trousers or inside your pants. You don't want that, man. You don't want the drops down your leg.
Yeah. Just don't shake more than twice, right? Alright. No 9-9 yet. Surprisingly.
Yeah. I did think we were going to see at least one 9-9 gate in this series, but maybe not. Maybe both players feeling super confident that they can just go for a normal safe style. 1 gate robo into 2 gate every single time.
I mean, they both won a game doing it, so I guess it makes sense. And also it's 1 each, right? So it's not like, if you're going to gamble, this is probably the best point, but also I can see, you go up 2-1. All right, you know what? Let's try and clean the series out real quick, Or, oh God, I just got destroyed. Let's try a quick cheese here to even it up on match point.
Yeah, honestly, it's not been that one-sided of games. Both games are pretty close. So, yeah, I can see that being the logic here. If it's not broke, don't fix.
Yeah. Just, all right, clean up your play, shape up a little bit, and send it in.
Okay, both players going to be scouting in the correct direction at the same time, more or less. A few seconds quicker of a scout here for Bonif, but it's not really going to amount to much.
No, it amounts to the probes kissing, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's kind of beautiful when you think about it.
Yeah. I don't think we can show that on Twitch, though.
I'll put it behind a paywall, we'll be alright.
StarCraft OnlyFans. It's just probes touching each other.
Oh man, I do not want to see like Rule 34 on
No,
probes. No,
no,
thank you.
no.
No, thank you. No, 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 no,
No,
no, no.
no, 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 no. Please.
I'll hard pass on that, my guy.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. Alright guys, just shut the stream down. We're done.
Alright. Range gonna start for Bonif. I mean, it is possible that it's a +1 weapons and he's faking this out, and once this probe is out of here, he'll throw down a Citadel. But it's unlikely also. I don't think that will necessarily happen, but it could.
Yeah.
Dwalt wants to keep this probe alive to make sure.
Second gate here as well. Only one gate still on DeWalt's side. Alright, probe's gone. Moment of truth. Not still spinning.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it's still spinning. He won't be. He won't be. I doubt these players are going to do those kinds of mind games against one another. They know that they both like to go for fast robo, fast observer, almost every single. Oh,
what if he just drops it anyways?
Talk too soon. Just makes it anyway. Okay, fair enough. Let's do it.
I'm going range and invisible men.
Well, if you're gonna go DT, you kind of have to do this. If you want a double mind game, because you want to show the range, they think, okay, there's no way he's going range and DT, right?
Yeah. And now the real question is, right? Because DeWalt really hasn't gone quick observers any of the games. It keeps going quick Reaver. Is he gonna switch it up?
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? Yeah, that Spidey sense that makes him better than everyone.
DeWalt was a little bit greedy before, but I have a feeling this game he's just gonna throw down that fast observer tree.
Yeah. All right, Temple Archives cooking. I actually kind of like this. Like, I like the aftermath of a DT opener, where you end up with High Templar as your main splash damage. I just find it to be a very different kind of PvP than what we usually see.
Well, High Templars are superior to Reavers overall. It just takes such a long time to get the value out of them, you know?
Yeah.
So, ideally you'd want to go Templars. It's just that there's way too much tempo to be gained from the Reavers initially. So, yeah, I mean, eventually the Storm will be good, but it takes a long time to get.
Yeah, and you can just leave a Reaver somewhere, and it's going to have 5 chances to delete whatever's attacking it, you know? Versus a High Templar, you leave it alone for 8 seconds, and it's just dead.
And a fast observatory from DeWalt like we suspected. So,
yeah.
I don't think this DT is going to get a lot done here.
Man's just too good at the game. Like, yeah, you know what? It felt like DTs. It's going to be DTs. Here's my observer.
Well, there have been some games where DeWalt makes cuts, but not this one. He is going to be playing super safe.
It is always unfortunate, though. You play 2 games where he cuts the corners and, like, does all this, and you're like, oh, all right, time to punish that. And he's like, you know, I feel like I'm going to get punished for this, and stops doing it.
That's the nature of the beast. It's basically poker, right? And exactly what we're seeing here. DeWalt Bonif trying to push in with 6 goons here, but there's 6 and a Celot for DeWalt to hold, so nothing can really happen. He can maybe just push in with these DT with his army, but only if he knows the observer is in his base. It depends on when he sends this second observer. If he tries to be greedy with the second observer and check out on the map somewhere else, then he could go in, but he won't even risk something like that. He's going to snipe this observer. Bonnie's going to see the bad news and just play ever so slightly from behind.
Yeah, I mean, this Nexus is so quick.
Yeah. He gets a probe kill for some compensation, maybe a Dragoon on the exit. This is a bit of a risky play from Bonif, because now he can lose 2 for 1, and he does lose 2 for 1. So DeWalt even coming ahead on the Dragoon trades on top of that, really cementing his advantage.
Owned Citadel going down. He says, no, you know what? Templar does sound like a fun idea. You're right, casters.
Yeah. Templar's a lot better. Let's go for it.
I mean, I guess if you don't have to worry about them going Reavers, there's no reason you have to, right? Because we were talking about it. It's all a tempo thing.
Right. Yeah, the Reavers not being a factor, then suddenly you can be greedy and go straight into that Temple attack, and that's exactly what we're going to have here. And if both players will be doing that, trying to get into that Temple attack, and there's a slight faster timing for Bonif, but that won't really be able to be utilized in this game. He's going to be just playing slightly from behind, pretty much from now on. There is a
You know
2-gate advantage for Bonif. Go on.
I think Bond's about to get punished hard here. He skipped the forge.
What?
You always go if you're gonna go DTs, you got to go forge because if they go counter DTs, you're fucked.
No, you're right. No, you're right. There's no forge. Yeah, you're completely right on.
Yeah, I'm looking around because I'm looking at like what DeWalt's scouting with his observer, and I'm like, you know, he's going.
I just assumed
no,
he
he's
made
going
one.
to Dank Templars.
I just assumed he made one, but I guess he couldn't afford to go 4-gate and forge, so he's going to get a little bit punished now potentially.
All right, Robo's coming up, and the observatory and the observer are very quick, but the Robo is not.
Yeah, I mean, if it's possible DeWalt doesn't make a DT though. Will that happen? Will DeWalt actually not make a DT?
There's no way. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way. He's gotten the full scout. You know he skipped the forge.
It was wishful thinking on my part.
Will Storm be done? Could you like body block and Storm?
Well, DTs. I mean, they do have a. No, you wait. No, you can't, right? Because it's 80 HP and 40 shields. It's 120 total. Storm is 110 over 2.5 seconds. So no, he can't even just one-shot Storm those Templars. It's just not possible.
Oh, yeah, this is not good. Okay, he did get the forge in the end. He's gonna have a cannon in the mineral line. Oh, this is
DT.
This is
the high Templars.
Oh.
Not like this. Oh, it's so painful,
right,
man. He can
so,
even maybe get a kill on this cannon. Oh,
so the answer to my question
painful.
is no, he can't. As he just tries.
Yeah. This is rough, man. I mean,
No,
if he just was a
pull
tiny bit
forward.
less greedy and got that forge earlier, he would be probably pretty fine against this. But as it stands,
Yeah.
he tried to play greedy to catch up in the curve of the game, and now he's paying the price even more.
Yeah, and that's StarCraft in a nutshell. Like we've been comparing it to poker so much, and it just really is. You got to gamble, and sometimes you win, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, when you know your opponent's desperate, sometimes you can get an even bigger advantage to work with. And exactly what DeWalt has done here, now utilizing this DT during this Dragoon fight to get some free damage with those Warp Blades. Bonif trying to get some trades going to find some kind of compensation in this game to make up for the fact that 2 of these gateways are going to be unpowered soon as well. And lost so many probes, you can't even mine this now.
But it's just, the damage is done, you know?
Yeah, it is on. I mean, he's trapped this DT in the natural, which is something. Kills the observer of DeWalt. It's okay, but I hope he doesn't forget about this DT in the main, because that could do a lot of damage. Maybe snipe this pylon yet again or something, or kill this High Templar or something. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Run.
No.
Run.
He's going to make it. He's going to...
Oh.
The shield. He's about.
Oh, man.
That's pretty painful still.
But, yeah, we're still down 16 supply.
Yeah. And now it's 4 gates versus 8. Like, before it was 4 gates versus 2. Now it's 4 gates versus 8. Bonif is going to be playing catch-up and has to throw down a lot of gateways.
Yeah, and it's... At this point, you have to wait for everything to come back online, right? Like, you lost these gates for how long? You got to wait for these gates to build. And it's just a whole lot of waiting game at this point.
It's a huge production advantage for DeWalt when all's said and done.
Yeah. And, I mean, Storms are good, but I don't know if they're this good, you know?
I mean, it's possible DeWalt still gets out microed or something, or doesn't storm well enough, and Bonif gets some money storms. It can happen. I mean, there is a way of still Bonif winning this game. It's just unlikely. Like, your money should be on DeWalt.
Oh, bye, Observer. Safety Archon, you know, because Archons are safe. And the other thing about this is that... Oh, you finished. Sorry. You can go.
No, you go. That's good.
I was like, DeWalt got his forge first, which means his +1 is done first. And while it doesn't affect, you know, Storm, still really good for him.
Yeah, any upgrades is helpful in this matchup. Getting a bit of weapons upgrades certainly does help out the trades ever so slightly. Especially getting more value out of your Zealots benefit a lot from...
Yeah. Oh, he's hunting for that first Storm. Oh my god, 1 Templar falls, 2 Templar falls, 3 Templar fall before a storm is cast.
Oh, DeWalt is getting really good trades right now. You can definitely push the gas pedal a bit. Oh, look at that storm. That's so beautiful. That's crazy. There are a lot of Zealots training out of the gateways of Bonif to try and keep this army at bay, where there should just barely be enough meat in this engine to keep going. And GG is called. And DeWalt takes a 2-1 advantage in this series.
This is DeWalt's world, and we're just living in it, man. It's like he's kind of good. All right.
Turns out, playing the game does help you win at the game.
Yeah, weird, right?
It's a very foreign concept. We're still trying to grab.
All right. Wait, did Bonds just quick? No, okay, he didn't just quickly host it like he's been doing. I think he's checking the replay. He was like, wait a minute.
He's watching the replay. Yeah, he's definitely watching the replay. It's a little bit frustrating that he didn't get that forge. I just assumed he made the forge. I thought he was fine.
Yeah. Well, because you should. It's part of the build orders. You drop the forge as your DTs are building. And you can drop a cannon, especially if you're going to take the Nexus. You can throw 3 cannons at the front and just hope for the best.
Yeah, it's a shame. Maybe he just thought that if there was a DT play, it wouldn't be quite as quick as that. Maybe DeWalt also knew that Bonif would be a little bit too greedy and punished him as a result.
Yeah. I mean, the observer saw enough, and it's just it's playing you see what you see, and you play into it, right? It's the best way of playing this game sometimes.
All right, guys. Game number 4, spawning in the top right as the blue Protoss. It's DeWalt. His opponent needs to make a little bit of deficit here. There's Bonif in the bottom right. There's the red Protoss and the map. Poly.
By the way, your mic's doing that cutout thing again, where it dips out right at the end.
Oh, let's see if I can check.
Well, we got that going on, guys. It's just probes mining. We can get some pylons going here.
He's building a pylon. It's great.
Oh my god, a pylon! What? Your average hype casting?
Probably like the most expected building to be made early game, but you can't really play about making a pylon, right?
Yeah, it's kind of useful.
Yeah, I would say so.
You know, you might even want more than one.
You should just pro brush him. He just needs to pro brush him. You're crazy.
Dude, based pull the 4 probes and rush. I respect it.
I mean, Naura used to play Protoss versus Terran like that way back when, and with good enough micro, it actually works. You do a follow-up proxy zealot attack, and as long as you block that factory from coming down, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these days that's just kind of evolved into the gas steel, right? Like, I feel like the gas steel is maybe not like the direct evolution, but kind of like the modern version of that. You gas steel, you come in with a probe and a couple of zealots, and you ruin their day.
Yeah, in a way, it is like kind of the final form of that evolution tree where they realize, hang on a minute, this is just way more efficient to be annoying.
Yeah, I found a better way to be annoying, and it's just, I can't, instead of just stopping you from building the factory, I can just stop you from having the gas to build the factory.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as direct. It's a very much more indirect way of approaching it, but way more cost efficient.
Yeah, and APM efficient. Because you're not like trying to sit there and moving shot their SCV as it bounces.
Oh yeah, can you imagine like being that good at the game that you can like kill all their SCVs with like 2 pro?
Yeah, no, I couldn't even imagine being that good. That's just a level that's just far beyond. We're gonna get a matter pylon, but it's definitely not the best one. Is this pro blocked?
Zealot's gonna be hitting it. It's blocked. It's blocked.
Okay. Because it looks.
There is a way of sliding it out, but there's a way of sliding it out. It's just very difficult to do that. So he's most likely just gonna target it down.
Oh, all right. We're gonna get a cancel on that one. Not gonna let it finish this time. Well, both players going Zealot first this time.
Yeah, we didn't see that before, so it's the first time we've had pretty mirror builds besides that mana pylon.
Yeah.
What's your prediction? Are we going to see something crazy like DT again, or are they going to be going like, 2-gate rope?
I think it's going to be a bit more standard. I think Bonneth went, I kind of cheesed, kind of messed up, so I think he wants to play standard. I don't see DeWalt doing anything too crazy unless the opportunity arises.
I could see a 1-gate robo from DeWalt here into 2-gate, but I don't necessarily think, I don't think Citadel either, but I think, 1-gate robo into 2-gate is a bit of optimization for DeWalt. Bonnie went for a very fast 2-gate instead.
We'll see how he spins this. I mean, having the advantage of a quicker robo isn't great if you lose your shuttle to the extra goons that Bonneth has, you know?
That's for sure. That's for damn sure. Yeah.
Sorry,
so we'll
allergies got my throat feeling like crap.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, we'll have to see how this game transpires after the fact. There will be a lot more units coming out from Bonneth, and if DeWalt's caught off guard by that and has to run up to his high ground, Bonneth might be able to kill 1 or 2 of these Dragoons, get an advantage and start containing him. And, Reavers aren't the greatest on ramps because of how the regions are divided up. It's based on regions is what the range of the Reaver is. Like, they can shoot a max of 3 map regions. So on the ramps, there's like really tight, but on the ramps, but this is not a reverse ramp. So the regions are actually quite big on this ramp. So the Reaver should have enough range to shoot down this without too many problems.
Alright. Bonneth thinking about pushing up here. Ramp is one hell of a drug, though.
Yeah. I mean, he should be okay. Like, just waiting for this Reaver to pop out eventually and just secure the high ground. He went for support bay before Observatory here to kind of optimize. So he got them about the same time like before. So he can then pick which he needs based on what he scouts and kind of min-max things.
Yeah.
Observer making its way downtown. Get some scouting information inside the main base of Bonneth.
Robo coming on up.
Like,
Robo Bay coming on up, I mean.
Yeah, and he's optimizing his production time, getting that shuttle out first, even though he can't make a Reaver yet, so he can go shuttle, observer, Reaver. Make the most out of that potential production time without being offline for too long.
Yeah.
Bonneth just chilling at the bottom of the ramp. Kind of soft containing DeWalt here, but with the Reaver slugging it out. Ooh! Gets one good connection. It's going to be forcing a retreat from Bonneth. Does manage a kill. Yeah, gets a kill on the exit. It's a small micro victory there for DeWalt going forward. And it looks like Bonneth does want to expand, but he does need to be careful when he actually makes that Nexus, because if DeWalt goes crazy on his production and had more gateways behind this, Bonneth wouldn't be too safe in making that. He doesn't know that DeWalt's cut on production so much, though. So, yeah, I think I will all said and done.
It'll work, but by accident.
Yeah, sometimes you're accidentally successful in life. You kind of just like fall into place, like a jigsaw piece that was meant. Ooh, does manage to get a kill on the Blindness Observer. Now pouncing on top of the Dragoons. There is Reavers showing up to help defend this. DeWalt was getting the better end of the stick of that trade to begin with, but now the Reavers here, Bonneth can push him all the way back to his natural potentially.
Yeah. We do have 2 slugging boys here.
Ooh, yeah. And he can rotate around with this shuttle and try and get some probe damage.
Yeah.
It does That does force him to come up onto the high ground at the 3 o'clock location. It's hard for Dewalt to attack up into there, so Bonnie was considering being a bit aggressive with this shuttle, but it's not worth. There is observers to spot for that, and it would be very committal to do that without speed shuttle being ready. So it's safer just to keep this shuttle with the Dragoons for now. And Dewalt trying to isolate this army from coming back out.
Yeah.
And keeps it pinned down on this 3 o'clock location for the time being.
Oh, some goons shooting at observers, other goons shooting at shuttles.
Yeah, observer advantage here for Dewalt. Bonif's trying to get on top of these Reavers and pounces them. Does manage to scoop up the Reaver into the shuttle to save it. Some pretty good Reaver Scarab connections for
all the
Bonif.
Reavers died.
He does come out ahead on the Dragoon count ever so slightly. With good micro, Bonif will technically win this fight, but does lose something else out there. I didn't quite see what that was.
Kind of looked like a probe when it died.
Yeah, it sounded like a probe. I wasn't 100% sure about it, though.
Yeah, it might have been a scouting probe or something that got pulled in, or maybe just an accidental hotkey.
Yeah.
Because the only other thing that would have been out there is an observer, but his observer was already dead, so... And it's a very distinct sound when an observer explodes.
Yeah, it is. So it looks like going up into 4 gateways is Dewalt. Still just 2 gateways for Bonif. Observer sees everything in the main base of Bonif. Dewalt getting a bit of information lead here. Sniping that observer does pay dividends later on when you get inside and see all the tech timings and production timings. He can now min-max appropriately with his own unit compositions and cutting probes when necessary, or inversely continuously making probes to be a bit greedy.
Yeah, and at this point, Dewalt, he's just going to sit back. He's got goons up here on the high ground. He's got 2 Reavers out. He's going to have to at least wait for a shuttle before he thinks about doing anything. But Boz says, well, you know, why wait? Unfortunately...
Goon slightly out of position. Maybe he can get at least 1 shot off onto these probes before exiting. So far, it's going to be...
Oh, no!
Why did he turn around? Why did he turn around? He thought he had the 4 seconds calculated in his head. He turned around because he was like counting in his head. The internal body clock told him it's about to dud. It's 4 seconds. I can turn around now. But he miscalculated by a few milliseconds. And that's a major blunder for Dewalt. That's crazy.
Just drop it out. I need to know how many it got. It was like 8. It had to have been about 8.
That was like 7 or 8. Yeah, that was crazy.
Holy, I was not ready.
Man, I'm surprised he turned around. It's exactly 4 seconds for a dud, and he tried to calculate it perfectly so he could go back to mining right away, but got punished as a result. Yeah, 8 kills. 8. That's nuts.
That was beautiful. That was one of those, like, you're so in the habit of just like, oh yeah, just send it back, you know, it's fine, and then just, you do it once, just a little too wrong. Although,
man, counter damage in the main base, big connections on Bonif. 4 or 5 probes go down to that counter attack. Doesn't manage to get any compensation on the exit as well. So Dewalt evening things up with that connection for sure. That's a pretty big deal. I'm glad we didn't miss that.
Yeah, it was just poked in there, got a couple, gets out. It wasn't able to get much else. Goons were popping just as he showed up. Beautiful timing here.
I mean, there's a production advantage here for Bonif. Maybe he can catch up and find a bit of a tempo window. It's 6 gateways to 4, I believe.
Yeah, so let's see. 6. Yeah, still just 4 gates. Look at this.
There's a way that...
Look at the Sim City, though. It's a very interesting design. Like, the way he's doing it, right? We were talking about earlier where you look at just how someone places their gates, and you're like, very stylistic.
It also leaves a little space for him to just add on like 4 gateways in a big clump here on the left, and then just go straight up to 8 gateways whenever he wants to. So I do like this setup here from Dewalt, but it is very stylistic in terms of how they, you know, construct their base layouts. And I think Dewalt has put, you know, a teeny tiny bit more extra time in his thought process of where he wants to place his buildings in general.
I wonder if this is also a consideration of being able to get goons around for a shuttle to counter drops.
Yes. That's why I said it was going to be a bad idea. Yes, that's why it's going to be a bad idea for him to fly straight into the main in that last game on Eclipse to try and get in there, because when the Dragoons pop out, it's like one shot to get on that shuttle on the limit.
Okay, a couple of pylons coming out up here. Nothing else with them, but...
That's a spot of pylons just to make sure they can see the shuttles coming in and cover his blind.
I do like... A lot of people only drop the bottom one, which is weird because it... All right, no, it does have a little bit of visibility here because this doodad blocks a lot of visibility on that pylon for no good reason.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the games can come down to a dude. Oh, the Reaver's in the main base. Dragoon's slightly out of position, struggling to get in there. Yeah, I mean, maybe he can clear up these Reavers cost efficiently enough that it isn't too big a deal, but some Dragoons do go down to make up for that. Oh, yeah, I think that's slightly Bonif favored, but only if he can do an attack soon, and he can't. So I think that still does favor DeWalt, just because there's no risk of a counterattack punishing him losing those Reavers.
Yeah, I think the biggest advantage of that is that you killed 2 Reavers and a shuttle, and if you're not willing to jump on that, then like you don't get anything out of that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a mineral only here for Bonif to try and get a bit of ahead of the curve of the game, economically speaking. But that does also mean he's going to be pretty Dragoon heavy to make the most of that. So I don't know how this game's going to pan out. DeWalt's coming onto the map with a big army. Nice observer snipe there from Bonif. This can be really good for DeWalt, but also really bad. If he gets these Dragoons caught out of position, suddenly Bonif can turn the whole game around in a heartbeat if DeWalt makes one small mistake and misstep and can't get this Dragoon count out.
I wonder if DeWalt read this with the 2 pylons as you were thinking about the base. And yes, and now all of a sudden Bonif has a great surround on this.
He can flank it from the left-hand side and the right-hand side if he wants to pull the trigger on this. Bonif, though, isn't going for that pincer maneuver from the left and right. He's just staying on the right-hand side. I think he's worried about more units coming up to this mineral only, so he's trying to hedge his bets and keep this army down here so it can retreat up to the high ground at the mineral only to defend that way. And DeWalt was probably looking to do that, looking to pull Bonif out of position.
It looks like, you know, Bonif playing it right, though, sitting back. The Goons now are going to come out and try and join the fight, but reinforcement, we have 2 Reavers here. Meanwhile, this fight...
I think Bonif might be in a little bit of trouble. His army's completely that position. Now getting flanked, pincered from both sides. Beautiful Scarab connection shots as well from DeWalt. He's completely surrounded this. Just needs to make sure he clears up these 2 Reavers. Does get one good final Scarab connection on there. And suddenly DeWalt is going to surge ahead in supply, in army advantage, and overall curve of the game. This mineral only is not going to pay off for DeWalt. There are some speed zealots coming out to make the most of this extra minerals, but it's too slow in doing so, even though he didn't pull Bonif into a bad misplay by trying to isolate those goons at the 6 o'clock. It doesn't matter. When all said and done, he has got an army advantage to work with, and we'll be closing out this game.
GG.
Wow. That's really impressive from DeWalt. I can definitely tell he plays a lot more than Bonif.
Yeah. And no, I mean, Bonif looked really good throughout that series. Just DeWalt in those small things right there. He just made it work really well.
Yeah. We don't usually get to see that many good PvPs, but when these 2 guys play, it's pretty exciting to watch. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, that's about as good as PvPs can get when you watch these 2 go at it.
Oh, yeah, certainly in the foreigner scene. There was actually a pretty good game between Doodle and Dragon in the BSL recently. One match in particular on Death Valley was really exciting. There was even stasis involved. It was crazy.
Ooh, nice.
It was gnarly.
I mean, I do love me a good Doodle game. All right, guys. Next up is Bonif versus Striker. Best of 5 losers final.
Yeah.
If we take a look here. Yeah. We're crushing through. Sorry, you go on.
2 more series to cost. I'm looking forward to Striker potentially being able to take out Bonif, though. I kind of, no matter what happened, wanted Striker to beat whoever fell down to the losers bracket. We see that PVZ finals. That's what I really want. Yeah. But a rematch between DeWalt and Bonif would also be okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be. I think no matter what, we have a great top 3. I do
Yeah.
want to see Striker win because I do want that PVZ as well. I mean, a little bit of a Zerg fanboy, a little bit of a Striker fanboy, but you know, it is what it is.
It is what.
Guys,
All
get
right.
some merch. While we get set up here, make sure you get your merch.
Ooh, yeah. Get some merch, guys. All right, we're gonna be seeing who's vetoing what. Believe it's Striker says it's Bonif that's got a veto first. Yeah, Bonif was like, "You veto first, I believe," and Striker was like, "No, it's you first."
No, you. No, you. All right. We'll get the scoreboard set up here while they get set up. Make sure that the ads
we haven't
not...
seen.
Oh.
We haven't seen the CSL map at all, have we? The entire tournament, at least not anything we've casted.
No, it wasn't vetoed last series. It was just the last map. Yeah, they vetoed Apocalypse and Dominator. So theoretically, it would have been map 5.
To game 5 then. That would have been cool to finally get a cast one game on that map. Who knows? It could still happen though, right? If they don't veto it.
Oh yeah.
Why don't I quickly take a? I'm gonna take a quick 30-second break and run to the bathroom. Why don't you quickly talk to these guys for a few seconds?
All right, chat. I'll figure out how to talk to you guys by myself. It's fine. But by that I mean I'm just gonna show off my puppy. Goes Jinx, look at you, Jinx. Come here. Oh, she's gonna stretch. Oh, your sister's asleep. Let her sleep. Siblings, man. You know, they're all cute, and then like one's asleep, and the other one's like, "Hey, wake up, good girl, Jinx." Oh, someone wants to lay down and watch. Aw. All right. Looks like we're gonna have a game here soon, so I'm gonna have to get our boy Zun is gonna have to come back here and join us. All right. Yeah. All right. Looks like Striker needs a minute too, so everyone leaves except me. All right, guys. See you later. No, everyone leaves except me. You're stuck with me, chat. I'm sorry. But no, we got incredible games today. We have PvP, PvZ. We had so much ZBZ to start off the day, too. Man. It's a great day for StarCraft. And now, I should probably update the title. Let's see, this is the lower bracket finals. It's going to be Striker. All right, there we go. We get the title updated so everyone knows it is Striker versus Boneth. Prediction.
Let's get it on. I'm excited for this, man. I'm glad we get at least one more PVZ.
PVZ is, yeah, I'm glad. And it's going to be a great one, too, with Striker versus Boneth.
Yeah.
Boneth.
I think Boneth's PVZ is pretty good, so will be a bit of a challenge here for Striker to overcome him, but if anyone can do it, it's probably going to be Striker.
Absolutely true. I can... No, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I've jinxed it too many times. I'm not saying it. You know what I'm thinking, but I'm not going to say it. I just want to see Striker do well, dang it. That's all I want.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, man. I really do feel you.
I think because like I love a good rematch in the finals, right? Like Bonnet gets knocked down and he comes back fighting, right? But at the same time, it's like I want to see Striker do that lower bracket run because he has run. Let me pull up the bracket here. Where did he get knocked down? He got knocked down by DeWalt actually in round 3. So if you run from there, you beat Ultra, you beat Zero. If you beat Boneth and you come back to fight DeWalt again.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think no matter what, there's a good storyline here. So either way, I think we're gonna have good games. More importantly.
All right, guys. Both players are ready. We're jumping right into it. Game number 1. we've got Bonif spawning in the top right as the red Protoss, and his opponent in the bottom left is Striker as the blue Zerg, and the map Eclipse. Let's get it.
Eclipse is the first map. That's an interesting one. I don't know. I don't like this in ZVP.
Well, historically speaking, two-player maps tend to favor Protoss just because they can guarantee the scout. They can, do some min-maxy optimizations with a gateway first or something. Overall, I think it definitely does favor the Protoss depending on the map. But overall, I think this is pretty good for Bond.
Yeah. There's also without spoiling ASL, there's been several cannon rushes on Eclipse this season. Feels like.
Yeah. Well,
so
I always think you should go Overpool. In my opinion, Overpool is just so much better because you avoid so much potential shenanigans, and almost every guy that goes for hatchery first tends to get obliterated by some kind of shenanigan.
True. By the way, welcome, Julian and Raiders. Welcome, friends.
Welcome, guys. We've just started a new series between Bonif and Striker. Currently 0-0. First map is Eclipse.
This is the lower bracket finals. This is for all the marbles. Who gets to go into the grand finals here? And it's going to be Gateway first. Talking about technical openers earlier. This is absolutely one of them.
I do like Striker's chances here, though. He's pretty good against Protoss. I mean, I definitely think that he's the guy to take down Bonif and DeWalt. He might be our champion today that we need. The hero we need but don't deserve. Some pro harass coming onto his drone. Yeah, I really do too, man.
Alright. We have taken our third location for our second base.
Which is slightly suboptimal against the gateway first opening. Makes it a bit easier to be harassed by the initial zealots. Although Bonif, not yet sending out that first zealot, wants to maybe keep it back for the time being and play a bit more defensive in this setup.
Alright, gonna go 3 hatch. He's gonna get over here. The overlord should see. The zealots are staying home, actually. So,
well,
kind of.
He might be trying to. He's worried about Striker committing into sixlings right away and putting pressure on with a ling run by, and he wants to just stay back at home and wait for the third zealot before he starts to even think about coming out onto the map.
Yeah, which does end up being nice for Striker taking this base, right? Which, while not optimal, you don't have to worry about this early game.
Yeah, there's a bit of a skill check Zergs can do and put a lot of pressure on you, and unless you're super confident with your play, one small misstep is all it takes for the Zerg to get an advantage. So it is safer technically to keep these zealots behind until the third one pops. Then you could send out 2 zealots and just block the ramp with a zealot and a probe like he's doing here.
That zealot was not in hold position. There was almost a moment where Striker could have gotten in.
Yeah, it would have been
fun.
fun.
As it stands. Yeah.
No left.
What do you think of just
Striker?
pumping zealots versus throwing down the forge sooner?
It all depends on what you're scouting and how long the rush distances are and that kind of good stuff, I'm a big fan of just pumping out mass amounts of zealots and delaying the cannon as much as you can. It's so much harder for the Zerg if that's the case. And as long as they're not doing any kind of ling floods, you're good.
I mean, you can also be super greedy. I've seen people put their cyber instead down. You just tech up, drop a forge later, and you're like, wait a minute, no, that feels illegal. Sir, that's a little too greedy.
Yeah, we do see that sometimes. Probe Scout confirming the Spire timing, so he knows it's not a 973. Doesn't have to worry too much for the time being.
Yeah.
Striker playing a very standard middle-of-the-road style.
And I think it's going to work out really well for the early game, at least. We have a lot of zealots, but they can't do much right now. We got our our Stargate coming on up.
Well, critically, Bonif probably won't move out until he has at least 5 Zealots, which means that Striker can really pump out drones for a long time and only start to add on the Lings at the last possible second, and that will allow him to optimize his economy really efficiently in this game. Bonif is worried about coming out onto the map. He knows how cheesy Striker can be sometimes, and he wants to wait until he can confirm with a Corsair before even thinking about moving out and having those 5 Zealots behind him.
Yeah. And I mean, if nothing else, if Bonif waits for that 730 +1 move out, it's going to be really strong with the amount of Zealots he's been able to build, since he really hasn't lost anything. He's been building them up since the beginning. He's going to have an extra 2 or 3 Zealots with that push out.
Yeah. But Striker's kind of getting away with some greed. I mean, when you think about it, it's a gateway first from Bonif, making lots of Zealots, and Striker made hardly any Zerglings. Like, this is a really big win for Striker early game. It's a really big win for Striker early game. And Bonif actually cut Zealot production, by the way. He didn't make a 5th Zealot right away.
Yeah. I was just about to point out, I was like, wait a minute. There should be... Let's say there should be a lot of Zealots here, and there aren't for some reason.
Yeah, he's cutting production to make sure his tech timings are crisp. He's getting an earlier second gateway to compensate. We'll be able to try pew-pewing away at one of these Overlords with his neutron flares, hoping he can kill that. And he should at least get one of these Overlords, it has to be said. So that's something.
Yeah. With a standard timing, you should kill one Overlord, usually the one on your side of the map, but it can really be any of them. And then Scourge should pop to push you away.
Yeah, I mean, the Spy only just now finished, so he actually might get a second Overlord. If he finds this Overlord on the northern flank to the west, he would be really happy, because he could probably kill that before the Scourge got there in time, but he's not going to find it, unfortunately.
Yeah, he absolutely could find that one, but it's in the perfect spot where Protoss is just never going to look.
Yeah, as long as you pull the Overlords back at the right time, it's very difficult for the Corsairs to actually hunt those down. We will be seeing a 5-hatch Hydra style from Striker, getting everything set up here. A pretty early second gas, so might be seeing a consideration into an Ogre Zerg. But first needs to make sure he scouts with the Scourge to see what Bonif is going to be going for here.
Alright, core spinning. Might be +1, could be range. I believe, was it yesterday or was it a different? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
games kept blend together in my head sometimes.
DeWalt on Polypoid when DeWalt was top right, but that was a very different circumstances. In this case, he's definitely getting +1.
Yeah. I just sometimes the games blend together in my head, and I'm like, all right, I've casted like 10 PvZs recently. Which one was this?
That's why I stopped smoking, man. It really did hurt my memory when I was casting. I feel a lot better and clear-headed now.
That's smart.
Yeah, it helped. Alright, so Striker kind of sharking around at a pre-storm timing and wants to force cannons out of Bonif. He's not trying to kill Bonif here, he just wants to force a lot of cannons and make him scared.
Yeah. I mean, it's working. We'll see how many of these get canceled by the end, but...
We'll cancel 2 or 3 eventually.
Yeah. Oh. There's finish.
He should cancel at least one of those. I'm surprised if he doesn't.
No, they're both gonna finish.
Wow.
Oh, last second.
Okay. There you go. There's at least some compensation for him there. Hedging his bets. Yep. Those are the kind of cannons you need to make sometimes where you cancel at 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to be expected to get the Overlord speed this early on. Really important upgrade. He's to go up to about 2 control groups worth of Hydras. He can now think about taking a 4th base and droning again because of how many cannons were made from Bonif. So doesn't need to really make too much units if he doesn't want to. With versus Zealot Templar, as long as you got like 2.5 groups of Hydras to micro back, you're feeling pretty confident as Zerg here. So all things considered, I think Striker's going to have a very powerful mid-game economy.
Yeah, Striker's looking good. As long as we can hold this base from the first real move out, I think we're going to be in a great spot.
Yeah. We finally get those Zealots coming out onto the map. Very late here for Bonif. Hasn't been super confident in this game number 1 against Striker. At least wants to keep the active threat alive of these Zealots to keep Striker pinned back in his base so he can't just rally across the map and be annoying. and get right in Bonif's face and force him to have to micro all the way back to the rally point of the Zerg with storm dodges and what have you. Some lurkers being made now, but here comes the run into the natural 4th base location of Striker. There's not enough defending this, has to pull more and more units up here to help. Drone Drill does come down to try and buy some valuable time to stop this hatchery from falling. He wants to get a target fire, and that won't be able to be successful in doing so, however. And Striker coming out ahead in this, killing off quite a lot of Zealots and keeping that 4th base up.
Yeah, 5 Zealots make it out, 2 of them basically dead. Literally 1 HP.
Yeah. This is a very good game for Striker thus far. He's looking very good in this series from this game 1 opening. Gonna be feeling pretty good about it. He's got lurkers now online at his rally point outside of his natural, protecting his main flank. Now can cycle up more additional units to this top lane, preventing any more further damage. He knows the hatchery's lost some HP, so he knows Bonif probably wants to come back in for round 2 and manages to stop that in his
perfectly. Yeah. Just the Zealots see the lurkers burrow and go, never mind.
This is beautiful play from Striker, by the way. Like, this is almost like the foreign queen level of understanding of this matchup. You know, he's really hitting all of his timings perfectly. Really has great understanding of the game state at every junction. So I'm really overall impressed by Striker in this game.
Yeah, and like I said, Artosis sings his praise for a reason. This man, kind of good at the game.
Kind of good at the game, has to be said. Is going to be getting this 3rd base. Bonif trying to catch up in the curve of the game. Hasn't been able to find anything yet. This 3rd base is kind of a necessity at this point, and now Striker's got a question. Do I want to stay wide, stay battle Zerg mode, get a lot of Hydra Lurker and put the pressure on and try and force fights and win that way? Or will he be just transitioning straight into a Hive now, trying to get that Plague and upgrades online?
I think we'll find out after this push. Or we're not, because he's already going Hive.
Yeah, Hive is the better option here, I think. Because it's hard to attack into this high ground 3rd, and you don't want to like risk giving a way of Bonif to come back in this game. With the early 4th base, it's kind of nice to just switch straight into Hive and allow the 3rd base from Protoss and deny the 4th. And just keep forcing a fight at the 4th base if needed.
Yeah. And just breaking a high ground base without defilers is not impossible, but darn near close, you know?
Well, I think it's a good idea now for Striker to take one of these bottom right bases or something and just solidify his position. I guess he could take top left, but I don't like taking top left as Zerg here. I think it's better to maybe take one of the bottom right bases, get some control over there. It's really hard to hold. Yeah, I don't like taking top left from this position. I mean, he could, I just don't think it's ideal. Trying to be a little bit sneaky with these Hydras, wrapping around the back, seeing if he can get some High Templar snipes and kill off some of this critical utility of Bonif and prevent that much needed splash damage to keep trading valuably here. Look at the supply. Striker's actually ahead right now.
Yeah, +2 attack versus 1-1. And it's not very...
Bonif is slightly lagging behind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not very often you see Zerg get ahead on the upgrades in a game like this. It feels like, generally speaking, Protoss tends to stay ahead until you get, into that mid to late game.
This is the money shot position for Bonif. Like, with this pond to yourself and this doodad blocking, this is how you, like, funnel the Zerg into these tight chokes. But Striker can also try and wrap around from the back. Some pretty good storms, getting some value here. Bonif is not committed to an attack. He just wants to force a reaction out of Striker to then skirmish with the Zerg and then pull back again. Striker's going to try and dive in onto this army. Bonif needs to pull back a little bit. Pretty good storm on that southern flank as well. Needs to be careful, though. He doesn't want to overstep his boundaries. Wants to start pulling back now before the Zerg can overwhelm him. There's not a lot of meat to this army of Bonif. Just wants to keep trying to skirmish with Striker over and over again.
Meanwhile, Striker says, well, you got all this going on. Maybe I can get something else done.
Oh, my gosh. This round is going to be insane, by the way. He's going to attack from below most of his forces. There's a wraparound from behind right now. Bonif is about to walk into a massive pincer maneuver from Striker. This is a very well executed attack. This is impressive
we even have a defiler.
Stuff from Striker. Wow.
He hit an Overlord.
He's making Bonif look like a B-rank Protoss, and he certainly isn't a B-rank Protoss. Striker is so good, man. That's insane.
Oh, man, this defiler's hunting around. It's like, where do I put my cloud?
Yeah,
at this point, though, everything's died and it's just Zealot. It's like, well, great Darkstorm, bro.
Now Striker just wants to drive a wedge between the rally point of the Protoss and the third, so he can keep the pressure on and force a response out of Bonnie over and over again. And taking such a good cost-efficient fight, as long as he trades at like a 40 to 50% efficiency rating, he's going to come out ahead. It's kind of like Protoss versus Terran, where once you start killing the tanks, it's very hard for the Terran to catch up again. So he just wants to keep forcing fights from Bonif so he can keep killing the army over and over again and just keep cutting off the head of the snake.
Yeah. Oh man, we lose our Overlord here that we were about to use to get high ground vision, but I mean, at this point, Bonnet is not in a great spot. Supply is just about equal. Like, I mean, the upgrades are looking so good here. We're on 1-1 versus and 2-1 here versus just 1-2. Picking off high top bars left and right.
Oh, it's just so efficient for Striker coming in here with just a few pockets of Hydra trying to snowball some of this. Does lose this to Filer for free, which is a little bit problematic, but not the worst case scenario. DT with like 8 kills on it as well. So that's a pretty good job. Oh, if he gets into the main base and buys a little bit more time. Oh, there is an Overlord there, so it's not the end of the world, but does kill 1 or 2 more drones at least before he goes down 3, maybe 4. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, doesn't quite get the 5th. Doesn't quite get the 5th, but pretty good. Both players taking these bottom right pocket bases, though. Striker's just about to scout that Bonif is trying to take this, and like the Roman Empire, he will. Oh, that's a money plague, but he's spread too thin. He can't stay up here and defend against this while taking this 4th base. Striker knows it. He can send a small amount of units to go and clean up that 4th base soon, while putting a lot of pressure onto the main battle force of Bonif at this 3rd base location.
Those lurkers were just so valuable there. One Ling will level this entire base in about 12 seconds, so it's fine. Hello, Reaver.
He's got a few additional Lings showing up. Reaver coming out from Bonif, hopefully trying to find some value in that splash damage, but he's kind of caught out of position right now. So many High Templars are at this rally point, but there isn't much meat to the army of Bonif. Eventually, he will be bled dry in this game if he does get this base sniped in the bottom right.
Yeah, this is gone. Does not look like that got canceled.
That's rough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 5 base Zerg to 3 base Protoss, and Protoss is just about to start to become mined out on top of it all. You don't really want to be in this position as Protoss. It's so hard to win from.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, there's really there's 2 points where you can break a Protoss, right? You can try and break them as they take a 3rd. Because if you can deny the 3rd, you keep them contained with your Hydra Lurker contained. You stop their breakout, right? You win the game. Or you can stop the 4th. Once they have 4 bases, you're just you're in for a long fight. You're in for a very long day, you know?
I mean, this is kind of crazy, because like what I'm thinking right now is that this is going to really warm Striker up for a finals against DeWalt. So this might be exactly what we need to see, not only a ZVP finals, but potentially a Zerg victory in the finals, despite being down 1 game.
Yeah. And starting down a game feels like a massive disadvantage. But it's really like not that hard to like come back, like especially if you're playing like this. Oh, I mean, I say like this and he throws away a bunch of lurkers, but you know what I mean. Bad caster timing.
He's still ahead in supply by about 20. Got the Protoss pretty much on 1 base economy. As long as he doesn't make too many blunders, he should be okay. Tries to get a pounce on that Reaver. Bonif, though, strategically shuffles that back. Doesn't lose those for the time being. Pretty beautiful storms as well on those clumps of units. Striker needs to be careful not to throw this game and make sure his units are split up enough. Bonif does have the tools necessary to make the trades go his way. Slowly but surely, he could maybe take this base in the top left as his 4th if he keeps trading well enough. Striker knows it as well. He's made a massive lurker minefield and wants to try and catch this army off guard. Bonif, though, pulling down to this other lane, trying to cut off the reinforcements from Striker from being able to sandwich him together. There is a Defiler here as well. Does get a plague off. Not the best plague. Yeah, it was already low HP, so it's not the best plague. It's something. You did get one of those Reavers at least, so that's a pretty big deal. Just trying to siphon off as many of the critical utility units of Bonif as he can. Once that splash damage is gone, he can really start to overrun these positions.
And as long as he can, he's just sorry. Once again, allergies suck. But he's really just keep trading out, keep him on 3 bases, keep his army relatively under control. Like, supplies are equal, if not favoring Striker as we go here. And just keep taking bases, right? Like, if you mine out all the bases in the map and he only gets 4 by the end of the game, it's like, well, you know, you have to trade pretty poorly to lose.
Yeah, I think there's a shuttle or something in the bottom right now. Is he trying to storm drop this base down here? Oh, it's a Reaver drop. Okay, maybe this could work. There is a Nidus setup, but that dies to like 2 Scarab shots if he wants to just target that down. Yeah, it's two or three.
Yeah.
With Reaver Scarab, I think it's 2 shots, but as long as he can't get any units to defend against that, that's something for Bonif being able to kill this base in the bottom right. There are some units trying to reinforce that. Oh, pretty good storm on these Hydras as well. Bonif is trying to make it work.
Right.
Oh, it gets the shuttle snipe. These Reavers are very low HP as well. They will pop like zits if he's not careful. Does lose these Reavers and shuttle in the bottom right as well on top of it all. Slowly but surely, Bonif is starting to get squeezed out of this game. Striker's slowly lowering the noose down around his neck.
Yeah. This is absolutely looking so good for Striker. Because at this point, it's just go to your bases, macro up, take a fight. Go to your bases, macro up, take a fight. And I mean, it's not exactly a complicated army either. He's not playing heavy spellcasters. He's not like super defilers. You see like 1 here and there. A lot of Ling, a lot of Hydra, and then with Lurkers to contain.
Yeah, it's working out pretty good for him. I mean, Bonif is technically doing some good trades here. It's just that even with a low efficiency rating, Striker is going to eventually overwhelm these positions, kind of like a cinematic cutscene in between campaign missions. And Bonif taps out. Striker takes a 1-0 lead in the series.
And that's how you start a series right there. Game 1. That wasn't game 3. That wasn't game 5. It was game 1.
Really nicely done, I would say. I mean, that gives me a lot of hope for Striker. Not only taking this series down, but maybe going all the way in the finals too. I'm really feeling good about his chance.
Yeah, I think Striker showed up today ready to win. And honestly, I'm excited for it.
Oh, I am too. The players have deliberated. The next game is going to be Polypoid for map number 2.
All right, here we go. G5 saying this looks great for Z. Yeah, you know, you're right. It does.
All right, guys, spawning in the top right. Currently 1-0 up in this series. Can he go all the way? It's Striker as the Blues up. And his opponent looking to make up the deficit. In the bottom left is Bonif. It's the red Protoss. Place your bets.
All right. Oh, yeah. If we're going to do bets, I should probably actually do them because my mods do nothing.
Oh, you got sleeping mods?
Always.
Ah, come on, guys. Step it up.
Especially that Escalade guy.
Peel your large asses off the couch. Get into your booth. Do your job.
What do you think I don't pay you for?
Exactly right. What you got this like position to ego trip all the time? You should be doing your job.
And you're here to make my ego bigger, not to make your own ego bigger. Come on, learn how to mod.
There you go.
Oh, so, actually, I think it was. I think I ended it at the. Oh, sorry. Yes, Gateway first. But I think it was the timing was the game wasn't done yet, which is why the prediction wasn't set up yet. But I ended it just as the game ended, so it looked like it was just spot on.
We got Novapool versus Gateway first here. It is cross map as well, so slightly favoring Striker. It does take a long time for those Zealots to come out onto the map in these positions.
All right.
Is he going to take a safety third as well?
I think he's just looking for the probe.
I think so, yeah. I think he was like trying to see if the probe was coming in before taking the hatchery to make sure he was safe in taking it. And also, you'd want to hide this second Overlord to force them to check the main base for a 9 pull. That's why his Overlord was kind of over to the left side.
Yeah. I mean, you consider, right? The Overlord is coming over here. You see nothing. So the probe's going to be coming probably from this direction. Because if it was over here, he also would have popped in here like you see. He popped in here to look for the Overlord. That little cheeky popped the probe into the third. And it's, so it's like, all right, your probe's going to be coming from the south. It's just pretty play is what it is.
And Striker's going for like the Zealot opening, as in the player Zealot, a Zerg player, where he doesn't drone scout early and makes 4 lings, which kind of compensates for the fact that you're not drone scouting. So you're still safe against the Zealot opening. Even though you don't find your player right away, you can kind of get away with that because you make an extra pair of lings and you're not drone scouting, so you can kind of afford to do that. It's a bit of a variation on opening up versus Protoss. That's preferred by some players.
Yeah. And it's not a bad opening, and Bonnet once again just favors staying home. I'm curious if he's going to do what he did last time, where he made 4 Zealots, cut, got a bunch of tech up, and then went back into it, or if he's going to really try and pile on the pressure.
I just don't understand that. Like, why do that? Like, why go gateway first and then cut at 4? It just doesn't make sense to me. I really do wish I could talk to Bonif and like just be like, hang on a minute, why are you doing?
Pull him in for an interview afterwards.
Maybe he's got some insights. Maybe there's a really good reason. I just would like.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 base lair, probably into a Spire play. Very standard stuff from Striker. You knew it went well the first time round, and Bonif is going to be erring on the side of caution here, or arning on the side of caution here. And keeping things pretty much as they were in game number 1 on Eclipse. But that does mean the same thing can happen, where we don't have to make that many Zerglings and can kind of get away with being a bit greedy and droning.
And there's a drone. Yeah, so we're going to go drones. We're going to get lair. Oh. Oh, he just gets home.
I think Bonif just really respects Striker and knows how dangerous it is to push out onto the map with these Zealots, which is kind of crazy because that means that Striker can be even more insane with his mid-game timings by having way more drones than he should have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's one of those, you respect him because he's going to have too much and you think you're going to lose. So he just has more because you let him get away with everything.
Right. Exactly. But this is what we should have seen from Bonif. The 5 Zealot move out in game number 1 I was wanting to see. Now he's doing it here. Let's see if we can see why he didn't do that in game number 1 if Striker's got the perfect counter to this. He's trying to pick off a straggling Zealot with the speedlings from behind. Bonif needs to make sure all these Zealots stay nice and tight together as more and more Zerglings start to come out from these hatcheries. With the additional speed of the Zerglings, you don't have to engage, obviously. You have the ability to choose when you fight these Zealots. If you are going to make a lot of Zerglings, you do want to kind of force a fight before the +1 finishes. He's trying to see if he can isolate 1 or 2 of these Zealots, but so far not able to do so. Bonif is just going to try and force out a lot of Zerglings and then run all the way back home again.
There's a lot of Zerglings coming out.
Yeah,
like enough where I think it's actually he should. I think he's going to take the fight here, yeah.
Striker's going to take the fight and win. Yeah, Striker's done a good job of just barely getting it. Oh, he tries to cut a path for himself. So far, so good for Bonif. He actually is going to get back with the majority of these Zealots. I thought that Striker was going to body block those, but beautiful micro from Bonif to target fire those lings to create a hole for himself. Cuts through the jungle with a machete and finds the path necessary to get back to his camp alive.
And honestly, this is kind of a disaster for Striker, because look at how many lings he made for this. Yeah. Because he was like, all right, I'm going to make a lot of lings, kill your Zealots, send it on in, and get the win. And now he's got a bunch of lings that aren't doing anything.
Exactly. This is exactly how Bonif should have played in game number 1. It's just about knowing when to pull those Zealots back. You commit out onto the map just enough to force the lings, and you pull back at the right time so they don't get the full surround off. Striker almost managed to do that here, but really well timed from Bonif. Just barely gets back, and overall, this is going to be really good for Bonif. He even got an Overlord kill before the Scourge were ready, so he supply blocked Striker for a few seconds.
Double Hydra Den. Are we thinking he's break-bringing both upgrades, or is that a mistake?
No, he's gonna take. It's a mind game, so he's gonna take speed and range at the same time and try and bust before Storm is ready. That's the idea.
Yeah.
The Storm is ready about 8 minutes 30 or so. Like the speed and range will finish up just before that. But Bonif actually has a pretty reasonably timed Templar archives here. So as long as he can somehow scout well enough with these Corsairs to know that this is coming, he'd be okay. But the problem is that he lost tempo by not having 5 Corsairs out. So he's waiting for 5 Corsairs before he can scout, which means by the time he identifies that this is what Striker's doing, it might be too late and there will not be enough cannons to defend in a natural. So Striker might be able to get a technical win.
Yeah, this game's about to get really weird, I feel like. A couple of DTs also coming out here, join the Zealots. I feel like this game's about to get a little sideways.
Right. Well, he has to hope that his Overlord speed timing is going to be on point so that he can make the most of dealing with these DTs. And pretty good trade so far from Bonif getting on top of these Zerglings. That's so far so good. He wants to also put pressure on to Striker to make it harder for him to leverage a critical mass of Hydras. And spotting these Hydras right now is good for him. He should be able to identify, oh my god, they've got speed and range. Usually they don't have speed at this point. So now he should start to put the puzzle pieces together of what Striker wants to try and accomplish. Now can just split off a DT to this 3 o'clock location while distracting Striker over here, and should be able to get a few drone kills.
A few. What about all of them?
That's a lot more than I thought he would get. There was even Overlord to spot for that, and he still lost a lot of drones. Yeah, this is
the Overlord's just sitting there looking down like, yep, that's a DT killing all of our workers. That sucks. Not my job.
Yeah, you should start I mean, there is still timing here. Storm, I think, is just now ready because of how much distraction was occurring. Cannons are on the way. Can start to hammer away at this wall, but with 2 storms, unless there's perfect storm dodging, I think Bonif will still live. He's trying to see if he can come in and snipe these Overlords to allow DTs to defend. These 2 storms have to be perfect, though. If he storm dodges even just a little bit, he can still bust from...
Is it not ready yet? It's not ready yet. Come on.
It's not ready yet. He delayed it.
No.
That's really
there
slow.
It is. Okay. I think that's enough.
Okay, that's pretty...
No, it might not be, actually.
If he gets the cannon, it's not. If he gets the cannon, oh my gosh, I think Striker's still done it. Yeah, Striker still wins, I think, just barely. It's so close, but I think Striker barely kills this. Oh, the Archon might save him. No way.
The Archon's so meaty.
If this Archon can hold the line, he needs to pull probes potentially as well. This is going to be crazy. A few rounds of Zealots could also help him out here. This is such a tight hold for Bonif. He's just barely doing it. There's not almost quite enough critical mass of Hydras that has been reached to overcome this. And with these rounds of Zealots, it seems like this Archon is just beefy enough to ward them at bay and wait for reinforcements to come. And Bonif will live.
GG.
That was close.
The DT came back in and got the final kill, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, he was all in at that point anyway, so he has to kill Bonif there or just be dead.
I mean,
Man,
that was such a game. It was down to the last couple of units. Like, you don't see that very often.
No. It was kind of good for Bonif to come out onto the map the way he did. Like, if he just sits back and chills, that Hydra bust will definitely be successful. He created just enough chaos in that game. Made it almost impossible for Striker to find those timings necessary to close that out.
Just
that's exactly
getting a DT out there, splitting
it
out. Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Little 1-2 punches like that, play distraction. With the 2 DTs, he thinks he's got it sussed out. He sees 1 DT on the left and he thinks, oh, okay, I just need to kill this DT and I'm fine. But the other DT split off into the 3 o'clock, just completely devastating.
Psych, you have no drones now.
Yeah. Going into game number 2, we got spawning in 12 o'clock position. It's Striker. It's the Blue Zerg. His opponent evening things out, feeling better about himself. It's Bonif in the bottom left as the red Protoss and the map Apocalypse. Let's get.
All right. So 3-player map. We'll see what we get here. Apocalypse. I always thought it gave fun games to watch at least. Like I said, I don't like playing at it as much, but I think it gave some good games to watch, right? I think it's always a fun. People will always play a fun series on this.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a fun map. It's a shame it's kind of out of the rotation now. I'm glad we're seeing it here today in CSLPRO.
True. Although I gotta say, besides besides Sylphid, I think my favorite 3-player map was the one right before Apocalypse came in, the space one. I kind of had similar
Wait, which
rotation.
one are you talking about?
It was like the space tile map where you had like the thin pass on the sides, some like between your bases.
I'm so bad with map names.
Yeah, it was the other one. It was the other 3-player map, but it was it might have been actually like a couple of seasons before Apocalypse. Now that I think about it. But anyway, those are my favorite 3-player maps.
Was it Ascension?
It might have been Ascension. I think you might be right.
Maybe.
You that or that's the Call of Duty Zombies map. So I mean, I could be either in my head.
We've had so many 3-player maps in StarCraft.
True. Oh, no.
Ooh.
No, don't do it.
That was so close. That drone, man, was 2 hits away from dying just a moment ago. Should be able to keep it alive now, but that was close.
All right, we're
did
taking
take
the
this
linear
faraway third as well. Yeah, but Bonif did go for Forge first this game.
Much more, I don't want to say standard, but you kind of just standard. Nexus before Cannon.
I would say standard in the sense that it's an easier to navigate and better mapped out variation of openers. Yeah. It's just less complicated over.
Yeah, standard is in everyone does it because it's easier, and that's the Protoss mindset.
Something like that, yeah, I would say. So what's your favorite three-player maps from way back in the day besides Sylphid? Because there was like some really good OG ones like Longinus, Tau Cross, and all that good stuff.
Oh, Tau Cross. That...
Yeah.
Oh, I have to think. Because I didn't play as much 1v1 back then, so I'd have to actually... Tau Cross is probably the only one that like comes to mind, is the one I actually remember. So I'm going to have to default to that.
I mean, that was a big staple of WCG back in the day, right? So many good games were played on Tau Cross.
I actually, I was, not recently, but I was given a large collection of old VODs and replays. And I've been considering going through and trying to do something with them and trying to, like, bring back the history, get them translated and everything. And get them uploaded for the quarantine for everything. Because there's so much history to this game, you know? As we like to talk about.
Oh, it really is. Nothing really compares. I mean, what can compare with the rich history of StarCraft? It's nearly been 3 decades.
Yeah. And you'll see people argue, like, Unreal Tournament, Counter-Strike, or Quake, like the games that are around. And it's like, of those, Counter-Strike's the only one that's still as big, and Counter-Strike doesn't have, like, the rich history, like, because it's been all the different Counter-Strike games, right?
Yeah, from like 1.6 to Source to now Go to CSGO 2 or whatever, Counter-Strike 2, whatever they're calling it. Like, yeah,
it's so bad.
There's different variations of the game, so it's not quite the same, man. And yeah, ever since Source, I kind of like dropped off my interest. I'd never really liked CS.
CSGO was fun in the, I'm going to play a few games with my friends, get really tilted, and then not play for another month, and then do it again. Like that was my opinion of Go, because that's basically how it all went.
Yeah. Okay, well, pretty much the same as last game in terms of the openers. Is 3 base Spire. The only thing different really is this Forge opening from Bonif. That means there'll be less Zealots to move out onto the map. And despite that, Striker did make some high counts of Speedlings to make sure he was super safe against any possible move outs from Bonif. Only one cannon has been made. Sometimes you would make a second cannon so that you could move out with some Zealots, but seems like Bonif knows Striker too well to even attempt to do something like that. And he just knows he's so adept with those Speedlings that it's not worth.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes I don't know. Like last game when he was more aggressive, it seemed to work out for him. So this game, if he goes back to being a bit more passive, like he was game 1. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Is it obviously, 3-player maps play a little differently than 2 and 4-player maps just because of how rotation works.
No.
So
Of course,
I'm
there's going to
curious.
make its way downtown. Checks that everything is as it should be. Sees nothing crazy here. Sees the macro hatchery evolution chamber. Going to be checking over to the third base now. Make sure there's 5 hatcheries worth, and there is going to be that.
Yeah, no all-in, just
crazy.
big macro.
Yeah. As it should be in this situation. I don't think you want to take any unnecessary risk. I mean, he could have gone for some crazy 4-hatch Hydra play here and tried to really put the pressure onto Bonif and kind of do a similar play that he did in that last game. But after failing to execute with that Hydra bust, he probably won't be wanting to do anything too risky. Scouting the main base with his Scourge now. Luckily, he didn't lose one of those Scourge to that cannon. He could target fire down that Scourge with these Corsairs on the exit if he got there close enough, which would be a nice little...
It felt like he thought about it and was like, that's too risky, and just pulled back.
Well, he was setting up for it just in case the Scourge flew in a weird way. And yeah, if you can get a connection onto them, it's worth it, because once the cannon softens one of them up, they more or less evaporate to the 1 or 2 neutron shots. So yeah, it's worth it to deny one pair of Scourge hitting you later.
Yeah. All right. At this point, Striker's pulled everything back, and Bonus is like, all right, sweet. Gonna send out a DT now.
Yeah, and Sarah DT is kind of a staple. Bisu kind of popularized this way back when, as you guys know. Just such a strong start. Oh, beautiful connections on those Scourge as well. Kills pretty much everything. Now can start to maybe bully one of these Overlords. And he had to make sure he was careful with those Corsairs because he moved out prematurely with only 4. So if you make a tiny mistake and you start losing your Corsairs, it is a big gamble, yeah. But now he can put a lot of pressure on to the Zergs, even get some of these Overlord kills while the Zealots are tanking the Hydra shots. He has to pull every single Hydra over here to defend this, and now can still just go and run away with his Zealots and feel pretty happy about himself supply blocking the Zergs.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it doesn't look like he's going to get anything big, and he's probably not expecting to get too much big. But, you poke in here at the natural, you poke in at the third, see what you can get, send the Corsairs in.
Yeah.
Just those small amounts of damage. See if you can grab an Overlord like this.
That'd be pretty big.
That's too easy.
Yeah, this one is pretty... Yeah, it's almost too easy. You're right. And now he's going to stay supply blocked for quite some time. I hope Striker made 2 or 3 Overlords all at once. Oh, no, I don't think he did. He's now still supply blocked after the Overlords pop. It's exactly what Bonif was hoping for. It does actually have a few Overlords finishing up now, but even more Overlords starting to go down. This could escalate. He's not yet currently supply blocked. Striker's making quite a few Overlords to compensate. He knows there's a chance that he gets chain blocked right now. He doesn't want that to happen. Just like he does avoid disaster for the time being.
He had to immediately run all of his Hydras to the Overlord farm he had just created because, that was about to be really bad.
It can really escalate, and I mean, I'm sure you've had that happen to you a few times where you just keep getting your Overlord sniped over and over.
You just without thinking, build a bunch of Overlords at one base, they all pop, and then the Corsairs come in and kill them all again, and you're just like, well, that was cool.
That's a roll your eyes moment and just lean back in your chair and like contemplate.
Yeah.
Okay,
the games where they get you down to 0 Overlords, those are the games where it's like, why do I play? why am I here?
It'd be like that sometimes. There's enough Hydras to fight this, but he's still going to lose some of these Overlords while fighting against these Zealots, and they can keep repositioning to play keep away and not actually fully commit to an engagement. Isn't yet supply blocked yet again, thanks to the crazy amounts of Overlords that were produced, so Striker can still produce, take a 4th base right now, and maybe still has enough economic prowess to work with in this mid-game. Start to utilize this Hydra Lurker to push back Bonif. Maybe start to set up a contain and deny a 3rd base from going up would be huge.
So the interesting thing here, that was beautiful from Bonif.
Yeah, it really was.
Oh, just don't immediately throw all those Zealots away. Yo, 0, welcome BSL Raiders.
Yeah,
party today.
Striker's looking for that contain. And Bonif knows it too. He's going to pull out his Dragoons prematurely and make sure that it's harder to get a kill box set up from Striker and keep him relegated to that high ground for the time being and keep that pathway to the 3rd open. Wants to get a probe over here right now and start expanding if he can get away with it.
Probe stuck in the army. Excuse me, pardon me.
Yeah.
Hello? And I find it interesting that Bonif was doing all that with just his Corsair Zealot, letting the goons and the High Templar stay home, build up their energy, build up their numbers, so that way when it came down to this moment, they're all ready instead of bleeding out a Templar here or a goon there, you know? Very well played.
Yeah, no, it's been really good so far. There's not that many Templars available for Bonif, so I think this high ground contain will persist for quite some time. I'm sure Bonif isn't too stressed about it. He does have access to this third. Yeah, I don't think Bonif is going to necessarily break out, but he might want to skirmish and see if he can kill a few of these lurkers on the periphery. Look for some 2-on-1 storm trades against these lurkers. It's one storm and one phase disruption shot to finish off these lurkers. So he can get some pretty good trades and force Striker to come to him. Does kill one of those High Templars, but killing a lot of these lurkers on the
this is actually
right flank to open this position.
That's going really well for Bonif there. A lot better than you might expect.
Really good trade. Yeah, I think so. This is going really well for Bonif. And he's getting a third behind this, don't forget. So this is not the best setup for Striker as it seems. And Striker is like really committed to trying to set this up and making it work. So Bonif's job is kind of easy. He just needs to keep dipping his toe up onto this high ground, killing off some of these lurkers, and just like playing keep away with Striker being able to get too much of a critical mass to overrun him.
Oh, nice.
He does lose that Observer, but if he keeps the other one alive, he still can keep pushing the gas pedal down, trying to kill some of these lurkers if they hatch out of their eggs. Some pretty good storms on the northern flank as well. These Dragoons are now in a high enough count to start to fight the Hydras. He has to pull back soon, though.
Yeah, I think he might overstay his welcome here. Reinforcements coming on up here, though. This reinforcements might be enough.
Yeah, actually, like, I don't think the macro of Striker is good enough. I think Bonif could actually overwhelm this position really quickly. I'm surprised by how many units Bonif is able to churn out right now. It seems like he's just got better macro than Striker.
That was actually the only observer now, so... Oh, Striker has a brief moment of... brief. Whoop. The boldest Hydra. Man.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Like, let me at him, let me at him.
I got him, boys.
You just go splat against the wall. But yeah, now more defensive posture set up from Striker.
Yeah, and Striker trying to set up a contain. Contains are really good when Protoss is on 2 bases. Containing a Protoss on 3 bases is not nearly as strong because, well, they have a lot of money.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that Bonif would be able to power through him just because he could get that third base online despite all this. He just broke out a lot sooner than I expected him to, which gives him a lot more map control. And Striker cannot afford to defend both high grounds. So whatever high ground he doesn't set up on, Bonif is going to go to the other one. So in this case, it's the right-hand side. Some pretty good Templar snipes on the rear, though. Some pretty good flanking, but... Striker, though, needs to keep distracting Bonif and not allow him to come all the way up into this 4th base pocket. He can hold on to this high ground to the west, potentially, but he can't defend both sides. Does snipe another High Templar from a flank from the east, but now needs to stop Bonif from feeling confident enough that he can push up into this 4th base area. Taking his own 4th now as Bonif, which is not necessarily greedy in this position. It's actually really good.
No, going on equal bases against Zerg immediately puts you just... miles ahead because you just trade more efficiently with Storm and powerful units. So I mean, if he can make this happen, he's gonna be just miles and miles feeling good.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough game for Striker to win. If he does win this game, it's going to be a long time in the making. He's trying to be a little bit tactical with keeping some Hydras out on this right-hand side. Maybe he can get some flanks on these High Templars later. Does manage to kill some of these Corsairs, preventing some of the scouting information available to Striker and his ability to harass these Overlords. This 9 o'clock base seems like a good idea from Striker, but it's really hard to defend that in this situation. He's going to try for it anyway. Bonif trying to skirmish with the high ground. He's got such a high count of Dragoons here that he looks like he's got enough to just constantly skirmish and force Striker to come to him. Not a lot of splash damage, so he needs to be careful. Does get a wrap around with some of these Hydras. Wants to make sure he protects these High Templars at all costs. He hasn't got a lot of them, so if Striker does somehow snipe off like 2 Templars, suddenly he can overrun that army.
Yeah, and you know what? We're at Hive Tech, but we don't have any Hive Tech, you know?
Well, I'm sure he's getting the upgrades in terms of like adrenal glands and you know, upgrades on the Evo chambers and what have you. But yeah, these are for
You
defile
almost
amount
didn't
if
see
you can
this
help
base.
it. He should assume that it's here though, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, just going to be skirmishing now on the front line. Ooh, getting some of these drones with that little Zealot hit squad's a pretty big deal. I don't know why he's running away with these Zealots. Just keep them.
Yeah, that's really good for it's really good for Protoss here. Although this Zealot decided it was a smoke break time.
Yeah, they'll be trying to form a unit.
I'm surprised that Boneth hasn't really tried pushing in here, because the way the Hydras are coming, you might assume that he's taken the main here on the right side.
Just be careful not to get pincered right now. Like the army is small enough for Bonif that he can get flanked. So, and that's what Striker knows. That's why he's trying to run all these Hydras down here to keep flanking the High Templars over and over again and prevent Bonif from committing to an attack. It's buying some time for Striker, but Bonif doesn't necessarily mind this because he's got his 4th base online. And that's why Bonif doesn't want to commit too far out onto the map, because he wants to, you know, defend by roaming the center of the board right now. He commits too deeply, he can't necessarily defend and attack at the same time, and risks his army being completely engulfed and surrounded.
Yeah. Oh. Wings look at an Archon and go, we can take that. Nah, never mind. Maybe we can't. And you know, I like this where he's sniping off so many High Templars, where the only splash really is an Archon and 2 Storms. So you throw in a lot of Lings, and they help really good against the Dragoons. You know, the Lurkers and Hydras
High Templar from behind with those Zergling. Yeah, it's been pretty. Okay, this is a mistake from Bonif, potentially. Bonif needs to be really careful about this. He hasn't got much splash damage, so coming up here is really risky. I mean, it could pay off still if there's not enough to defend or wrap around and isolate this army from retreating, but...
Okay, it just hit.
I mean, there's some Lurkers are popping. There's only 1 Storm available, so if these Lurkers do still survive and Striker starts to surround this army, this could be a winning condition for Striker. He needs to retreat with his army right now, does Bonif. There's not much splash damage available to this army, so if he stops this army from retreating, it's going to be really a nightmarish situation. He does manage to get out with most of his army. Barely got out in time, like one or two more seconds, and he would have lost more or less that entire army there. And Striker trying to capitalize on this still by pushing forward with his Lurkers. He knows there's not enough splash damage to keep his army at bay now, and he's starting to surge out onto the map, knowing that the head of the snake has been cut off enough that he can start to get some map control yet.
I think this is where you gotta pounce. Like, this is his moment. Gotta get something done. He's gonna grab a High Templar. We'll get a Storm off. That doesn't really do a whole lot. 3 more Templar coming on up here. But I mean, this army is so small, right? You do run the risk of overextending, where you're just like, I need to kill this. But I think it's going to be, as long as he plays it right, he's in a really good spot.
He spreads his Lurkers as well, so they don't just get stormed like 3 for 1. Then he should be trading out more or less cost efficiently enough to kind of get an advantage here. I mean, the game's not over. There's 4 bases worth of economy for Bonif, but he's now mined out in his main and natural. So it's 2 base Protoss to 5 base Zerg temporary. It takes a little bit longer for Zerg to become mined out. So there's a bit of a window here where Zerg can surge in production, and Striker knows it, that there's this window of weakness for Bonif. And he might be able to get a lot of damage. I'm plague on both of those Reavers. That's big deal. And he snipes one of them. Shuttles on reload HP as well. Needs to drop that Reaver down at the 3rd base. Yeah, Striker could potentially pull the trigger on killing this base down here.
I don't think Striker knows about the 4th, though. Like, realistically, if he can break this, it doesn't matter.
I think it's better for him to stay here and work with the high and low ground transition and keep on top of the rally point of the Protoss player.
Yeah, you can wedge yourself in here real good between the bases.
Yeah, he's trading out pretty good as well. He's not going to necessarily win these fights completely, but Bonif is losing enough to make this work.
Yeah. I would like to see him regroup instead of just sending in 4 Lurkers, but, like, otherwise it's looking really good.
Yeah. Bonif technically wins the fight, but now we've got more reinforcements arriving. We can secure the high ground yet again. We just need to make sure the Protoss doesn't take a 5th base. He's got something scouting, an Overlord or something on the right-hand side scouting for that. Making sure the Protoss isn't being super greedy here. As long as he isolates the Protoss onto 2 bases worth of economy, The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Striker. He can start to grow, taking a couple of hatcheries as expansions and transferring over some drones to there when his main and natural do become mined out. And the longer this game goes on, the better it will become for Striker. Now that he can start plaguing.
Oh, we're gonna get a big plague in here. Yes! Over all of them zealots.
Ooh. It's pretty good. Yeah,
And
I
of
think
course,
Striker is in a
Plague
much more
Archon, very
commanding
important.
position. Yeah, yeah. And Bonnie can still win this, obviously, but this is a very favorited position for Striker. Kind of like a 7-3 advantage or something, maybe a bit more.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. And we plagued the shuttle. Not that that shuttle had any health to begin with, but, like... It's always nice
it's
to
going
hit
to be
it
really
all at
tough.
once.
He can still make this work, but as long as Striker keeps his lurkers spread, keeps his macro cycles churning away, it's going to be very difficult for Bonif to overcome the odds here. It's a big mountain for him to climb.
Yeah. And, I mean, Reaver Storm will slowly grind out these lurkers, but... Like... The thing is, while he's doing this, he's sending units over here to stop that.
Yeah.
Reinforcements are coming in. He's taking that.
Bonif trying to be cute with the gateway over at the right-hand side, but it won't be enough to secure that location. Eventually, Striker will take that out. He's hoping he can break out.
Oh, there's going to be a big plague here.
Now, though.
Oh, really? He went for that. I thought he was going to go for the ramp. Plague's his own overlord.
Getting anything. It's a hive mind, though. They don't really necessarily care about the individual units of their race. As long as the overall mission is achieved, they're happy to die for this.
Yeah. All right, lurkers go forward. A little too forward.
For me. Yeah, a little too forward here. Needs to work on his wrist.
I think he's just trying to grab all his rally points again. Dude, the absolute pain it is to fix your rallies when you have like 5-6 bases.
Oh, it's crazy, man. Especially for Zerg when you've got like all these hatcheries spread out everywhere. It's not like all your gateways or barracks on one screen, you know?
Yeah. Because you always miss a hatch too, because you have like the one in the wall or something, or one that you built over here in the dead space of the main, and you're just like, where are all these units coming from that keep running into his base? Oh, this hatchery.
The better skilled you are at the game, the easier it becomes. These guys have practiced those kinds of things a lot, but for players like you and me, we really do struggle with.
Oh, there's covered in ketchup. Oh man,
I call it chili sauce because it's spicy.
That's good. Yeah. Covered in tomato paste.
I mean, chili sauce is basically tomato paste mixed with chili.
True. Or we need some more? Oh man, this army's calling in sick tomorrow.
It's not going to be a tomorrow for this army at this rate. He can utilize these Reavers to trade off the majority of these lurkers slowly but surely. Striker gonna have to pounce on top of those and see if he can snipe down this shuttle and Reaver. That's the kind of weird thing about late game Zerg, is that you kind of still have to make some Hydras to pick off the plagued units, especially the Reavers and shuttles, and he's not been successful in doing so. Looking for another plague. That's a pretty big one as well. Getting some of those high HP units that weren't yet affected.
The problem is plague doesn't kill things. And this entire army might be
like
plague
Storm,
just about, but Storm kills everything. Storm's good.
Storm's pretty good.
We can plague everything we want, but if we can't actually kill anything, I mean, at some point, this army's going to walk into the lurkers and disappear, and I'm looking forward to that as a Zerg.
Yeah. Looks like Striker's trying to set up a run by here. Some units going out onto Bonif's high ground. See if he can. Oh, he isolates 2 of these Reavers. Hello.
Oh!
Perfect. It's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
You got rid of the evidence.
Look at the banks right now. Bonus with 3k minerals, no gas. Striker with 300 minerals and all of the gas.
Yeah, but if Bonif doesn't get a 5th base online, I mean, the writing's on the wall for him. He's feeling really pressured right now to do something. If he can't keep trading effectively, slowly but surely he will be dried up in this game. It's not going to be easy
Ooh.
for Striker still, though. Like, the execution of this is not so simple for Zerg. The Protoss just trades better in general, so the onus is on the Zerg to not make too many mistakes and really, like, play out of their mind to make sure they're, you know, hitting all their macro beats and target firing down these Reavers with Hydras and what have you.
Yeah, you got to really get the work done, because if the whole point of Zerg is you got to be up a base or two, really just trading out, because Storm and Reavers, they'll grind you down for much less than you spend on what's dying. And
right.
He's got that economic advantage, but he's just not killing anything. He's getting ground down by these Reavers and Storms.
Yeah.
You know? Finally something dies.
And Striker's got enough scouting on this right-hand side that Bonif can't surprise him by sneaking one of these bases up all of a sudden. But Bonif, it was a bit desperate. He's going to attack up onto this high ground on the east. Try and see if he can seize this ground away from Striker, and then play defense from the high to low ground transition, and maybe eventually take these bases after forcing these Hydras and Lurkers to come to him.
But we just set up Lurkers behind it, and considering how red this army is, trying to get back into Lurkers to take the fight is not great.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Archons here as well, which kind of even things up, but that does allow the Zerg player to start pumping way more Hydras than usual. So there's always counterplay to these kind of maneuvers that Bonif's going for. So you probably see a lot more Hydras coming out from Striker to try and snipe these low HP units, especially the Archons and Reavers. And he wants to deny Bonif from securing this high ground and eventually these two bases on the right-hand side. Ooh,
there we go. Reavers finally go down. They've gathered infinite value for this man.
Yeah, Striker smelling blood after those Reavers falling. So even get some kind of more additional trades going, at least getting some more plagues, dousing this army in chili sauce, making it all the more tasty to gobble up.
He's doing. I like this very Ling heavy style, right? Where it's just plague it and then build a lot of cracklings and send them in and hope for the best.
That's kind of how you play the game in ZVP. I mean, Plague is what makes it Zerg favored in the sense that the Plague makes the Zerglings actually do something. If there's no Plague on the units, the Zerglings just die too.
Yeah, Zerglings aren't exactly known for their longevity against 3-2-3 Zealots.
Like zappers in the World War I, man. Yeah, like 27 seconds life expectancy or something.
Yeah. Also, I appreciate putting down the Dark Swarm and then telling your Hydras to attack what was in the Dark Swarm. Oh my lord, what a plague!
Some of these plagues are nuts, man. I mean, he's slowly but surely grinding down Bonif. Bonif is desperate to secure some more map position so he can get these bases set up. But as it stands, he's not trading quite effectively enough to make that a reality. He needs more Reavers, more Archons, to be able to avoid this plague becoming too much of a nuisance. It is possible that Striker makes some bad trades here and gets his army caught out of position, and suddenly Bonif flips the script a little bit and has enough tempo to maybe kill this base in the top right and secure these bases over here too. But as it stands, Striker's doing a bit of a clinic and not overcommitting with his forces and trading with the bare minimum to really put the hurt onto Bonif, knowing that these bases are now going to be starting to become mine.
This is it. This is all that's left. Couple hundred minerals.
Yeah, I mean he's got 4K in the bank, but yeah, it's downhill from.
Okay, we have decided it's time to jump. Every angle, we're sending it in. A lot of Lurkers are grouped up here, and they're going to take some damage from Storms. But top right, Hydra's coming in.
This could be
they're
a mistake
winning their
from
side.
Striker though. If he trades well with this force now, he could open up this base to be taken on the right hand side. If Striker makes one or two errors, suddenly Bonif can surge ahead and really get some good value trades and taking this high ground again. Maybe even pushing so far up to this base in the top right that he can knock that out. Striker's starting to become mined out on his bases as well. So it's still Bonif's game, potentially. If he can get onto this high ground, kill this army that's here now, eventually he might be able to make something of it.
If Bonif kills this base or can take one, I mean either or, this game goes another 10 minutes, you know?
Right.
It's about to get deep.
Oh, these Reavers are out of position. Striker's going to try and pounce on those. If he loses those Reavers for free, that's not so good for Bonif. He wants to come up here and kill this base. 2 of these Archons in reinforcement might be caught out of position as well. He will probably
might
kill
get
this base up here
though.
just barely. But his
then our
army
army's
might
stuck.
die. Yeah, our army might die because it's stuck up here. It's pretty good that he's killing this base. He's got some money to work with, but he is starting to bleed dry slowly but surely. He needs to get this base up critically. Can he rotate his army around safely to this 3 o'clock pocket and somehow get a probe over here in a shuttle and start taking these bases?
And as we talked about, he had a bank, but suddenly that bank is just gone. Spent, 3 of the 4K that he had banked up just like that.
Right. That was a lot of lifeblood that was drained, though, from Striker by losing that base as well. Striker's only on pretty much one main mining base now for the time being.
Yeah.
Does snipe some of these High Templars and critical units, but needs to be careful he doesn't overcommit to these trades, because it's currently half the supply of Bonif and doesn't have that much money coming in for himself. Needs to make sure every trade is going as well as possible.
There's currently only one base really mining on the map, and it is Strikers. Bonif over here, though, hoping to get this up. This is brand spanking
I think Bonif might win
new.
I think Bonif might win this. Yeah, no, I think he will. I think as long as these storms are good, he's going to be...
Dude, there's so many Templars. He went from having none of them earlier to just having so many.
Yeah, Protoss is just so cost efficient. Or Striker tries to intercept. Can he get some snipes on these Templars critically? One goes down, another does still follow. There's 5 or so Templars left remaining for him. It's still a hard hurdle to overcome. He's trying to get a pincer on this army while it's sandwiched on that ramp location and see if he can push the issue all the way and stop this base from going up in the first place. Target fires down this one probe as a small victory. And also gets another Templar on the west as well. Now just 4 Templars remaining for Bonif to work with. I still think Bonif might just be able to make this work if he can just pull the Zerg into this choke point.
I was like, is there probes in this shuttle? Like, the shuttle wasn't unloading for so long in the fight. I was like, is there probes in here or like what?
No, it's just Reavers for now. He's got the Nexus already building, so wouldn't be probes just yet. Now the Nexus is finally finishing up, and you know what? I think Bonif might be able to win this game now. I don't think, without Striker having an additional base, it's going to be really tough for him to have enough macro engine to keep trading efficiently. Protoss is just better at trading. Has got some crackings to come. He just taps out. GG has caught a Bonif, very slowly but surely coming back in this game. Took us 33 minutes, but we got...
It was 33 minutes well spent, though. Holy crap.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, he had Zerg had 10,000 more minerals and gas, but couldn't quite close it out. You need about 15 to 20k resources gap to be guaranteed a spot in winning that. And unfortunately, just wasn't able to trade efficiently
for so long. Like there were so many points where it's like, oh,
It was really close. It was a really close.
Yeah.
A few of those fights go a little bit differently, and suddenly Striker's closing that out.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, we will continue this series. Currently 2-1. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot more StarCraft ahead of us. right, chat. We're actually just gonna hop straight into the game because they started it, and here we go.
Let's get it on, guys. We got here, spawning in the bottom right, the red Protoss, the Madman, Bonnet. And his opponent, currently 2-1 games down. He's trying to make up that deficit, spawning in the top left as the blue Zerg, Striker, and the map, Radion. Let's get.
Man, if this series has been nuts, and we're at match point, but I don't think we're at match point yet. I think we go to game 5.
I think it's likely. I mean, this has been a very close, tight series between these two guys, and that last game is just a testament to how down to the wire it will get between these two guys. It looked like Bonnet was being a bit too passive for some of you viewers that aren't too experienced with, Protoss shenanigans, but slowly but surely you can still, trade out of the most craziest of deficits and barely get those victories. I really do like how tactfully Bonnet was playing that. The only thing I didn't agree with was that big push to the 4th base pocket where he nearly risked losing his whole army. Managed to get out, though.
Yeah. It was a gamble, and it ended up not sucking, at least,
It didn't accomplish much, but it did avoid disaster still. So I'll let it slide, Bonnet. I'll let it slide.
Yeah. Well, gate first. We're going back to the bread and butter.
But we got 39-second rush distances or 38-second rush distances because of how these ramps are aligned in cross map.
Yeah.
You see this ramp here going to the natural is kind of pointing towards the top of the map, and the one at the bottom right is pointing towards the bottom. That means we got the most longest rush distances in StarCraft history, pretty much.
Is it
on a
really?
more standard size map. Yeah, it's pretty bad. There are some maps out there that aren't official maps, which are 256 by 256, obviously. But anything on like 128 by 128, this is about as long as it gets.
Okay, interesting. I've never really thought about like what the longest theoretical rush distance is, but that makes sense.
Only because of the ramp formations, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Zealot's coming out. He's gonna find out. Oh no, he went overpool. And also, it's cross spawn.
Ooh, probe trying to stop this drone getting over there, but the Lings will escort that successfully. Not going to be able to slow down that hatchery time. That's nice for strike.
Yeah, it's always good to get that 3rd down. What are you gonna do?
You see the full Ling configuration here from Striker, going for that Zealot optimized opening. Zealot as in the player Zealot, the Zerg player, just to get the, not necessarily drone scouting, but yeah, getting 4 Zerglings out early to compensate. Just make you safe against the gateway first, despite not finding your opponent right away.
Yeah, I mean, in addition, it is Zealot optimized, where, the first Zealot's going to come out if he goes gate first, which he does, and 4 Lings wins.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like this opening, by the way. I think it's right that someone like Striker is a smart enough guy to be like, hang on a minute, there's something to this, and I can also abuse this ability.
Yeah. I think I might have to start folding this into my play a little bit because, well, at the level of bad that I am, nobody actually does anything or has the micro or is a smurf, but can't beat that. So
you just have to be active with the Lings initially, so you actually find him with the Zerglings and what have you. You can't just sit back with the 4 Lings. You have to actually be active in scouting with them.
Okay. It's easy enough. I say that now until I'm in a game and
you say that now until you lose until you lose the Zergling for free to the first Zealot because you were distracted somewhere else.
Hey, now that's only happened most of my games. All right.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. 4 Zealots gonna push the Ling back. Oh, there's number 5.
Yeah, waiting for that 5 Zealot move out timing is pretty standard. But like we were saying, long rush distance, so it's going to take a long time to convince Striker he needs a lot of Zerglings. He's going to wait until about now to start making more Zerglings to see if Bonif was kind of bluffing a bit.
I'm surprised he isn't trying to go for this. Like, this last Zealot's been trailing for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Striker should still be okay here. He'll make a couple of pairs of Lings anyway to be safe, and then pull drones and make even more if he commits to it. Looks like he is going to commit to it. Ooh. So we got more and more Lings popping out now. He wants to try and target this hatchery down, but there should be enough Zerglings arriving to surround this and get a nice cleanup. Bonif can't get behind the minerals now, and this is going to be favoring Strike.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is too rough for Bonif. He's losing too much of these Zealots now. That's a nice early game win for Striker going forward.
All right. One second here. Sorry.
Take your time. Oh, that's why we're following a Zergling. I was like wondering why is the camera just following the Zergling? That's why.
Zerglings are interesting, obviously.
Yeah, have you noticed their little hands? If we zoom in on a Zergling, they kind of look weird.
Oh yeah, look at those.
Those little. That's what is that? What is that? It looks like a frog. A frog. I have a lot of thoughts, and a man.
Most of which I'm not going to say on Twitch.
Okay. keep that for the OnlyFans, all right? My God.
Yeah. Now that would be hilarious. It's just casting, but entirely off the rails.
Hey, you should see some of the stuff I say. I get a little bit ballsy, but always just barely okay. You know, nothing too untoward.
We need to get you and Love Snow a casting duet.
Oh, we actually might be doing that, by the way. I might cast some with Love Snow on the tournaments he does in his clan DB. Might be doing some casts with him on that in the future, maybe the next couple of weeks or so. So yeah, I'm hoping I can get some casts with Snow. He's a good buddy.
Perfect. Yeah, he's gonna get hammered. You're gonna say some things that you do, and it's gonna be great.
yeah, it is what it is, but it'll probably be a good time.
All right. By the way, what I was answering, I don't know if I actually said it out loud or if I only thought it because I have a bad habit of doing that. Krusty was asking if he could hop in. I'm like, well, if you can gain access to where we're casting, then yes.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Speaking of the Krusty.
Yeah, good timing, man. You want to slow?
Yeah,
he's going for mute.
All right, Mutas will push this away. One Zealot can sit here at rally point.
Yeah, he has to double up on Sunkens when going for Mutas like this. It just takes too long to kill the Zealots, so one Sunken doesn't always cut it. So it makes sense for Striker to double down on that.
Yeah. Krusty, can you talk for me real quick?
Sorry, I was actually confused. I didn't know there was a delay on the game, and I was watching the Twitch stream, and all of a sudden the game was changed.
Oh yeah, 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Because we're official peoples here. We're big boys, big tournament boys.
You looking at the Discord now?
Yeah. So I can see the Mutas are chasing Zealots here. Probably want to skip the Stargate, because I don't see Sears.
Oh, it's there.
Well, he's actually making the Stargate, but they're really slow. I mean, he's going to have to, rely on an Archon at least to defend and throw down 2 cannons in both mineral lines, potentially. It's pretty slow with this count of Corsair.
All right, do we think he's going to commit to more? Like, we're at 6 Mutas now. Do we think there's a bunch more in these eggs, or is he going to go transition into Hydras?
Well, he's got...
Or drones.
He's got a third gas. He's got a third gas, but he's not mining it. So until he okay, now he's starting to mine that. Oh, but these double Sunkens are actually slowing down that gas income. He definitely has enough gas to still pull the trigger on going mass muta here. I'm not. Ooh. Okay, so the mutas have 3 range and the Archon has 2, but with good, perfect Chinese triangle micro, you can still gun down these Archons. But with good moving shots from Bonif, that's not really a factor.
Yeah, I don't believe in fighting Archons.
Still Bonus is not trying to commit anything. Still there are 2 songs and not much Bonus can do about this here. Bonus should be careful with here. If he loses the units here, it's gonna be not good for Bonus going into the mid game.
No, our mutas
But I
he
think
is maybe
Strike's
getting
so
into the
hurt.
main base. I mean, he can
Oh,
get some
no.
splash damage on these drones as well. Ooh!
Oh,
Okay, doesn't target those
I've-
down, actually.
I've seen that go wrong too many times. I puckered.
Oh. I mean, this Archon is so low that he might be able to save it with the Lurker just barely here. It's going to be... Oh, good target firing from Bonif, though. We'll kill these Lurkers. Oh, look at Bonif right now. Why is he not targeting the Archon? It's so low, it's not got any shit.
It's 2 health! It's an Archon! Poke it!
Yeah.
Archon's pretty good, right, Chris?
Yeah, the Bonnie's micro was really good. I think he picked up like 2 lurkers for free.
Yeah.
Still, this is not enough damage, considering he's losing this a lot of Zillage and Archon. If he can take this hatchery down, then it could be a good damage, but
If he
Striker
kills the
gonna
hot
let him
player,
do that?
It's
Really?
close, but I think he just barely saves it.
Yep.
yeah, he's gonna save it.
Yeah, from here
Yeah.
now Striker is again in a really good spot, pretty similar to the last game. He's already put down the 4th base, and it's gonna take some time until Bonis comes out with his unit. So Striker still has some time to make drones here and then put those drones onto the 4th. And it's gonna be the game very similar to the game we saw the last game.
Yeah, usually you can't just saturate the 4th right off the bat until you get like some kind of good fight or trade going your way. But in this case, he might have lost enough that he could just transfer drones up there right away.
Yeah. And Striker is very good with, he understands the droning timing. So I'm pretty sure that he's making drones right now. And when Bonis comes out, he will have enough units to match with those units. And all of a sudden it becomes 4 bases to 2 base. And Bonis probably would know 100% his position here. So he probably will put down the 3rd base first before he comes out. So it's gonna go into the same type of late game we saw just like last game.
I think so as well. It does look like that we're going to be having a very similar game panning out here. It'd be kind of risky for Bonif to commit to an attack. You'd kind of be all in to do something like that, right?
Yeah. Because Bonis normally is a very aggressive player in early mid game. What he likes to do is he likes to mass units in early mid game, and he takes the advantage of it and then go into the mid and late game with that advantage. But what I saw the last game, Bonis was very conservative with his play in early mid game. So he was waiting until he messed out with his units, take 3rd, and he played slow. Almost felt like he wanted to focus on his late game. And this is type of the very similar game as last game, I see.
Yeah, I mean, he did try and get some good trades with those Mulists. Did manage to take out all of the splash damage from Bonif. Only 4 Mutas left alive. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to stop Bonif from maybe challenging this rally point. He's got 2 observers to work with as well. 2 control groups of Dragoons. As long as these Lurkers hatch soon, Striker will be okay. But there might be a tiny window for Bonif to try and bully the Zerg army a little bit with all that drone.
Yep, there's no
Lurkers
observer
pop.
here. Bonis has to be careful here. Oh, what is the shuttle for?
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably going straight into the main with this. Oh, there's 1 Scourge, but not enough to snipe it. Oh, it's gonna...
Oh, it's a DT.
DTs. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, this
very annoying.
Tiger's not enough. Yeah, he's going to get at least a couple of drones here and force the transfer at the very least. Even the Muta's now turning around to try and defend against that, clean up the shuttle. Oh, he's trying to snipe the lair! Crossy the lair!
Oh, can he?
3 more swipes! 3 more swipes, come on! 2 more swipes! 1 more swipe!
Oh,
What?
no. If he lost that, yeah, if he lost that, then GG, but he saved it.
Oh, man. Crossy, that's so close. That's insane.
Well, a lot of drones transferring to the 4th base. Was it the drones from the main base?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
But still, this
I think
timing
he
is
expected
very...
to lose it.
Yeah, this timing is still very strong for Bonus. I don't think he has a lot of high templates, but still there was a time when Striker didn't mind in the main base. So as long as he could survive from here, it seems like Striker would be in a favorable position.
Ooh, the 4 mutas try to get some trades on these High Templars. Do force both storms out of them, so there's no more energy to work with and pushing, but there's still a pretty big meatiness to this army in the way of Dragoons and Zealots. Slowly but surely, those there will be more mining for Striker to catch up in unit production. He might be able to start to hold back Bonif and start to do some trades. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake running at those Hydras. Bonif is trading pretty good right now.
Yep.
I mean, there is enough here to defend for Striker. I don't know, man. I mean, without any further splash damage, it's hard for Bonif to keep the gas pedal all the way down and do something with this attack. He's just trying to trade out as best as he can and see if he can sneak in this DT. Does manage to target. Oh, he's killing his own Evo chambers because he's blocked.
I feel like that's a mistake though. Like, he has no reason to kill both of the chambers. Oh no, yeah, just one chamber.
Yeah,
he's
just
walked out there.
Yeah, so we can get his lurkers out to the rally point. It's a bit annoying for him to be too blocked in, but I mean, this is still going okay for Striker, but there's now a lot more tempo in Bonif's side to work with. Like, there's not a huge clump of Zerg to worry about. He's not so scared of a surround from the Zerg. He knows that he can probably skirmish with the Zerg over and over again in this tight little choke.
Yeah, the Zerg is going high, so as long as the crackling finishes and when the upgrade kicks in, that's when the Zerg's time comes. So Bonus has to be really careful here. If he loses unit share, it's automatic GG. So he should just pressure Zerg while taking another base right now. But I'm pretty sure that Striker is getting a lot of pressure here, microing and then getting the upgrades done and everything. So as long as Striker can, Bonus just has to be very careful with his unit here. It's not like Bonus is ahead, it's basically Striker is ahead here.
Does get some of those High Templar snipes on the exit from Bonif, punishing these committals to skirmish over and over again. Bonif not yet taking a fourth base behind this. Maybe he wants to think about taking 6 o'clock and start to fortifying that position so he doesn't have to be so committed and trading over and over again. Eventually the Zerg will stabilize with that Hive Tech, get Plague, get Crackling, and we'll start to out-trade the Protoss slowly but surely. Tries to get all of his units out for a big wraparound crossing. Lurkers on the north as well to sandwich this whole army together and try and finish it off in one.
Damn, what a nice
manages to get well.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still lost a lot of goons here.
Yeah.
This is very similar to the last game when Striker killed Bonus went into 1 o'clock and was killed a lot of units there. So this is exactly the same type of game Striker is having here.
Exactly.
If Striker doesn't commit here, just like last game, if he just needs to take 5th space and 6th space and sit back. But if he goes commit here, he's basically giving chances to Bonus. So if he goes in and loses, he's making the same mistake as last game. So I hope he pulls back and just make bases and stay back at home, play conservatively, because as time goes, it's actually Striker's favor. Because Bonus is main and naturally mine out. He's only gonna mine with 1 base. So Striker just has to take more bases because his 3 bases will mine out soon as well.
But he's trying to set up this big L-shaped kill box outside to see if he can lock out Bonif from taking this 4th base location, which is about as aggressive as he can be without just risking throwing the game right away. Bonif is trying to come around from the side and pick off those lurkers one at a time. There's not a lot of Dragoons in this army though, and like in Protoss versus Terran, once you've lost the majority of your tanks, in this case Dragoons, it's hard to keep skirmishing and leveraging your force against the Zerg, so he needs to be careful and get a few more rounds of Dragoons out. Oh, that play!
Nice play. Yeah, I think Striker watched the his replay from last game. After his loss there, he exactly understood why he lost that game. He's taking 5th base and 6th base right now. He's not committing too much right now. He's just there trying to change the unit effectively, but he's not really over-committing. So that's what he exactly has to do, and he's not making the same mistake here. So I think the Zerg is going into he's making a right decision right now.
I think so. I think he's playing just barely conservatively enough. Like, he's taking this forward position right outside the fourth base of Bonif, but any deeper would be a way of Bonif just like completely crushing him. And as it stands, Bonif's the one that has to come out onto the center of the board still to challenge this. So he can still work with a lot of surface area and get good flanks on this Protoss army. If Bonif oversteps his welcome, he will punish that army of Bonif.
Yep, at some point Bonus has to still come out and try to make something here, because as time goes, Zerg is on 6 bases, Protoss 2 bases are mined out, it's only 1 base remaining, so at some point Bonus has to do something, and because Bonus's micro is so good, still there, I'm sure there's a 1 chance here, and it will all come out to how Bonus's micro does well, but also it depends on how Striker does his micro.
Yeah, it's a pretty good play to follow that up as well, Crossy. This
think
is
the
not
shuttle was
looking
full.
ideal for Bonif. I think you're completely spot on with your assessment. Striker has kind of figured out the holes in his play, especially in how he was dealing with Bonif in those previous games. And it's kind of figured out, okay, I can kind of just sit back and chill a little bit more. Does lose some of these drones at the 12 o'clock to that DT play. 9 kills on that. Now Bonif is trying to smell a bit of weakness and see if he can pull all of his army up to this northern position and start to knock down the wall of these bases in the top right. But that might be spelling disaster for him. This is his last little hoorah. I think we're going to see a big wraparound. He needs perfect storms to make this work. I don't know, Crossy. This is looking bad for Bonif. I don't think there's enough meat to this army to make this.
Yeah, from here, mostly the how the game will go depends on Striker's hands. If Striker does really bad with his micro, if he makes mistakes, that's the only way Bonnie can win this game. Even though Bonnie plays really well, if Striker plays well, unfortunately there's no chance. That's how far ahead Zerg is right now. But Striker is playing perfectly right now.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's getting his base in the bottom left. There were some forces sent there by Bonif to try and clean that up, and had a few units split off to deal with that as well. Bonif is probably going to GG in just a second here. He hasn't been sufficient enough in his trading to come onto the map. Beautifully played by Striker in this game. The adjustments he's made just make me think of how much of an intelligent Zerg he is to make like that kind of adjustment on the fly in this series. Makes me think that he's the kind of player that maybe could, like, you know, be one of these contenders that actually can, like, you know, get into the good qualifier position in ASL sometime, because he's showing some really championship tier way of thinking, right?
Yes, he's a very, very smart player, very patient. If he didn't know where he made a mistake last game, he probably couldn't play this way this game, but he exactly found out where he made a mistake, and he quickly adjusted to it, and not many players can do that, and he's been playing so well here.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by this. This is a really strong showing for him, and he's showing why he's so good in this versus Protoss matchup. Bonif has a couple of Reavers to utilize. Slowly but surely, though, he will be bled dry in this game. There's no fourth base, only one base worth the economy. Beautiful plagues over and over again as well, just to get value out of those cracklings, and only making the bare minimal amount of Hydras needed to keep overwhelming this force again and again. One last attempt here from Bonif to push into this 12 o'clock pocket, but with some Dark Swarms coming down and some units moving up here to cut off the head of this army, I'm pretty sure Bonif's going to tap out any second.
GG. Well played by Striker.
Yeah, it's really well played by Striker. Man, this series is insane.
Game 5. Holy crap. These guys are going all the way.
Yeah. I mean, if Striker's playing like that, I have a feeling he's not only going to beat Bonif in this game number 5, but he might be able to take down DeWalt in the finals despite starting out 1-0 down. What do you think about that, Cross?
I haven't been really active with the scene, so I don't know how well they. I don't know if Striker has been active. Definitely, Striker has a very. He's very good when he goes into mid and late game, but I think DeWalt is also another level compared to Bonif here. So not like Striker can't beat DeWalt. Striker definitely has ability to beat DeWalt, but I would say still the DeWalt is very favored to that matchup.
You might be right. We did see an upset like a couple of months ago with Zero being able to take down DeWalt in a series. Maybe Striker can make a repeat of that luck. But we're jumping into game number 5, guys. And it's going to be jungle time.
Urban Jungle, it's
baby.
happening.
The CSL map. And we got here in the bottom right, it's Bonif as the red pro. And his opponent in the top left, a very handsome nerd indeed. It's Striker as the blue Zerg. My money's on Striker, man. He's playing insane. Go on.
Yeah, it's always enjoyable to watch and cast a game like this, high-level ZVP like this.
Oh, yes.
When it's be best of 3 or best of 5. First match, maybe, but after first match, normally the players watch their replays and try to find out what the mistake was and how they have to play out from there. And that's something that makes it really enjoyable, especially in this high-level ZVP match.
Absolutely, especially if you're going for something like a gateway first. The amount of build order range and like different trees you can go down in terms of decision making is kind of insane in this matchup. It's way more intricate than people give it credit.
And Bonnie is going for again his trademark gate first, 9 gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Protoss players? What do you think about Protoss players setting up the probe right away when making the gateway? Because it used to be that they'd mineral optimize and not do that, but now it really throws Zergs off because they see a normal probe scout timing and they don't know if it's forge or gateway first.
There's no need to send out second probe. I mean the scouting probe early. The reason why the Protoss does that when they go forge first is because when they do when they get the first scout, and if Zergs doesn't go pull first, then they can just build on Nexus first. But going right now or going early as a gate first play, it doesn't make any difference because you're gonna see everything anyways. So it's probably better to just have one more probe back at home mining a little more minerals, but it really makes difference in early game, especially in a high level game like this. So yeah, I think there's really no need for Zerg to Protoss to send out the probe early when they go gate first.
Well, it's interesting because like a lot of pros have lately been sending out this probe scout very early on and not optimizing those minerals anymore. I thought it was because they wanted to, disguise the build order so they don't even know that it's gateway first until the Overlord actually confirms that. And with a style like Strikers where he doesn't drone scout and only goes 4 lings, he won't be able to figure that out.
Because right now the Zergs normally they don't send a scout just like how Striker is playing. They make 4 links and then try to scout with those links. And what Zerg does is they assume what Protoss is doing depends on the Protoss's the scouting timing. So when Striker saw that probe there, he probably would know right away there was a gate first. So what Protoss probably try to do was they kind of mess that up when Zerg doesn't scout with their drone. So makes Zerg thinks that Protoss going for forge first, but it was actually a gate first. And all of a sudden Zerg was making drones and it was like more like a mind game rather than the standard play.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is a neat map, by the way.
I didn't see the Protoss's forge timing there, but I think Bonnie's put down forge quite early, but compared to the last game where he made forge first then didn't stop making zealots, this time he made gas a little bit early. It's more like Protoss not gonna push out very hard with 5 zealot timing, but Protoss will focus on the tech here. So last game probably Striker made link speed first and then go layer, but this time if Striker does that he will be pretty behind with the tech timing. So after Striker saw this Rizla coming out, he might have been gone for the layer first instead of link speed first this time.
Yeah, I think it was layer first this time. He just made it as natural instead of the main. Okay, well with the probe helping out these 3 zealots, he has got a lot of potential with this. But it does seem like Striker's just too good with how he builds his lings at the right time and always waits to see that the zealots are committed out onto the map, and we'll be getting out a good trade on these. And Yeah, I think all the Zealot in the main base changes things. The 4 Lings were a little bit slow in intercepting that, but it looks like also Bonnet having a hard time task switching on 2 fronts. Not going to be able to get any drone damage in the main base as a result.
Yeah, Striker will feel really good here now. It's not like Bonus was trying to push out with 5 Zealot timing hard, but he was basically focusing on tech, but he basically lost his 4 Zealots almost for free. So now Striker can just drone out hard from here, and his tech is very fast as well. So going into the mid game, Striker would feel really good about this scenario.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you've killed that many Zealots early on, the Protoss is basically on the back foot. You can kind of drone to your heart's content.
Because Striker went layer first this time, even he could go 5 mutas and then drone just like last game, or he could go quick 5-hatch Hydra play and then push with his Hydras to pressure Bonith, because Bonith likes to do 3-gate speed launch. So we'll see how he will play out from here and what Bonith will do here. Yes, Bonith going for 3-gate Zealot. This is almost like a semi all-in from Protoss.
Yeah, we see Mini kind of do this sort of thing a little bit, where he gets extra gateways early on to try and do a timing. But I think after losing those initial Zealots, this might not be so good.
Yes, because Templar Archive is late. If Zerg masses out the Hydras, the amount of pressure Protoss is getting, even though the Protoss doesn't die from Hydras, is too much that the Protoss has to make a lot of cannons with it. So the Protoss has to do something with this Zilla speedlap push out. So if Protoss doesn't do any damage to Zerg, then Zerg will start the mid game in a very favorable situation.
Right. Okay, so we'll have to see whether or not Striker wants to pull the trigger on not making drones and instead just flooding Hydras here. It might be a pre-storm timing for him to hit due to Bonif investing in these earlier gateways. And the Scourge will also be able to scout and come in here and see these gateways already being online. And seeing this many Zealots after killing that many, you might be thinking, hang on a minute, what are you up to, buddy? You might be able to start to sniff this out, especially after he sees this additional 6th Zealot join these fights.
Yeah, but this is very greedy play from Bonus. This is like oh, it's a very quick speed launch. I actually didn't see that the speed launch timing, but it's very quick. And Striker is not ready for it.
Yeah, he needs to drone drill to stay alive here. Bonif might have a chance at doing something with this. He's going to rotate around back to the natural. He needs to get his Hydras back to the Sim City to block those holes, or Bonif can actually still trade pretty cost efficient. He just needs to get some value with these Zealots and then run away again, it seems. But I don't know, man. I mean, this is something for Bonif, but he lost a lot of HP on these Zealots. I still don't think this is worth it, right?
Yeah, and Bonif has to be careful. He doesn't have a Templar Archive, so this is all he has. And he went for 3 gates, so and Striker saw the 3 gauge with the Scourges, so I'm not gonna be surprised if Striker actually commits here with Hydras. Bonus would would have cannons to defend it, so Bonus has to be really careful here.
He has to go up to 6 cannons almost, I feel like. He's got some High Templars, but he needs to make more and more cannons.
So his Hydra will hit before the Templar's Storm finishes, so even though the Templar Storm's upgrade is finished, only has three Storms here, so he has to be careful here.
He gets one of the cannons. Just a few more seconds so that Sonic Storm upgrade is finished. There's a little bit of a window here for Striker to punish this. Does start to target down the other cannon over the wall. Another cannon's warping in. We'll be able to kill that as well. Some good target firing. Bonif in a little bit of trouble. Storm's just about to finish. There's the first Storm. With some good Storm dodging though, Striker can still put the gas pedal all the way down to the bottom of the floor and get a lot of value here and forcing out Storms and making it very difficult for Bonif to stabilize.
Yeah, I think it's over here.
It's really rough. Oh, that's a pretty good Storm, but I don't think it's good enough. He does manage to start to push into this natural expansion. We'll be able to kill these cannons just before they start warping in. Oh, it's a little bit... Oh, he targets the Archon, actually. I'm surprised about that. I thought he would target one of those cannons first, then retreat to killing the Archon, but does manage to kill the Archon at least.
Still, the Protoss doesn't have a High Templar here, so Protoss will have to make a lot of cannons to defend this. It's not like Zerg's eco was damaged here. So Protoss has to be careful here. Protoss... Yeah, I think it's over here.
I think it's over as well, Crossy. He's got one more High Templar. One more Storm will be coming online in like 10, 20, 30 seconds or something. But it's not going to be enough. I mean, these two cannons out of position on the left-hand side will be easy. There's one more Storm that might be coming in. I'm not sure what the energy is on that High Templar, but it's not going to be enough. Probes were pulled off the line. Just a few more seconds for that Storm, like we can see, but it's not going to be good enough. Striker probably breaking through and closing out this series. There's that Storm at long last, but it's too little, too late. One more High Templar in the main base will be gunned down by the spines of those Hydras as they chase them down. And all these probes in the natural are not long for this world. GG is called by Bonif, and Striker moving through to the finals to face off against DeWalt. I'm so excited.
Yeah, very good play by Striker. He exactly understood what Bonif was trying to do and how to counter against it. He committed when he had to commit. He made Mess Hydras against that Mess Village and exactly countered Bonif's play. Such a smart play from Striker.
I'm kind of blown away by how good Striker's playing, Crossy. Like, he's a really good player. I mean, I've casted him before in BSL many times. I don't think there's any Zerg in the foreign scene that even comes close to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Striker is always has been a strong player. His strength is always he's very patient, and he's very strong in late game. If you just leaves him what he wants to do, then it really Striker is really strong in late game. But now, like, he's showing that he understands what Protoss is trying to do in early mid game, and he commits when he has to, and that's when the Zerg is the strongest. Zerg has to commit when they have to commit, and Striker is showing that here. So
I think that's why Zerg is such a hard race to play sometimes, is because you have to know exactly when to drone, when to commit, when not to commit, and it takes a long time of playing thousands of games to really start to dial in when those things need to actually occur. And it does seem like Striker is one of those genius tier players that always seems to suss out exactly what he needs to do.
yeah, amazing play from Striker. Very well played here. And it's gonna be final against DeWalt, right?
Yeah. With a 1-0 advantage for a DeWalt to start things off, because Striker's the one coming from the losers.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a great finals, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Just update. All right, perfect. Players are organized. DeWalt just needs a minute here.
So I'm very excited to watch Striker facing against DeWalt. DeWalt also another level of player you will see. So we'll see how Striker will play out against DeWalt.
That's going to be good, man. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got a 5-minute break before we actually go into that game, though, guys.
Yes, so
if you want to go use the bathroom, right? So if you want to go use the bathroom, grab some snacks, popcorn, whatever you need to enjoy this really epic best of 7 that we're going to have between Striker and DeWalt. You're going to need it. So go and take care of that now while you still can. I guess we're going to go to ad break and chill for a little bit, and we'll be back in a few minutes to bring you those really sick games.
More importantly, let's talk about what you can do to support StarCraft, guys. Crossy, how do you enjoy the league? I know you play a bunch. You've been to the lands. You coming to Chicago this year? Of course, I think he's leaving just as I talk to him. Dang. All right, well, fine. I won't ask him how he's going to come to Chicago. It's cool. Let's see how it is, Crossy.
He's using the bathroom before you even had a chance.
You guys, let me pull it up here. Chicago CS LAN, August. We have a LAN, guys. Come on. Who doesn't love a good LAN, right? I mean, you can absolutely get your tickets here. $35 for a base ticket. That gets you both days. You can play. You can come and watch. You can hang out with all the pro players. You can do whatever you want both days. But if you get the premium ticket here, a couple buckies more, you get a shirt that comes with it too. And it's just nice. And then we'll make sure to get you a shirt in your size. But guys, it's going to be great. It's not often you get to go to a LAN. Have you ever been to a LAN? Like,
I have, but it's been a long time and I miss it, man. It's such a good vibe. It totally is like a lost experience, I think, for some of these like younger guys coming up. They never got to like, go to a dream hack or something, or just a LAN with their friends. Like back in the day, it was not uncommon for people just to show up together with some computers and just play together.
Yeah. And guys, we get to do all this because you guys support. You guys help out. You guys are what makes this possible. Every day you guys help. You watch ads, you sub, you support the Ko-Fi, you pick up some great merch. Whatever you do to help out, guys. It all comes into the fact that we get to have some incredible StarCraft here for you today. Wikipedia even making a page for us. I don't think, you know what, I probably haven't refreshed it. Alright, Sep was a little bit of a series behind, but, it's fine. Look at this, though. Look at all this. It actually looks like I know what I'm doing. It looks like we have an official page.
I mean, little do they know, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
No, it looks pretty good, man. Looks pretty slick,
Yeah. So yeah, guys, everything you do comes to helping out with this. That's actually a fair point. I should share the shop link in the chat if I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah, you should.
That's smart.
Yeah,
of
you
me.
should.
I have one brain cell left, I promise, after all of the StarCraft.
Nah, you have at least two. You just need to rub them together.
Man, they don't want none of that these days. Also, one thing I was going to make a joke about is that on that map, on Urban Jungle, on the top left spawn, there's a 69.
Oh.
You cross, you're way too into it for me to make the joke.
Yeah, it's nice to have Crossy here to give us some in-depth analysis.
Yeah. All right. Striker said he's worried that he might have to go for dinner, so I told him to win quickly.
Okay. Well, DeWalt will probably just make nothing but cannons early game and defend the Hydra bus, but we'll...
Not really. All right. I mean, yeah, I foresee some Hydra bus in our future. But we'll see. Players are getting ready here. Girls.
I mean, it'd be...
Jinx. Sorry,
It'd be a bit of a shame if he's kind of forced to play aggressive to try and close it out quickly, because there will be a lot of games where playing passive is the only way of winning,
Yeah. Yeah. You see, this is just a failure to schedule. If we say we're going to go until 7 p.m. Eastern time, you don't book dinner at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, StarCraft on average 12-minute games, but some of these do not last 12 minutes. They're way closer to 20-30 minutes, so
yeah,
that might be problematic.
I mean, the nice thing is that DeWalt does start one up, so I mean, I don't know, we'll see. Honestly, at this point, it's too late to stress. It's too late to do anything else. If nothing else, we have a really anticlimactic forfeit. But
right.
It is what it is.
Oh.
We get what we get.
It is what it is. We get what we get. Jumping into game number 1, spawning in the bottom right as the Blues playing out of his mind today. It's Striker. And his opponent over in the bottom left corner. The red Protoss, the man, the myth, the legend, DeWalt. And the map, Polypoid. Let's get it on, guys. This series is going to be nuts.
What are the odds that we get I don't want to say a 4 pool, but some 4, 6, 7, 9 pool shenanigans, just trying to get a quick, easy win.
I mean, it's possible. I guess it depends on how long the game number 1 and 2 go. Like, you might be able to get away with a 9-7-3 or something and not go too crazy. But if the first game's like a 30-minute slog, I mean, yeah, we could be seeing something crazy from Striker, like a 7 pool speed or something shenanigan-y, like a 5 pool.
Yeah. I mean, I would love. I mean, You know what I mean? I'm a big fan of crazy plays, so if we get something crazy, I'm never going to say no, but it would be a shame for him to throw because he's trying to, you know, do a quick 7 pool. But yeah. I can tell you one person who's going to be, or 2 people who are going to be very happy that we're going to get done soon, and that's my dogs. Because they're getting their energy back. They're like, all right, we've slept all day. It's time to go play. I'm like, wait, we're on the finals.
Happy too. I need to eat. It's been all day long. It's only midnight and I still haven't eaten. So yeah, kind of crazy. Same. But it is what it is. We love this game. I gotta get up in the morning and cast ASL on top of it all. But we love StarCraft so much that we make it work.
You know what? All I've had to eat today is a twisted tea, if that counts for anything. And so,
yeah, that's something, man. I appreciate the dedication.
So, my girlfriend is really good with spreadsheets, right? And we were going over all my stuff from CS Land last year, right? All the receipts and everything because taxes. Because owning a business is mostly about just doing Excel spreadsheets for the government. Fun fact, in case you were curious.
It's fun.
And so we're going over it, and she's like, all right, mid lane esports, twisted T. Mid lane esports, twisted T. Mid lane esports, twisted T. I'm like, all right, you know what? I get it. I don't need to hear how many I bought. I know what I'm about.
Okay, so this was actually a quick forward from DeWalt, maybe looking for that cannon rush potential, but wasn't able to find it. Striker taking his 3rd hatchery at the mineral only instead. We'll just be taking a cannon and a Nexus to follow this up. Yeah, really safe stuff. Although it does kind of relegate him into a Hydra-centric style, taking this mineral only, right? We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 973. I have a strong feeling that he's going to, because 973 is one of those where it's an all-in, right? It's an all-in. We all accept that. But it's also a really good one that everything should have in their arsenal.
It's the highest win percentage we have for Zerg. If you've seen that graph in the chat, guys, it does explain just how potent that build is, especially if you're a Protoss player that can't navigate how to deal with it precisely. It does look like DeWalt also going for the optimized defense wall in by having an ability to build an up and over cannon. But if he can catch this probe scout, that would be pretty huge. He wants to be able to kill this right here, right now, so he can throw down that den before he spots the lair timing.
Yeah, more importantly, the drone counting. Because like if you start sitting here and you're like, all right, C9 drones, if you can get out here and see 7 and 3 and go, or even just start getting a whiff of like, you're not droning like you really should be.
Well, there's a chance that, you know, we could also be making this lair at our like 3rd base location right now to hide the fact that this is the case. It looks like Striker's getting a little bit annoyed though, so he's just going to place down that Hydra Den at the 3rd base location anyway. And DeWalt doesn't know for sure that this is Hydra Den or lair, because he could be making this at the 3rd base, the lair that is. So he needs to come in there and confirm again with a Zealot or something.
All right, one Zealot coming out here, and that's gonna confirm everything here in the end. Oh no, never mind. She's just gonna go home. It's like, you know, on second thought.
And it is that 973 saturation thus far. Looks like he is going to be committing to this. If the Zealot can't confirm exactly what's going on, doesn't know for sure this is going to be a 973, but you might be able to start to put those puzzle pieces together and figure this out.
Nice. Finally gets the probe.
Yeah, DeWalt doing a good job of keeping that alive for the maximum time possible. He's got 4 at the 3rd to kind of compensate, and the drone scout here will come back to even things out.
Yeah.
So more or less a 973.
You got the right amount of drones. So I've known the 973 forever. I think it was like one of the first builds that I actually learned, like actual builds. Why? I never was told why you saturate in that way. Is it just because it's conveniently hard to scout for Protoss, or do you have any insights on that?
If anything, it helps the Protoss to identify that, because the 3rd base is usually like way out there and hard to stop the probe getting there to scout. It's just optimized in terms of when you can make drones and how well you can saturate those patches early on, you know? Because like, say for example, transferring drones from your main and your natural to your 3rd takes a lot longer, right?
Yeah. You know, he has this gap here to build cannons. He just hasn't yet.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to. I think he realizes that this 973 is a little bit too potent. He might just have to sacrifice the forge and rebuild that in the main later on and just pull probes and hope for the best hit. Of course, they're going to be starting to be a little bit annoying, at least pin down one of these Hydras from reinforcing and dealing with that. Fourth cannon now warping in. A big line of Hydras starting to stack up for Striker. But he doesn't have to pull the trigger on attacking yet. He can just keep pumping out loads of Hydras and do a little bit of a delayed Hydra bust here. And pop the cannons when like the sixth one is warping in or something.
Yeah. Oh, what? What?
Ooh, he's pulling the trigger now. He dives on top of the top two cannons. You kill at least 2 or 3 of these cannons. Maybe even get the 4th one. That would be a really big deal. Striker looking pretty good in this game. The probes are trying to wrap around. I mean, he is pretty good, but he's got the probe screening to try and protect these other cannons. Striker needs to be careful not to make a mistake with overstepping these Hydras. Once instead, just kill this forge and buy a few extra precious seconds for the other 2 Hydras to arrive. Then he can pull the trigger, maybe diving in just one more time. Beautiful probe blocking, though, from DeWalt, avoiding disaster in this game.
So good.
Yeah, Striker kind of relegated to picking off some of these probes and forcing a lot of cannons out of DeWalt. This is what I was kind of worried about, that he'll be feeling like he needs to just go for a 973 and DeWalt could just make, you know, cannon defense as a response.
God, cannons are broken. Sorry.
Well, they're pretty brittle when you think about it. You know, they die pretty fast at least. They're like glass cannon defending buildings. Sometimes you can kill like 8 cannons if you got enough critical mass of Hydras and good target firing. You can split off your Hydras and like start sniping them down with like, you know, packs of 9 or something, and like, you know, 3-shotting those cannons down beautifully with shift commands. Sometimes you can still overcome the odds with a belated Hydra bust here.
It is worth pointing out here that DeWalt hasn't been able to make a single unit. Because he's now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cannons. Sheesh.
Yeah, he'll go up to 10 if he has to. Yeah, no, he will. I told you before the game started that we might just be seeing cannon defense this game, right?
Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, all right, like, when you say it, it's interesting. When you actually see 10 cannons on the field, hi, Tolly. You know? it looks a lot different in-game than like, oh, yeah, of course, right?
Right. Yeah, Striker's going to line himself up. He's got a couple of macro hatcheries built behind this, so he's not technically fully all in. He could transition. There's a lot of probes off the line. He's going to pull the trigger now, sitting on top of this beautiful probe blocking from DeWalt yet again. Denying the surface area required. He's going to have to gun down these probes. Yeah, Striker really desperate to try and end the game right here, right now. The probe blocking is just so good for DeWalt. Although I don't think the Sonic Storm upgrade is just yet finished. He's got energy on these Storms, these High Templars, but Storm's probably like a few seconds away from finishing. There's a tiny window where maybe Striker can still break through. Storm's just now finishing. Storm goes down, kills his own probes. There's only 1 or 2 cannons left, and he doesn't quite manage to pick that off. This is crazy. It's so close on.
Yeah. Like, there's a part of me that's like, okay, just GG, like, because you failed. It's like, no, actually, this is so close that you really can't. Like, the next wave of Hydra could.
Yeah, he's only just now transferring some pros back down into the natural. It's such a close, clutch defense from DeWalt. Another round of Hydras coming in. Surges past that, the Storm. Now going to target fire down this cannon on the north as well. There's still a way of making this work since this other cannon's so far back. Zealots are starting to come out for DeWalt. He's only got a few gateways to work with, so if he fires this cannon down, there's a tiny window to still overrun this position with some Zerglings coming in. Oh, beautiful surround with those probes and Zealots to get some damage onto those Hydras. With Hydra Ling, though, there might just barely be enough in the engine for Striker to close out this game.
Good here.
It's going to be so clutch if he can execute this win condition. It's so close. DeWalt's trying to hold the line. Cannon is going to fall anyway. And there's now a timing window to kill these probes before waiting for that cannon to finish as well. Oh, this is kind of crazy. And I think Striker is just barely gonna do this. Oh my
God, he's doing it. He's doing it. GG!
Striker tying up the series 1-0. He's going to be racing against the clock to get this series finished up. DeWalt, despite making that many cannons, still gets taken out. That's a big moral victory going Striker.
Striker's calling his mom. Sorry, Mom, I'm going to be late. Like, I'm winning us some dinner here.
I'm paying for dinner, don't
Dude, honest, just straight up nuts.
He should just tell his mom to order food for him. Be like, I'll be there like 10, 20 minutes later.
Yeah, honestly, give me a soda. I'll be there in a little bit. You know?
Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, jumping right into game number 2. Spawning in the top right, it's DeWalt. It's the Red Protoss. And his opponent racing against the clock to close out this series. And the bottom left is Striker as the Blue Zerg. And the map, Eclipse. Let's get.
I'm curious. 2-player map, obviously, you get shenanigans. You know, we talk about, you know, long rush distance, whatnot. But, you know, you have all the advantages of a 2-player map, too, where you know where your opponent is. You know what's going on. It's kind of hard to hide things.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and it's a forced cross as well, so, you know, the timing is a little bit slower in getting over there to attack on top of it all. What's your predictions? What kind of craziness is Striker going to go for to try and close out this series quick?
I feel like it's a boring answer, but I genuinely think he's just going to 9-7-3 until he wins this series.
I think you're right. I think you might be right.
I feel like it's going to be
DeWalt's
so
anticlimactic,
but yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how I feel like this is going to go, where it's just going to be one of the nice little overpool. But he's just going to go, all right, this will work.
I love Overpool so much. I almost never hatchery first against Protoss, even on 4-player maps. I just think Overpool is so much safer and well thought out, and there's nothing that can really go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's definitely the safe way of playing. I don't know. I like to gamble. I'm a very greedy person. I like to 12 pool or 12 hatch, and then all of a sudden the cannons start shooting at me, and I'm like, what the hell? Oh yeah, I forgot my Overlord there.
The real craziness is when your third base gets cannon rush and you don't expect it or check with a Ling. You're like, oh, damn, man. That's the worst, right?
Yeah, it's like, all right, I canceled my natural. I'll go take my third. And then it finishes up as you see 2 cannons. You're like, oh, come on.
Yep. It happens to the best of us.
Doesn't seem to be happening to Striker. And if there's anyone we're going to claim as the best of us.
I mean, Striker is the best foreign Zerg on the planet right now. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that never happens to him.
I don't know. I'd kind of want to see him trying to hold a cannon rush from DeWalt. I would actually be genuinely interested in that.
Well, you'd be surprised how crazy tight it can get, even if you know they're cannon rushing you, and you've got a drone behind the minerals to block. With good micro of 2 probes, you can still do a successful cannon rush. You know what I mean? It's that insane. Like, as long as both players are playing out of their mind, anything's possible.
All right, we go home. Here we go. This is more. This time he starts with the forward cannon. So this might be a little bit better for him. Can't instantly lose the forwards now.
Yes and no. There's a downside to taking this cannon at the front, which means that Striker doesn't need range upgrade to Hydra bust anymore. He could go for like speedlings with just like 5-6 Hydras, and then like use the 5-6 Hydras to pop the 2 cannons over the wall, and the links do the.
That makes sense. Yeah, and that's the nice thing about StarCraft is even every new idea has a counter. We just got to get there and really nail it down, Yeah. 20 years later, we're still creating new metas. 25 years later.
It's crazy just how like infinitely deep this game is, though, right? We say it so many times, but it really is infinitely complex and deep in infinite directions. It's that crazy of a game, and that's why we're still obsessed with it after all these years.
True. I'd also like to go out on a lim and say I was wrong. It is not going to be another 9-7-3. Or at least not a 9-7-3 I'm familiar with, where you go layer.
Right.
I wonder what DeWalt's thinking.
I mean, it could be an Ogre Zerg as well, right? Like, he could go like really heavy Muta Scourge and do something like that as a quick way of winning as well. If DeWalt doesn't make 2 cannons at both bases with a lot of Corsairs, he could still just die straight away.
Yeah, we'll also see how much he pumps into the stairs, because it's possible that he just kind of skimps on them before he gets the scout off.
There's also the 4-hatch Hydra option where he goes lair, makes 1 more macro hatchery, but then tries to hit before storm with 4-hatch worth of Hydra production. So that's a good way of disguising a Hydra bust by doing a little bit of a delayed one. Oh, Zealot gets into the main base. Gonna be forcing some of these drones away. If he kills one of these drones, that's huge. Does kill the probe. Shuffles away those drones to protect them. And we'll be able to slowly kill this Zealot off. It's a shame he couldn't get a kill there on one of those drones. That would have been huge.
He's still sharking for it. You see Striker just pulls all the drones just to be safe.
I mean, that's still a big win, pulling all those drones, right? Even though you're not killing a drone, you're still losing a lot of mining time and optimization. And forcing these drones to be pulled at the third as well. That's a pretty big win for Duel. It's indirect damage.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Brood War tends to gloss over that kind of damage. Because, like, in StarCraft 2, right, you have, like, the income graphs. And you have all these fancy tools that tell you he lost exactly 300 minerals per minute doing this or whatever, right? But in Brood War, you just kind of go, you know, it didn't kill anything. It's like, no, you got to feel it, right? You feel how much money he lost.
To put it in perspective for our viewers, on average, it's roughly 50 minerals per minute per probe or per worker. So if you've got 5 workers being pulled for, like, even just like 20 seconds, it's a pretty significant deal. You've lost quite a lot of minerals in terms of, like, maybe even as much as a worker. So even though you're not losing a worker, you've lost that much money in terms of lost mining.
Yeah. And then, of course, you really want to get fancy, that compounds, because, oh, you missed a worker, and now you're missing another 50 minerals every minute or whatever, right?
Look, all these units up here. All these lings are just waiting. He's hoping that DeWalt pulls the trigger on moving out with some of these Zealots. And that's just the timing he's looking for to pounce on that. DeWalt's being super safe thus far, but those 2 Zealots are now out of position, and Striker pulls the trigger on trying to get a run by into there. He needs to target down the gateway or something. Can still make a force behind this.
That gateway doesn't stand a chance. Oh,
he can't place a forge, though, as soon as that dies. He needs to build a forge really quickly. Oh, he doesn't quite get it. Oh, he might be able to still break in it with the lings, targeting down this cannon. Second cannon's finishing up, though, so DeWalt might still be fine with all these probes blocking these lings.
Dude, the probe block is incredible. 1 ling makes it in out of, like, what, 2.5 control groups?
Yeah.
It doesn't make it very far.
Oh, man, it's just so unfortunate that Striker has to go soon. He's forced to play like this. It'd be really cool to see where this series would pan out if that wasn't going to be the case. Now
you know what I think this needs? I think after we do this, sometime in the next, couple weeks, we set up a best of 7 show match between these 2.
Yeah, no, I like your thinking on. That's exactly what we.
I think we'll do it as a replay cast, just so that way we don't have to worry about the schedule. But no one knows. Yeah. I'll have an admin handle it, so that way no one actually knows the score.
Right. Ooh, he's trying to get a few these probe kills. A little bit of a mini game here, trying to screen these Corsairs and get a snipe while sniping these probes down. Pretty good job thus far. Does get on top of these Corsairs as well after sniping with a pair of Scourge. There is still a way of winning this game for Striker. He can get some good snipes on the more and more of these probes and maybe kill this Corsair. Ooh, one more shot, one more shot.
Oh, he doesn't get the full shot. So DT's just going to walk out.
Oh, DT slipping out as well. He's waiting to maybe pounce into his natural expansion as well with some Zerglings if there's a window for it. If he does kill like 2 or 3 more of these Corsairs, he could pounce in here and help these Lings utilizing the Mutalisks, but as it stands with those Corsairs still remaining, it's very difficult to pull the trigger on something like that.
His economy is basically
He's gonna
zero.
Go for
that TT's going to get there and go, there's nothing to kill.
Oh, he's going to hope that there's enough damage done with the Mutas dying quickly that he can still kill all these cannons and keep rallying units in here, and it doesn't matter the fact that most of his Mutas are falling. He's going to try and close this game up, but it's not going to be enough. GG is called, and DeWalt taking a quick lead in this series 2-1.
I mean, quick definitely sums it up.
I mean, I guess it wasn't as quick as it could be. We could have like a 5 pool or something, but yeah.
True. It is interesting to see all these different builds that Striker's trying, Like,
yeah, I mean, straight up 973 would be a bit too easily meta game, so I like that he's mixing up a little bit here.
Yeah. And you know what? If he pulls out, 6 different all-ins, like, I still find that very interesting, right? Obviously, I would love to see a big, like, sit-down, knock-down macro game, but
I want to see him do something really insane, like a 1-base lurker play, and try and bust that way, and really, like, disrupt the ebb and flow of what we'll expect in terms of range of cheap.
True. Would be very interesting to see. Well, who knows? We might see it now as we get into the next game.
All right, guys. It's map number 3, but technically there's 4 points on the board. Wait, I said that wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, map number 3, although, yeah.
It's map
Here
3.
spawning in the top
3
right.
points on the board.
Yeah, Striker. There's the blue Zerg. His opponent in the top left. It's the red Protoss. It's DeWalt. Yeah, so they've only played 2 games thus far. This is the 3rd game, but there's already technically 3 games have been played because of that 1-0 advantage for DeWalt going into this final. So still favoring him despite only 2 games being played and going 1 apiece.
Yeah. Alright. I'm curious if DeWalt's gonna just metagame this, knowing that how many all-ins are coming, you know? Is he just gonna, like, forge first into, like, 2 cannons into something, you know? Like, just super defensively, like, alright, go ahead, all in me. I'm ready for it. Right?
That's kind of why you got to keep the all-ins a little bit more creative, just so that it's harder to metagame, and that maybe those early cannons can still be punished. Like, for example, you can do like a 4-hatch Hydra drop play where you make it look like you're doing a 4-hatch Hydra bust, but really you're going to load up those Hydras and drop them in the main. And if there's too many cannons, then you can actually make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the game 1, right? Where he just had too many cannons. He couldn't actually build anything out of his gateways.
Right. An overpull from Striker is what we expect here. Safe and tried and true way of playing this match. Getting a 12.5 forge, very safe and standard as well, making sure there's no possibility of these close spawns being exploited with this early.
Oh. Nice. Pulls the probe away with an early drone. He's going to get his natural down just fine. Alright, cannon rush. Because if we're going to have weird games, we might as well go all the way.
Maybe, but I mean, you can't really cannon rush in this situation. It's just not ideal, right?
Oh, yeah, because
they will have
your pylon won't finish before the links come out, you know, let alone anything else.
I mean, it's possible that they're busy chasing this probe and the second probe slipped in and didn't get scouted, and you're building the cannons while the lings are distracted chasing this other probe. It's possible, but not always going to pan out that way.
It would be what we would call a little ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, the second Overlord for Striker was spotting for that potential second probe slipping in, so for the time being, we'll not have to worry about anything like that.
Alright, we got our wall, our Nexus is coming on up here, single cannon. Very standard wall. Alright, well, if we're not going to use the cannon at the front, we don't need the fancy wall, you know?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So is it going to be that 973? Is he going to throw it down? Oh, the probe gets in!
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Man, he has to start the lair now. Yeah, he has to start the lair. It's kind of unfortunate. Well, we're probably going to see either 4-hatch Hydra play, like we were talking about just a little bit ago, or maybe another Ogre Zerg gamer style, trying to utilize those early Mutalisks and Scourge to make something happen.
Yeah. And I mean, I hope it's a little bit better than the last all-in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that could have worked if DeWalt was really cocky and pulled more of his Zealots to move out onto the map, but he was really safe with just poking with 2 and... yeah, had enough blocking the wall to be safe behind that, so it's a shame.
Yeah. Alright, Zealot's going to beeline for the 3rd. Nothing over here yet to kill, so have fun with that.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit annoying if he does lose a drone for free or anything along the line. Has got these
Interesting.
zerglings moving down to intercept.
Yeah, you're gonna send the zealot out, try and hide it, maybe.
Yeah, he's trying to hide it down here and then move it back in again.
And it looks like
He'll
it's
wait
working.
for another like 10-20 seconds and then check again.
Oh, finally get the probe. Nice.
Yeah, see now these zerglings are going to be checking all around the map for a hidden zealot, and he probably won't find this one. And just when he's like, okay, maybe there's not a zealot out here, and he runs the links to the rally point of DeWalt, then the zealot will slip in to this natural third. So like any second now, the zealot's about to go.
And then you're like, oh, come on, where did that come from?
Yeah, there's an overlord actually moving towards that zealot. He might see it. Okay, not quite. It's kind of off angle. I don't think he's going to see the zealot in time.
It's going to come up just short, it looks like.
Yeah.
Here we go. 5 hatches. Spire's about to finish.
And there's that zealot slipping in, forcing the drone pull. A little bit unfortunate for Striker to lose this much mining time. It really is a lot of indirect damage.
And of course, because map makers are all Protoss players, there's a beautiful spot back here to hide the zealot.
I mean, you basically are losing at least a drone's worth of minerals by having to pull like that, and sometimes even 2 drones worth of minerals. So anywhere from like 50 to 100, which is a pretty big deal at this stage of the game when you think of.
Yeah. And here come 3 more. There are 2 Sayers out in the map looking for overlords. Hydrodent is up.
It looks like a fairly normal game so far from Striker. I wonder if he's made other arrangements and can stay a few extra minutes here. It's going to take a long time to win this game, potentially. And here comes another hit squad of Zealots into this natural third. Oh, no, these drones need to run. He loses one anyway. And now we can target down the Eve.
Oh, hello. They just kind of stopped. Sir, this is a no parking zone.
Target the I thought he was going to try and get a snipe on this Evo chamber and see if he could delay the upgrades, but actually wants to camp the Hydra eggs. He knows he probably hasn't got enough DPS to kill the Evo chamber. Instead, kills 1 Hydra for free. Maybe can get the drones on the retreat as well. Here comes the drill. Pretty good drill so far. Loses one of those drones. Yeah, any more drones would be a nightmare, but so far, DeWalt's done more than enough damage. Can just retreat and feel happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, you get 2 drones for 1 zealot. Monetarily, it's the same, but then you consider the pull, and it's like, well, not great.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we just have no way.
He's getting some of these
overlords
overlords as well. Oh man, he supply blocks pretty heavily. The one thing going for Striker is that maybe he can win on the ground and maybe do a counter attack if he can pop out an overlord or 2 now. But with this DT coming out and no overlord speed anytime soon, I think it's going to be a little bit of time before he can actually stabilize his position. He's desperate to make something happen. Does kill one of these Corsairs with a pair of Scourge, but now he's got no way of detecting this DT out on the map. So yeah, this is kind of rough for Striker. I don't know. He's going to make a dive into the natural expansion. Maybe kill this High Templar. Kill the High... Oh, he's going to kill the cannon? Are you crazy? Kill the High Templar. It's free. He's just going to GG out. Oh, man.
Yeah, GG's.
That's pain.
Damn.
Yeah, we definitely need to get a show match between these 2 guys when there's no time restrictions on Striker, because there's no way he can win this series having to play like...
Yeah. So... technically, I think I have the idea for it. Is that I don't know. I'll figure it out. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, I think I'm just gonna tell him, hey, play a best of 7. I'll throw some money on the line for it. We'll cast it later.
yeah. We'll see. I think it'll be a nice idea though to see a best of 7 between those 2 guys. And yeah, if it's not going to be a 1-0 advantage for DeWalt, it might be an even more interesting best of 7 series doing a little show match.
Yeah. Alright. I mean, you know, DeWalt winning wasn't exactly unexpected at the start of the bracket, but we'd like to see a bit more fight put in.
Yeah, same. And there's a lot of these games where you just can't rush if you want to win. A lot of the times you do need to just play passive and sit back. You saw how Striker dealt with Bonif by playing like that on Radiant most recently, and just pulling him apart by being a bit more tentative and composed. And you do need to play like that to take a series.
Yeah, and I think because he played such long games against Bonif, that's where he's like, oh, this took a lot longer than I expected.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. All right, guys, both players are ready. We're jumping into our next game here on Dominate. Spawning in at the 3 o'clock position as the Blues are currently racing against the clock. It's Strike. And his opponent in the bottom left, red on Protoss, is still.
My pup is laying at my feet, laying on her back like, hey, are you going to scratch my belly? Like, oh, come on, stop being adorable. We're in the middle of something.
Yeah. So they like to demand attention from you by being cute rather than like just pouring it.
Yeah, I know, it's weird, right? Like, these little cuties want to be cute and then think they're going to get attention for being cute. Well, it's working, all right?
Yeah, well, that's why they do it. They know it's the way of getting your attention on. It's a tried and true method. Pylon scout from DeWalt again. I think he wants to, isolate exactly what it is Striker's doing in that early game and prevent something like a 5-pool catching him off guard.
Yeah, but nope, just a 9-pool. Or is it an overpool? It's an overpool. That's an overlord. Like, there's no way it's just gonna be a 9-pool.
The pool would be way more done by now if it was a 9.
Yeah. It's one of those like, I'm missing something here. What am I missing?
Hopefully we see a good Hydra bust or something from Striker. I don't want to see too much of a one-sided game, but it does seem like DeWalt will be able to optimize his defense against him every single game, knowing that, it's going to be that fast kind of play, expecting some kind of early game win to be able to push this series.
Yeah. I'm curious. Like, actually hasn't. What's Striker doing here? Where is this? Oh, it's over here. I was like, he's got to have something out here to like take another base. It's like, where is he?
I mean, honestly, it's not always the easiest choice on where you take bases on, like, say, maps like Polypoid or Dominator, because sometimes you're expanding towards the Protoss player and you don't even want to. And sometimes it is what it is, and you just got to take these slightly suboptimal bases as your natural third. This is one of those cases, but also gives you a slightly faster rally point if you want to be aggressive in this case, which Striker does, so it might help him out in getting his units across the board.
Yeah, by the way, your mic is still doing the thing. And I know we've tried fixing it a few times, but chat's losing their minds. I figure I'll bring it up again.
Yeah, I did adjust that. It shouldn't be doing it anymore, guys. I do apologize.
Yeah, well, if we've only had one hardware issue today, like one technical issue, you know what? I'll take it.
I wonder if it's because like Discord isn't updating the settings that I'm changing and stuff, and I would need to rejoin Discord for it to take effect. That might be the case. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It could also be just something to do with how Discord handles like voice channels versus DMs, because we didn't have this issue yesterday when we were on DM.
No.
So.
No, but to be fair, I never have this issue ever when I cast. Usually, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's weird.
It's usually the other way around, where you like hear me go, taking in a breath after I finish like shouting for a couple of seconds. Oh, damn it, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's some sort of glitch, guys. It should not be doing that. I do apologize for those technical difficulties. I'll try and be mindful of it and keep my push to talk pressed down even more than usual.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just blaming Discord at this point. It's easy enough to say, Discord, they're going public, which means that it's going to get only worse. So, of course, it's Discord's fault.
Yeah. I do apologize, guys. I'll try and be conscious of that and see if I can compensate by just hammering down that button just a few extra seconds after I'm done talking.
Or we do the smart thing. We just blame Fonger since he's the one complaining about it the most.
Oh, is it Fonger complaining? Oh, Fonger, you can get stuffed, mate. All right, fellow Brit.
Yeah, those silly Brits. We don't care about their opinions.
Who are you to pipe up? Get back in your lane, Fonger.
You keep complaining I sentence you to a week in Birmingham.
Or Bradford or something, yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I'm that mean. Alright, we'll get the scouting probe. Spire coming on up here.
Oh, look, some misrallied drones. That's going to actually kind of hurt Striker. He needs every little bit of help to try and close out this series. It's going to be tough for him having any kind of deficit to overcome. Two Zealots making their way into the natural third. Only 4 Zerglings with speed here to try and deal with this. Can like micro back and forth and potentially get a drone kill or just tuck behind these minerals as well and trade out. Oh, pretty good surround though from Striker. We'll get one of those Zealots at least before they can retreat to the safety of that behind mineral line position. Now can get 2-on-1 trade. It is worth it to force the trades out on those despite it being good for the Protoss. So nice for him to follow through with that and clear up those while he still can.
Yeah, we take that. Alright. Bye, Overlord.
Yeah, neutron flares doing their thing. Gonna be getting a bit of a supply block on Striker, which is good. It's something.
Oh.
Oh, Scourge.
Oh, Striker.
Wasn't quite paying
please.
attention though. Yeah. Oh, it's
I think
unlucky,
he's looking
man.
down here at this one. And he
Yeah,
missed that that was
it's
gonna be
a
right
shame.
there.
It's a shame. Okay,
Alright,
well,
invisible
DT now
man.
hatching out yet again, wearing his little invisible cape. So is that like the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter or something, or what do you think?
It definitely has to be related to the cloak.
Has to be,
I'm
right?
on that. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, making a creep colony at this third base, but it won't be morphed into a sunken in time. 3 Hydras does beat 1 DT, so it should be okay against this and not lose too much of an economy to the pressure play of DeWalt. We'll see if he can sneak into the natural as well, but I don't think that will be too successful. There's some Lings and a Mutalisk of a sunken finishing up here. I do think it's going to be a bit of an Ogre gamer. Second gas and third gas now coming online for Striker. Probably going to be making a lot of Mutalisks and Scourge to see if he can overwhelm DeWalt early. And the DT sees those Mutalisks, so could go up to making 2 cannons at both bases and just pumping non-stop Corsairs to compensate.
Yeah. Honestly, in a moment like this, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, there's the second Stargate play at this point. I mean, it's a little late, but you throw it on second Stargate because you're really concerned if you see a lot of mutas.
I mean, it's a little late, and you're worried about the follow-up Hydra bust that could come from this. Like, this might not be a full committal from Striker. He can't know for sure. This
He needs
could
to
be
see
like
more
a 5
mutas than
muta.
5.
Right, this could be like a 5 muta into mass Hydra play and just force an overreaction out of DeWalt. It's also possible, right? And that looks like it might be the case. We'll have to see what these eggs end up being from Striker. He's going up to 6 hatch Hydra production.
Yeah. The big advantage that DeWalt here has is he does know a little bit, and he does know that Striker needs to win quickly, right? So
yeah, it's a big advantage. I mean, think of it like this. If you knew that your opponent had limited time in a best-of-7 series, and you pretty much just have to defend every game, I mean, that's a crazy advantage, right?
Absolutely. We do make a Dark Archon. I like that. But I'm starting to think that Striker sent a, hey, I'll be late to dinner message.
I mean, the way he's playing, it does seem like he's taking a 4th base. He's got 7 hatcheries worth of production. This is setting up for a mid to late game transition. I don't know, man. This could be interesting. And DeWalt did kind of make a Dark Archon to kind of, you know, double down in defending against this Mutalisk play. There's only going to be 5 mutas and then a full-on transition. That could be pretty optimized for Striker going forward and turning this into a really good late game scenario. Hopefully he's got enough time to make that a reality.
Yeah. What's going to be horrible is if he wins and he realizes, oh god, I got to keep playing.
Oh man, can you imagine? Like he has to like let his mum down for Mother's Day, and he wants to like take her out to dinner. And he's like, what do I choose here? Winning this now against DeWalt, or like letting my mum down? I mean, yeah, you probably shouldn't let your mum down.
No.
But it is what it is.
But at the same time, it's an extra $100 that could, you know, it's a much nicer dinner. You know? Sorry, Mom, we'll do dinner tomorrow. I'm taking you to a nicer restaurant.
A much nicer restaurant. Don't worry about it. I got it. A lot of lurkers morphing in. This makes me think he's playing a long game, you know? Like, you wouldn't play like this if you were planning on doing anything anytime soon. This is a defensive setup from Striker.
Yeah. He's not even going to go for, like, a contain bust or anything. He's just going to set up at home. Nice little 4-base economy.
Yeah. This makes me think that he's going to play a potentially mid to late game. I guess he might surprise us and just pull the trigger on setting up a contain right now, though. I guess it's possible he could do that.
Alternatively, he actually doesn't have dinner with his mom tonight, and he said all this to really lure DeWalt to a sense of security. We're going to get some friggin' 7D chess here.
Although then he would have donated a few too many unnecessary wins early, but maybe that was just to sell the mind game even more and really start to confuse DeWalt. Like, what is going on? Why is he playing a 30-minute game all of a sudden?
I mean, I'm all for mind games. That one might be a little much, you know?
That's a little much, yeah. I hope not. I doubt it. Ooh, pretty good storm, but does manage to dodge the majority of that. Doesn't lose too much. Has got this contain going, but DeWalt already making a lot of these Dragoons, getting ready to bust out in just a few moments here. This Observer now finished up. We'll be able to start to make some progress on that. Morphing in more and more of these Hydras. Oh, that's a pretty good storm, though. And now we're going to see that push out from DeWalt. He knows this is a good timing window to try and make that happen and clean up as many of these lurkers as possible. Gets another storm out. There are some mutas coming back to help defend against this. I don't think this is going to be enough for Striker. I think DeWalt's going to break out just before these lurkers hatch to the north, and now you can't really contain anymore, and suddenly DeWalt's out on the map. He can either go for a 2-base all-in, or even just take a third.
Yeah. Alright. We're gonna try and grab some Templar. Oh, Maelstrom on a pack of Hydras is beautiful.
Yeah, Lurker's trying to sandwich from the north. Seems like Striker's just in go mode right now, trying to sandwich this army as best as he can and chomp through it with what he's got. Doesn't look like there's enough steam in the engine to make that a reality, but he's still going to try and make as best attempt at it as he can.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty beautiful storm as well. Striker's really struggling to make this work quick, and the longer this goes on, the worse it'll become for Striker, especially if he does need to leave quickly, because this game could turn into a 20-30 minute game easily if he's not careful.
Yeah, and I think he's recognizing, like, alright, in a macro game, I'm probably not favored, so, you know, match point, I try a macro game, see what happens.
Yeah, maybe. That might be the thinking here. And DeWalt trying to push the issue, taking a Mineral Oni third base behind this as well. Can he close out the game right here, right now? Some pretty beautiful storms. There's a high ground advantage to work with, but those are pretty beautiful storms from DeWalt getting top of this rally point like this. There's not that many Dragoons, but there's still enough splash. Plenty of Zealots left in the tank to work with as well. This is kind of crazy. I don't know if there's enough production from Striker to hold on here. Another pretty good storm. Good storm dodge, though, for the time being, weathering this. Harkon does get targeted down and taken out. There might just barely be enough Dragoons left, though. GG is called, and DeWalt taking down Striker, who was in such a race against the clock to get this finished up in time. Pretty beautiful games here today.
Unfortunate, of course, you know, with the having to rush, but like I said, we'll get a proper best of 7 between these two for sure soon. But GG's to DeWalt. Man, what a great weekend of StarCraft, guys.
Honestly, really good games today. I've been having a blast casting these games, especially that series versus Bonif. Striker versus Bonif was a real treat.
That's going to go down probably as the best series of the weekend. For sure.
Yeah, I think so. For sure. It's a real shame that we had to rush this series against DeWalt. Even though DeWalt was favored to win this, especially with that 1-0 advantage. It would have been a nicer series if we could see a little bit more drawn-out game.
Yeah. But I'm content. You know, I think we had some fun. We had some fun builds. We had a macro game. You know what? I think it was a good day overall.
Yeah, and the ZVZs were really fun that we got to cast at the start. That was a real intense. And,
the
really,
ZVZs were
back and
so
forth.
good.
Right. We even had an upset almost, right? Like Zero was doing a lot better than probably a lot of people thought he would be doing.
Yeah, no, he really showed good against Zeddy, and then he really didn't look that bad against Strikers. Just Strikers is so dang good.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, in that last game, that Zero versus Striker, it was only because Zero was being a little bit greedy. You know, he built a Spire before placing down a Sunken and Spore. If he just doesn't place down that Spire, places a Sunken, then a Spore, then he's fine. And suddenly we've got a real game on our hands.
Absolutely. All right, guys, that's all we got. We're gonna go ahead and show some love to somebody here.
Sounds.
Who's on today? Let's take a look as we scroll. Let's go hit up some Ozzy.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Mr. Dahaki some love.
Yeah, we'll give it like 30 seconds here before I start the raid. And then that way it catches up here. Guys, thank you all for hanging out. Guys, if you really do appreciate what we're doing here, feel free to sub, donate, support, buy merch, join the Ko-Fi, guys. It really does make a difference. Every little bit that you do, guys, it all helps. Because it all goes right back into StarCraft.
Oh, absolutely. We got to keep this foreigner scene alive, guys. People like Arn are what we need to keep the lights on in this scene. And besides, Bombastic Star League, he's the only thing going right now with CSLPRO. So please show some love and support. It's been a great time casting with you this weekend, Arn.
Thank you. It's been great casting with you. It was honestly a really fun experience to cast with you.
I appreciate that, man.
All right. We'll go ahead and prep the raid here, guys. Make sure we show Ozzy some love. We're going to fill some time here while everything gets ready. Anything else you want to say before we finish?
Well, I'm going to be casting ASL, guys, in about, 11 hours from now on souplive.com/SCTVEN with SayNSC, bringing you that action. And those VODs will obviously be uploaded to the YouTube channel on StarCast TV. Don't miss it, guys. There's going to be some craziness. Tune in and don't miss.
All right, guys. You all have a great day. Peace. Oh, I guess the raid goes a lot sooner than that, but oh well. Well, thank you very much for hanging out. It genuinely was great to cast with you. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a good experience. It's certainly not my usual cup of tea, but sometimes a challenge is what I need to keep me on my toes and force me to adapt. And I enjoyed the experience overall, man.
Yeah. I'm glad you had fun. It would have been awkward otherwise.
No, it was really good, honestly. Like, despite that bit of a disappointing final, the only thing I'm really unhappy about is that we didn't have a more spectacular finals, really.
Yeah. And honestly, it is life like that. Welcome to running events. Players will do this to you all the time.
Yeah, man, it is what it is.
So
maybe you can compensate with a show match in the future or something like we were talking about.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is, so technically, and I was thinking about saying this on stream, and then I stopped myself. Technically, the rules of the tournament read that if you forfeit or try and basically throw a money match, that you lose your prize money. So I'm like, so what we can do is you can just play a best of 7 some other time, send me some replays, and we'll make it fine.